The spectacular site of the Fuji International Speedway. It is the venue for the road cycling program at the Tokyo Paralympic Games. Hello and welcome to day one of competition in the road cycling. It is a cool-ish day by Tokyo standards with a low cloud, which perhaps creates quite a high humidity down trackside, but thankfully dry at this stage for what is going to be a fantastic day of action. We've got plenty of time trials today because that's what the first day's program is all about. So humidity at 90%, 23 degrees centigrade, and no real wind to talk of, which is really good news for the athletes who are preparing for today's time trials. It's a very low cloud, as I alluded to, will create quite high humidity, so that will play a role in hydration for the athletes as they take to the track for their respective events. So the record-breaking 4 days on the track at Itsu is behind us, and it's now the focus of attention here on the road at the Fuji International Speedway. Men's C2 time trial, C5 for women and C4, then it's C1 men, women, C1 to 3, all the way through. There are 19 medals in the time trials to be decided today, and so they are going to be coming thick and fast through the day's program. Each will be doing a different distance depending on their classifications. The classifications is where we can focus on now. There are 4 categories in road cycling: C1 to 5, H1 to 5, T1 and 2, and category B. The C division sees riders on conventional two-wheel bikes for riders with arm and leg impairments and amputations. And H division is for athletes on hand cycles, so those with lower limb impairments or paralysis, either in a kneeling position or in a sitting position. The T division sees athletes with balance impairments, and they will take part on tricycles. And the B division is for riders with visual impairments who compete with a tandem with a sighted pilot or guide. And H and C classifications have 5 levels of competition based on the severity of the impairments, of course, 1 being the most severe and 5 being the least severe. And likewise for the T class 1 and 2. So this is the various start lists. They'll be going off in fairly rapid succession. 1-minute intervals for each rider in each of the categories. Women's C4, Kate O'Brien back at Paralympics, having competed for Canada in the Olympic Games. Meg Lemond looking for a medal here. Emily Petricolo, a medalist indoors on the velodrome. And a lot of these athletes in the C category will have taken part in the Itsu velodrome. Well, it's going to be a busy day of keeping track of these time trialists. Rochelle Gilmore sitting alongside me. Rochelle, looking forward to this.
Gerald, I'm super excited about today. It's just time trial after time trial, all the different categories, and we're going to see a lot of innovation and with the technology of the bikes and equipment, and quite a challenging course because it's undulating up and down, a few corners to navigate as well. So interesting to see the athletes on the speedway. And what makes this Paralympic Games so unique is that they knew the course was actually presented to them 2 years ago, which makes a huge difference. Usually athletes only find out 6 months before, but knowing the course for 2 years, they would have all of their equipment prepared for this circuit, and they would have been able to replicate it in training. And I think we're going to see some fierce competition from these athletes.
Oh, you'll see the women's C1 to 3 time trial is 3 classifications combined, and there will be those factors will come into play when these athletes take part. H5 time trial. It's high quality here. The world champion Valise is here. Roig Vernegaard, who won the World Cup in Belgium in May, is here. Ernst van Dijk, a legend who goes back to Barcelona. He's here as well. There are plenty of very, very experienced athletes in all of these categories. Yes, the course is the Fuji International Speedway. 8 kilometers in length is the course, not the entire track. They do a loop inside the track as well. And so there are some undulations. And the first 3 categories will do 3 laps, so 24 kilometers. And the C1 time trial will be 16, as will the C1-3 women. And then we go back to 24 kilometers. The shortest distance will be 16 kilometers today, which is 2 laps of the track. Beautiful condition. They cannot argue with that. The road surface will be absolutely perfect.
Certainly would be a circuit I'd love to get out on. It just feels so fast to be on a racetrack where all the bumps are eliminated. It's just super smooth, and it'll give the riders a feeling of going fast. They've got all their good equipment in today as well. So when you get to a big competition, it is just the feeling of the crowds that they won't have so much here in Tokyo, but the feeling of being on the fast equipment, being on a race circuit is really going to give them some adrenaline throughout the time trials. And you really do, in a time trial, you need to feel good. Once you feel bogged down or you don't feel like you're on top of the ride, it can really play a mental part. So I think the riders will really enjoy the fact that there's no wind out there today for the time trials, and they'll be on their fast equipment. No one really knows the absolute form for time trialing against other riders. It's been a while since they've had major competitions. So they've just been hiding away in their local areas, working on their own ability, and that's why I think we will see some very tight competition and a lot of unknowns in the way that we don't know what their condition is, what their form is coming into this Paralympic Games.
Yeah, we've had one World Cup and one World Championships earlier this year in Portugal, but not all the athletes were there because travel, as we know, during these times, very, very difficult. Indeed, so athletes not able to get out to the travel extensively and internationally, so they are not able to take part. So the women's 1-3 time trial. The UCI is the governing body of paracycling since 2007, so all the officials here, Christian Maguire there on the right, he's the UCI head of the commissaire panel. Riding out forward here. He's been a busy man here in Tokyo. C2 time trial also preparing. That is our first event. Our first start should be the men's C2 time trial. They'll start at 1 minute intervals. And a field that really is full of, obviously, veterans and experienced Paralympic athletes. And then we have the youngster, Alexander Luete, who was such a sensation at the Itsu Velodrome. And the French really have brought a bunch of talented young riders to the Paralympic Games as they look ahead to Paris in 2024. Luete, a gold medalist in the 3,000 individual pursuit and a silver in the 1,000-meter time trial.
Well, they'd have to be really lucky, I'd say, to not get any rain out there today, but that's what they'll be hoping for. And we can see the bikes now being tested. They go through a rigorous testing before every event, and once the bike is fully tested, it's not allowed to move from that area. No changes to be made after the final testing. So they test for the dimensions of the bikes. They x-ray the bikes to make sure there's no technical fraud, no motors inside the bikes, and also the weight of the bikes. They have to be over 6.8 kilos.
Our first athlete in action at the road cycling program here at the Fuji International Speedway at the Paralympic Games of 2020 is from Morocco, Mohamed Lana. And the 39-year-old who, in fact, switched allegiances. He was competing for Morocco, then decided to compete triathlon for the United States, but switched back once he realized that his category would not be eligible or be part of the program this year at the triathlon at the Paralympic Games. So he switched back to competing for Morocco. He's a mechanical engineer from the United States, though. And he's our first athlete on track, the 39-year-old. And they'll be following him in 1 minute intervals.
Well, you can see the adaptation there for his right leg, and they'll have played around with that for years to try and find what adaptation makes them as stable as possible and allows them to produce the most power.
And a first Paralympic experience for Ahmed Mubarak Al-Mansouri from the United Arab Emirates.
Well, we can see a significantly bigger gear being pushed as he took to the aero bars faster than I've seen any other athlete before into that position, and it's just about working away, pacing yourself. It is a 24-kilometre race for this category.
Yes, it'll be grueling. Around 15% gradient maximum allowed for the for this category. Be a big moment here. Kawamoto Shota in his first event on the road, having competed in the individual pursuit where he finished just outside the medals indoors at the velodrome. He was 4th there, 6th in the 1,000-meter time trial. But the Japanese athlete is on the road, and what a wonderful opportunity, regardless of how your event goes, to be able to take part in a home Paralympic Games.
Yeah,
it is the stuff of dreams.
We saw his rides on the track were super strong, and the fact that he didn't actually quite get the results that he wants means that he'll come out here onto this track with massive ambitions. He'll want to take a medal home. Well, he is home, but he'll want to take a medal in front of his home crowd, and no doubt a lot of people will be tuned in today to watch Kawamoto.
Yang Yihao from China, the 37-year-old, heads out. He was a bronze medalist on the track in the individual pursuit over 3,000 meters. And he's underway now. So we will have time checks coming through at 8 kilometers. The halfway mark, of course.
Well, they'll have that hype of coming down that ramp and all the hoo-ha and fuss that goes on around them at the start, as we now look back to the rider from UAE out on the course.
It's Al-Mansouri. It is, as I said, his first Paralympic experience. Getting into a steady rhythm, and that's what it's about. From Romania, Edward Moscu, the 35-year-old was 9th in the individual pursuit indoors in Itsu. And he did race the World Cup in Belgium in May. He was 24th in this event. It was in Ostend. The World Championships took place a little bit later in June in Portugal, the Estoril racetrack. This is the ideal surface, you'd think, these racetracks for these athletes. Kawamoto, beg your pardon, Shota is the athlete in picture now.
And he has a interesting story. When he was young, trying to learn to ride a bike with one leg, he had a string that he would tie around his foot to his pedal, and that's how he learnt to ride a bike to and from school.
Representing Venezuela.
We've already seen Marquez race on the track, and he's always full of smiles and very happy to be here at the Olympics. He's got a little bit of problems just getting into the right gear. Get on top of that gear. We've seen some riders riding a very low cadence, but this cadence looks good. Now he's down into the drops, so he's not using those aero bars. Just standard road bars for 24 kilometres, and this is Kawamoto. He's already caught the rider in front of him. That'll give him very, very good motivation out on the course. And as we said, he'd be hungry after the track to win a medal in his home Paralympic Games. Kawamoto is flying out there. He's given it everything he can. And this is where we said the course is undulating, is actually climbing. Luckily, there's no wind out there.
Absolutely. This is Telmo Pinau from Portugal, the 41-year-old who was born in Cascais in Portugal, which is where the World Championships were held in June. And there he was 16th in the time trial. He had a slightly better road race where he finished 11th. But his second Paralympic Games experience, 12th in Rio in the time trial. Kawamoto's going really well, isn't he?
Yeah, he's got a beautiful pedaling style, and I tell you what, it is hard to ride with one leg. You know, myself as a cyclist, I used to train with one leg just to get that pedal revolution where there's power going through the pedal all the way around the revolution, which is a very, very difficult art to master. You're having to pull up and push across the top, down, along the bottom and up as well. So you can't be too quad or hamstring dominant. You need to just have the perfect circle with power applied the whole way around the circle. Darren Hicks from Australia is now out on the course. And he'll also be extremely motivated after winning silver on the velodrome. He'll be looking to try and better that.
Absolutely. He took silver in the 3,000-metre individual pursuit. Darren Hicks, the 36-year-old Australian. Al Mansouri.
Yeah, just struggling with these undulations. In the bunch races, we see them float a little bit over the undulations on this course, but a time trial, they ups and downs are really, really significant.
Israel Hilario Rimas. It's out. He lives in Barcelona. But he's competing, of course, here for Peru. And he's gone out nice and strong. Gets the rhythm going and then drops into the arrows. Well, he's looking to improve on his 6th place in Rio in the time trial. He was 9th at the World Championships. This is Moscu, the Romanian. Should start getting our first of the time checks very shortly. And Marquez. Well, his Paralympic experience goes back to Sydney in 2000. Ivo Koblasa from the Czech Republic on track now. Also had some experience in the velodrome, 7th in the individual pursuit there. He's in his 3rd Paralympics. Event 7th in London. So potential for a medal here, as he was 5th in the road race at the World Champs, although didn't go as well in the time trial in Portugal. He was 8th there.
Well, he's one of those teams that have quite a few riders here and is allowed to have his national team follow in a car. For those who have less riders, they have to rely on the neutral spares. But Kawamoto is doing a fast ride out there. So just easing up for the corner. So there are quite a few technical corners for these athletes.
Nicholas Papangelis, representing Greece, just 22. So what a lovely opportunity for this young man to have his first Paralympic experience. Also had some experience in the track. And yeah, I mean, that first time at a major event like the Paralympic Games, the nerves will be on edge. He's no doubt settled those in the velodrome, got over the initial nerves of competing at a Paralympic Games. 5th at the World Cup in Ostend in this event, and 7th at the World Championships a month later. So some decent form.
Yeah, you could see how solid he was on the bike there too, so he's in good condition.
Moshku, the Romanian. Well, now we're getting down to the real business end of the medal contenders here. This is a man who you cannot discount. Didn't have a good track experience, so he's looking no doubt to make it count. He was disqualified in the 3,000 meters for an infringement with his saddle. But he was the bronze medalist in the road race at the World Champs a couple of months ago, and just outside the medals in the time trial. But he did win the time trial at the World Cup event in Belgium, albeit that not all the contenders were there. So this is the Moroccan athlete, Lana. He picked up a bronze medal in the triathlon in Rio, but then they removed his particular speciality out of the program in the triathlon, so he turned his attention to the bike.
Yeah, he's powering well now. He's still strong out there on the road.
Well, here's a man who's already got a gold medal in his bag, the 3,000 meters, I beg your pardon. He doesn't have a gold medal yet, but he might here. He was 5th in the 3,000 individual pursuit, Arsen Gilmutinov.
Yeah, he certainly did show some form on the track, and I think he is absolutely flying out of the gates, one of the fastest riders we've seen so far. He's got his equipment dialed in. Back with Kawamoto out on the circuit.
Gilmutinov is a former world champion and a bronze medalist at this year's World Championships, so don't discount him. Kawamoto up there. A bit of climb. This was this is going to be a tough one. Well, this is the man that many will be looking at as a potential gold medalist.
They were the exact words I was about to say. This is a man who has been absolutely fantastic on the velodrome. Great to watch. His morale will be good. You can see with his form, he's got his head down straight away right into that aero tuck position. And it really does make a difference to be aerodynamic. You can just hold those higher speeds with less power output. So finding the best position on the bike is one of the big challenges for these athletes with their adaptations.
So our first athlete through the halfway mark, Mohamed Lana.
Now we'll start to see how each of the riders are going as each rider passes through that timing check of 8 kilometres. They've got 24 kilometres to race, 3 laps, but we'll have a good indication once the riders start passing through that time check at 8 kilometres.
Laura Rimas there from Peru, getting into a nice rhythm. And here's the catch, Darren Hicks catching, well, a man who started just ahead of him, Delmo Pinau.
Yeah, it's always motivating to catch a rider out on the road, set your sights on the next rider. It looks like Darren Hicks was on a good one.
Well, Kawamoto Shota has gone through the 8 kilometre halfway point well ahead of Lana. So Shota 12:26.80 through the 8 kilometre split, and is a minute and 8 seconds ahead of his 1 minute man, Mohamed Lana. Here he goes. Great start. He's keeping the rhythm going. It's now, they're doing 3 laps, of course, so it's going to be a very, very tough grind in the 3rd lap. So this is a very important lap, the middle lap of 3. Not to get too carried away, go too hard.
Well, Kawamoto's gone through in the 2nd fastest time, so Liang of China is on the fastest time at the moment, 12 minutes and 12 seconds. And Kawamoto 12:26.
Yeah, 14 seconds ahead, so he's on a really good ride as well. We'll see them come through now. The riders with medal potential.
Oh, this is it for the men's C2 time trial. They are in the zone now, out on the course. Liang with the fastest split so far, but we haven't seen all the riders come through the 8-kilometre split. Kawamoto in second and Mohamed Lana in third from Malaysia.
This is the first of a very busy program of time trials today, 19 medals events, and that's the beauty of these events. It's a once-off race. No further rounds. Medals will be decided right here in this venue. So at the end of today, 19 riders will be gold medalists across all the different categories.
Liang of China, just a replay there, taking a drink. And this is Vermont of Belgium. He has big ambitions today.
Yeah, he beat Alexander Luete at the Ostend World Cup event. That was in May this year. As I said, not all the athletes were there, but a significant number, 10 of them who are taking part in today's event, took part in that Belgium event. Oh!
He's got a problem there.
He has a problem.
So a mechanical, he has to rely on the national team mechanic to get that chain back on.
Major problem, yeah, that's very unfortunate for Ewout Frommhout.
Very, very disappointing. He came in with great form, definitely a medal contender, and he would have lost valuable seconds, probably around 7 or 8 seconds in total. As we now move to the women's C5 category. First rider off.
Yeah, first rider in the C5 is Ana Raquel Montenegro Batista Lins, the 30-year-old Brazilian. 2 events on the track, where she finished 7th and 9th in the 3,000 meters and the 500 time trial. Did go to the World Cup event in Belgium as preparation for this, and finished here in the World Champs, beg your pardon, finished 6th there. Nine athletes here, and this is an event we could see a little bit of history made here, because Dame Sarah Storey from the United Kingdom is the nailed-on favourite for the gold medal. Crystal Lane Wright, her fellow countrywoman, will be trying to dispute that. Kirsten Brachendorf as well. Ariela Delgado from Argentina, 6th in Rio in the time trial. Also took part in the individual pursuit in the time trial in the track. So a lot of these athletes have pretty busy programs. The track program ended on Sunday. Beg your pardon, on Saturday, so they've had a couple of days to recover and prepare for the very different discipline of riding outdoors, where conditions are starting to heat up.
Yeah, this will be a hotly contested women's C5 time trial. These are the riders with the least impairment and the most ability on a bike. So usually you'll see the bikes adapted to different limb amputations or injuries.
Delay picked up a bronze in the individual pursuits in the track, and 4th in the time trial, the doctor who has had a very busy last year. Gil Mutanov, he's got a problem.
Well, so unfortunate at this level to have mechanical issues. We'll see now what happens here. His foot's just come out of the pedal, or he may have had a cramp and used that corner to try and shake his leg out.
28-year-old Nicole Murray from New Zealand is on the course now. Just outside the medals in the individual pursuit in Itsu. In 4th place. Head down, focusing on the opportunity here that lies ahead of her in the women's C5 time trial.
Well, just to give you a little bit of information in the men's C2 time trial, Darren Hicks of Australia has gone through the 8-kilometre mark fastest. So we're still getting those time checks from the men's C2, while the women's C5 are coming out of the gate. So Nicole Murray of New Zealand, she's in fine form. She's got a great position on the bike there.
Yeah, we're going to have, this track is going to get very, very busy in the next while. These events are going to be coming very, very steadily on the back of each other. And the Russian Paralympic Committee, the 20-year-old Alina Unina.
Well, you can see that she has got a unique position of her bicycle computer, which is on her down tube. So you will see her head down quite a bit, looking at that computer, seeing what her heart rate's doing, what speed that she's at, and what part of the course, how far she has to go. Sometimes you can get a little disorientated out on a circuit, and looking at your computer to know how many kilometres you've covered can give you an indication of when I should be picking up the pace or giving a little bit more. So cycling computer is on her top tube of her bike. First time I've seen it in that position, but as I said, it's a big challenge for these riders to play around with their position and find out what works best for them.
Velosa from Colombia. 5th at the World Championships in the time trial. Also took part in the Ostend World Cup, was 7th there. Her husband, Edwin Mathies, is also taking part. We'll see him later on in the day.
She started skating at the age of 7 and initially wanted to be a professional skater, but she switched to track cycling and road cycling in 2009. So a lot of support also from her Colombian Federation.
Now, we just catch a glimpse there on the left-hand side of Yvot Fromont, the Belgian coming through, who had that problem, and he's 21 seconds behind Darren Hicks after the first lap in the men's C2. Yeah, so that little issue he had has cost him. But he is just ahead of Gil Mutanov, the Russian Paralympic athlete, by just 2 seconds. He also had a little bit of an issue. So we could see a shake-up in the battle for the medals.
As we just see the German rider, Brechtendorf, has gone off. Very, very calm and composed. She has been a bronze medalist in this event in 2015, 17, 19 and 21. So she'll be hoping to take a medal in this women's C5 individual time trial.
Yeah, she's a bronze double world road race champion as well. So plenty of experience in Kirsten Brechtendorf. Now, first of 2 hopes for Great Britain. Out of the start hut for 35-year-old Crystal Lane Wright from Great Britain. Silver medalist in the 3,000 individual pursuit, where Great Britain was so dominant in the Itsu Velodrome. And she's second last out onto the course in the road time trial. 3 laps of the 8-kilometre course here at the Fuji International Speedway for her.
Yeah. So for Crystal Lane Wright, most of her big results have come on the velodrome, but as a 35-year-old, she will have the endurance for this 24-kilometre time trial.
With all the men through the first time check at 8 kilometres in the men's C2, Darren Hicks is top of the pile. Alexander Luete has just gone through in 5th place. So it's Hicks, Fromont, Gilmutinov, Rimas and Luete.
Oh, we have a superstar on the start line now. It is Dame Sarah Storey. And doesn't she have a story?
Well, she's on the track now, Dame Sarah Storey. The most decorated female cycling road athlete. She's looking to take her tally of Paralympic medals to 26 medals.
It's a little hard to comprehend at Paralympic level in different sports as well.
Yep.
She's won in swimming in the pool, but she's the hot favourite for today's women's C5 time trial over 24 kilometres. She's had success on the track and now out trying to win the women's time trial.
Just missed out on qualifying for the Olympic Games team time trial squad as well. There's our first woman going through, Ana Raquel Montego Batista Linz. So you'll see right on the inside, that's the inward loop as Luete gets past Pinau.
Well, Luta, he does look strong out there. He came through the 8-kilometre check in about 6th position. 5th position it was, but 30 seconds down on Darren Hicks, who's having a fantastic ride, as we now watch the Japanese and Chinese riders just try to push their way up that hill.
Liang was 6th through the split, and he's come through the 16K split first with Kawamoto just behind him. There they go. So they've got 1 lap to go.
Liang has set the benchmark at the 16-kilometre mark, but we'll very soon see a lot more riders come through that 16-kilometre checkpoint. But he's got over a minute lead, obviously, on Kawamoto, who he passed. So Liang of China, he is on a good ride. Not good for the morale of Kawamoto to be passed out on the circuit.
You get the feeling that the cloud is starting to burn off out at the Mount Fuji Speedway. And temperature will be rising, 90% humidity when they set off today. This is Sarah Storey.
Listen to the sound of that disc wheel. It's such a beautiful sound, and it means game on when you hear that sound, because disc wheels are not used so often in training. They save them for the big events. And Dame Sarah Storey, she is riding on a British bike by one of the best time trialers of all time, Chris Boardman. So she has her equipment down pat. And is Dame Sarah Storey going to take another gold medal here in the women's C5 individual time trial?
Delgado here for Argentina. She was our second starter in the women's C5. Whilst Al-Mansouri is going about his business at his own pace in his first Paralympics. Gilmutinov goes through. At the moment, Liang at 16 kilometers is the leader after 16 kilometers out on the course of the C2 time trial, but of course we'll see plenty more coming through. So the start of our next category, the women's C4 time trial. So this is riders with slightly more impairment than those C5 athletes we've seen out on the course. This is Anne Grace Taylor, the 30-year-old New Zealander. And she was a rower, of course, and spent time on a scholarship in the United States at Oregon State University.
And you can just see behind her Darren Hicks of the men's C2 time trial come across the time check, and he is absolutely flying. He's a minute 32 in front of Liang, so still a lot more riders to come through, but he is, if he can hold on, he's in the hurt box already with a lap to go. So another 8 kilometres for Darren Hicks, but he is the man on fire out on the circuit today.
Ren Jianping from China, the 36-year-old, is on course in the women's C4, 6th in the individual pursuit indoors, 5th in London, 7th in Rio. She's looking to try and get into the medals here.
Yeah, she has an amazing story too. When she was young, she was thrown by a massive electric shock from some high-tension wires, which resulted in the amputation of both arms. So it'll be interesting to see how she's got her gear set up, how she can change gears. Very limited there.
Well, we've got 34 medal events at the road events in the track, so on the road track. This is Kate O'Brien, another fascinating story. And one of great determination and focus in getting back onto the bike. She had a huge crash in 2017 on the track whilst training. And the impairments she suffered there meant she could not ride at the Olympic Games, which she did do in Rio on the track, and has turned to the Paralympic Games and has won a silver already in the 500 time trial. So, let's see how we go here as Delgado goes through.
Meg Lamont of Australia now out of the gates. We've seen her race already on the velodrome. She's straight into that aero position with the new hand position of the most aerodynamic position they've found in the wind tunnel. Now, as you know, we have 3 races out on the track. Women's C5, men's C2, and C4.
And this is well, 2 different categories are on the course here. On the right-hand side is Alina Punina, going in the women's C5, and it's a Greek athlete, Nikolaos Papangelis, heading to complete his 2nd lap. Meanwhile, back at the start, Keely Shaw sets off the Canadian. His injury is a result of falling off a horse in 2009.
Yeah, she was an ice hockey player before her accident, now turning her attention fully to cycling.
Bronze on the track already. Well, there's lots of riders, lots of cars out on the track at the moment.
This is Darren Hicks of the men's C2 time trial, and he's on a fantastic day. He's still in the first position. As we said, over the 16-kilometre check mark, he was 1 minute 28 seconds in front of the 2nd person so far across the line. So he's definitely on a gold medal ride. As we turn to another Australian now in the women's C4 time trial, Petra Kola.
Yes, Petra Kola. She is the 2019 world champion at this, and already has a gold from these games in the individual pursuit and on the track.
Yeah, I'd say she's one of the big favourites for today in the women's C4 time trial. Got a very nice position there. We just saw her changing electronic gears, which has made the sport of Paralympic cycling so much more, I guess, easier for these riders to change gears with the introduction of electronic gears. So just one less stress for these athletes to overcome.
Just you can elaborate on that, and they're not automatic. You've still got to change the gear.
You've still got to bump a button.
Yeah.
But it's a lot easier than pulling a lever that's connected to a cable. Can be very, very tricky for some of these athletes. So being able to bump a button with any part of your hand or your elbow or your knee, I mean, we can adjust the buttons to be anywhere on the bike, which means it's really made a lot easier for these athletes. Electronic gears.
Catel Alençon from France, the silver medalist at the World Championships in Portugal. As we go back to the men's C2, and Yvo de Fremont has passed through 16 kilometers. He is second fastest behind Hicks, who really is looking good for the gold medal here.
They're on their last lap, the men's C2 time trial.
Silver medalist in the individual pursuit, but the gold medalist from Rio on this event, Sean Morelli from the United States. The 45-year-old is on course now as she attempts to defend the title she won 5 years ago in Rio de Janeiro.
Yeah, we could see a real battle here between Morelli, Petricola. There's quite a few women in the C4 category that could take the medals away here today. So all these riders out on the circuit are racing for the medals.
So all out on the track. That's Gil Mutinov, the Russian rider at the moment. He has dropped. He was third fastest after the first lap, but he's had issues, as we saw, and he's dropped down the standings to be sixth at the moment. Oh, a faller. That's not good news. That's Punina.
No.
And the young rider, Alina Punina.
Yeah, she's come down heavy on her hip. You can see that the cycling shorts are ripped and really clenching that hip, so not good for Punina. As we just turn our focus back to the men's C2 with Darren Hicks. No, we're with Vermont right now. He's in second position.
He is, but I can tell you that going through the 16 kilometer mark, the Frenchman, Alexander Louet, has come through storming on that second lap, and he is now the second fastest, a minute and 14 slower than Darren Hicks.
Yeah, we have all riders now from the C2 category through the 16-kilometre check mark with their final lap. Out there on their final lap, so it's Darren Hicks in the lead and Alexandre Louet. He's 1 minute 14 behind Darren Hicks, and then Vermont from Belgium. So it's looking good for Darren Hicks if he can get to the finish line.
Update from the women's C5 time trial is that Dame Sarah Storey has flown through the first 8 kilometres. She's 47 seconds clear of Crystal Lainwright, the fellow Great Britain, Kirsten Ratchendorf in third place.
Well, those time checks will be giving the riders some really good morale out there.
That is Emily Petricola from Australia. And Victor Hugo Garrido Marquez here for Venezuela, who was 13th going through the last of the checkpoints. Vermont, well, second through the first split. He's lost time on the second one to this man. So first rider has crossed the line in the men's C2, and that's Liang Jihao from China. From more desperately looking to make up time after the mechanical he had. Digging really deep.
Yeah. He'll know he's in for a chance with the medals from Belgium.
Yeah, he's in good form. He won the World Cup in Belgium. As we move to our fourth category on the track, Rodrigo Fernandez Lopez in the men's C1 time trial. This is for athletes the most severest of impairments, the ability to ride a conventional bike.
Oh, look at the work going in from Darren Hicks. He's been in the hurt box, but these are the days where you're able to dig so deep.
Darren Hicks of Australia is looking as though he's going to be in the gold medal position as he's going to cross the line now. He's punching the air, and Darren Hicks has smashed this course, 34.39.78. And he is at the moment well clear of the next fastest rider on the course. A phenomenal ride by Australia's Darren Hicks.
Now he'll have to wait now for the rest of the riders to come in. More than 10 athletes still out there on the course to come in, but he knows it was a good time. He knows he didn't lose too much time over that last 8 kilometres.
Mohammed Yusufi Hafizi Shaharuddin from Malaysia, 23-year-old. On the track now. Took part in the individual pursuit on the track at the Itsu Velodrome. He's one of those unknown quantities in an event like this. He hasn't had too much competition of late, so the riders will be wary of what he can bring to the party today. Those with ambitions of medals in the C1 time trial, where Michael Turber is the outright favourite, though Ricardo Ten Aguiles and Mikhail Ashtashov will have a say in that as well, as will Pierre Senska, the German.
A lot of riders out there on the track now. They have to be very, very cautious of not getting into the slipstream of the other riders, which can result in a time penalty. So they need to be careful when they're passing, to do it fast or to not use the slipstream for more than a couple of seconds. They need to move to the other side of the track to make the pass.
There's a huge effort from the Belgian rider, Ewout Froment. He had a mechanical early on, but he is digging so deep to make up the lost time. He did lose time on the second lap. The man on the move, though, is the French rider, Alexandre Louet. And that's him right there.
Well, it would be a phenomenal ride if he could pull back some time on Darren Hicks of Australia, but Louet's been so dominant at this Paralympics, also on the velodrome. And he's now just running into a little bit of traffic.
Yeah, I mean, it's unlikely that he would able to make up 1:14 on this last lap, but depends how much he's held back over the first lap. He certainly held back on the first lap because he was 5th fastest there and then came storming through on the second lap. The second fastest time behind Hicks.
Yeah, with the time from Hicks, it looks like it's just the silver and bronze medal up for grabs for these riders. Of course, they won't be fully aware of the time of Darren Hicks, but Louet giving it everything now.
Crystal Lane right just ahead of Louet in the women's C5 time trial. So he's really emptying the tank now as he closes in on the finish.
Yeah, you can see he's still got energy because out of the seat, out of the corners, means that you've still got a little bit left to give. Coming into the finish for Louet, he's emptying the tank.
Sarah Storey just ahead of Crystal Lane right here. And a strong finish there for Israel Hilario Rimas, the Peruvian. So third fastest provisionally. Fromont is closing in on the finish now. And perhaps just too much effort in trying to make up the time after his mechanical.
He's certainly in a world of hurt at the moment. Fromont from Belgium. It's a tough part of the course. You can see how uphill it is.
Yeah, it's a very undulating course. There's a host of many international motorsport events over the years.
You can see the finish line now, but it is a long way away. Still quite a few seconds of pain to endure.
Well, Liang's 37.17 is his next time he's looking at here. Fromont to put himself in the medals for the time being.
Well, he's already outside of the time of Darren Hicks, but inside the time of Liang. So it looks like he'll move into second position for Vermont, whilst we still have quite a few more riders to finish.
Well,
oh, it's so painful.
oh, it absolutely emptying everything here. Ewout Fromont from Belgium. What an effort. 1:32 down on Darren Hicks's time. So he goes into the silver medal position after a really, really big effort over his last lap there. But Darren Hicks is looking very, very good at the moment for the gold medal in this men's C2 time trial. This, you feel, is the only man that can have a chance of seeing him off, and it's looking very unlikely now because that time has just nipped past that of Darren Hicks.
Yeah, it just goes to show what a ride we saw from Darren Hicks. At this point, he'd already finished, and Lauta now chasing a medal. Oh, he's had a mechanical issue. He's dropped his chain. We could hear in that gear change that it just wasn't quite right, and that may be goodbye to the medals for Lauta. Very, very disappointing.
It's the last thing he needed, and in the wrong place here, of course, because there's so many riders and cars on the course. His chain's been dropped, and this is disaster for Alexandre Luete. An opportunity for another athlete, perhaps Moshku, the Romanian, now powering towards the finish. And Luete back up and riding, but that could be a very costly mechanical.
Yeah, he was the second fastest through the last time check, but unfortunately that was quite time costly, and it's not likely that he'll ride into the medals now. What can he do?
So Mikhail Astashov, third last out of the start hut in the men's C1 time trial. Very definitely an opportunity for a medal here for Astashov.
Yeah, he's certainly come into this Paralympic Games in top form. Astashov, we'll see something special from him here.
Silver medalist at the World Championships in Portugal. He's already won a gold medal here in the 3,000 individual pursuit on the track. Luete is pushing hard for the finish here. Will it be enough for a medal? He's got to go under the time of 37.17 to get a bronze medal for Luete.
Yeah, it's looking good. Can he get there?
He should do. Breezes past the car, still going. The finish line won't arrive fast enough for him. Well, he had that terrible mechanical a short while ago, but he is going to cross the line, and he will move into the bronze medal position, Alexandre Luete. So right now it is Hicks who will be the gold medalist in the men's C2 time trial, ahead of Ewout Fromont by 1 minute and 32 seconds, with Alexandre Luete, a bronze medalist in the men's C2 time trial, to add to 2 medals on the track. But Hicks certainly has been the star of the show.
Yes, that was a phenomenal ride from Hicks. He's got to be happy with that. He's won the gold medal with 1 minute 32 advantage. So there are your results for the men's C2 time trial.
Koplasa Kawamoto after that good start, 4:28 down. Lana was just behind him, and Wright has just pulled off the track over there. Or was that Luete just finishing his ride? Here is Darren Hicks then, your gold medalist in our first event on the track, the men's C2, and that's what it means to the Australian. Well done.
Yeah, absolute delight for the Australian.
So the next finishers will be the women's C5 time trial, where Sarah Storey is busy writing another chapter in her incredible bestseller of record-breaking, medal-winning achievements.
She certainly is a phenomenal athlete, and she's out on the course now in the last final lap of 3 8-kilometre loops for a total of 24 kilometres. And she is leading at the 16-kilometre checkpoint by 1 minute 21. So like Darren Hicks, something would have to go majorly wrong in the final lap. Dame Sarah Storey looks to have this wrapped up, and in second position at 16 kilometres was her teammate Crystal Lane Wright, and in third position at the 16-kilometre mark was Kirsten Brachtendorf of Germany.
Yeah,
as we see,
yeah, she's going well.
She's paced herself well. Looks nice and comfortable on the bike. She's got that computer right in front of her. That'll be telling her her power outputs. She'll know what she's capable of. And time trial riding is so specific. You need to learn about yourself in training and know what you're capable of. It's all about pacing yourself, as we now see Crystal Lane Wright of Great Britain.
Yeah, the gap to Sarah Storey is 1 minute and 21 after 16 Ks. So realistically, there's not a chance that she's going to shut that door unless there's an issue. But you don't wish that upon anyone. But Kirsten Brachtendorf is 46 seconds back, 45 seconds back behind Lane Wright. So steady to go. She will be in position to collect a medal here. Crystal Lane Wright, she's already won a silver medal on the track in the individual pursuit.
Yeah, at the 16-kilometre mark, she had a handy lead over Kirsten Brachtendorf of Germany. So if they can hold their speed, it's Dame Sarah Storey, Crystal Lane Wright and Kirsten Brachtendorf of Germany. So back with Dame Sarah Storey.
Well, this is just a phenomenal athlete. One to go, I think. Just making sure.
She
3 laps of the 8K course.
Quite comfortable there on the bike. She knows what she's capable of.
Added a 15th gold medal to her collection when she won the individual pursuit on the track. Her 5th Paralympic gold on cycling. Never mind the gold medals in swimming back in Barcelona, Atlanta. 5 gold medals there as well. Hubert Fromont. Well, emotional times for the Belgian. Well, it's difficult to ascertain whether it's a celebration of his medal or a disappointment at missing out and perhaps having a better ride because of his mechanical.
Yes.
So we come to the women's C1-3 time trial. So this is 3 categories here, and the athletes C1 will have a factored time of 92.430, as those with the least impairment in this category. And Qian Wangwei of China is the only C1 athlete in this field. where the favourite is Denise Schindler. But that's a big field. We'll be keeping an eye on that as we go along. Meanwhile, it's Sarah Storey looking to finish off her job here and collect the gold for Great Britain again.
Well, she was the last starter of the women's C5 time trial, and she will be one of the first finishers, no doubt. So a lot of passing out on the course.
Ricardo 10 here in front. I can tell you that Sarah Storey was a world record breaker in the track at Hitsu, but I could tell you that of about 30 riders as well, because the performances in the track there in the velodrome were quite otherworldly in terms of the shattering of world records. All told, we had 26 world records broken, virtually every event, and Dame Sarah Storey shattered her old record in the individual pursuit by 4 seconds.
Yeah, it was absolutely amazing. That's at 43 years of age, she is getting faster and faster. And also involved in many charities and support outside of cycling. A very busy lifestyle for Dame Sarah Storey.
She'll be enjoying this little roll down the hill, a little bit of respite.
And being careful as well when you've got that much of a lead. As we now go back to Crystal Lane Wright of Great Britain. She's riding strong as well, currently in second position out on the course behind Dame Sarah Storey.
Sarah Storey, 10 cycling gold medals in Paralympic career. 5 on the track, 5 on the road.
She's now just emptying the tank on the uphill section.
Smoothly in towards the finish loop.
Crystal Lane Wright looks like she's had a very good final lap as well.
Sean Morelli is the rider she's just passed. She's riding in the C4 time trial. Morelli is leading that after 8 kilometers, the American, by 27.39 seconds from the Australian Emily Petricola, with Meg Lemon in third place. Australia going well there currently.
Well, we're seeing an extremely strong last lap from Crystal Lane Wright of Great Britain. She's up against Dame Sarah Storey. There was a minute 21 between the two riders at the 16-kilometre mark. Now they're on their final lap with about 4 kilometres to go.
Well, Great Britain have had a really, really good Paralympic Games across all the sports. 26 gold medals, 20 silver and 22 bronze for a total of 68. They're second to China in the overall standings.
Yeah, Great Britain taking all the gold medals on offer on the final day on the velodrome, which is something I've actually never witnessed before. Sensational day, final day at the velodrome. Would have left the team on a high, everybody in good morale and good spirits.
Yeah, they picked up 6 golds, 6 silver and 2 bronze for a total of 14. Comfortably twice as many as the next best nation. Well, Australia and China each won 6 medals, but Australia with 3 golds.
So you can see on the back of Dame Sarah Storey, she has a device under her skin suit. Not sure if that is a radio, or some riders normally carrying ice to cool them down, keep their core body temperature low. So Dame Sarah Storey now starting to show a bit of pain.
tell you, her first lap of the 8-kilometer circuit was just a few seconds off that of Darren Hicks's time. She's quite a phenomenon. And she is heading back into the track after the loop on the outside here in a gold medal position. Crystal Lane-Wright and Kirsten Batchendorf holding on to silver and bronze. Look over his shoulder. That's Marie Patoulet, the first finisher in the category C5 women, 41.09.24. Rest assured that time I think will be put to rest fairly soon.
500 metres to go for Dame Sarah Storey. Will this be another gold medal for the absolute superstar? Dame Sarah Storey riding her way into the finish line and giving everything she's got, just emptying the tank as she's not 100% sure what's happening behind her with quite a few riders left to finish.
So Sarah Storey of Great Britain heading towards the finish. Here she goes. So the time to beat is going to be comfortably beaten, and she will sit atop the standings. It'll wave of the hand and a punch of the air, and Sarah Storey knows a 5-minute advantage right now. She screams with delight as she crosses the line, and surely another gold medal for this superstar of Paralympic sport.
Oh, she was the last rider out of the start gate, so she secured that gold medal now, and she can celebrate without being too nervous what happens behind. So
Batchendorf crosses the line, 2 minutes and 25 back, but Sarah Storey is once again a champion here at Tokyo. Her second gold medal here. First on the road, having won indoors, and her 11th cycling gold medal in Paralympic Games, and a 26th medal all round. Quite phenomenal. She made her mark as a swimmer with 5 gold medals in Atlanta and Barcelona across a number of different events, and numerous silvers, a couple of bronze as well. And her second career, if you like, on the bicycle has been, if anything, even more successful.
Nicole Murray and Punina got back on the bike after that heavy fall that we saw in the first lap.
Yeah, great determination here. Alina Punina from the Russian Paralympic Committee. Crystal Lane-Wright then 1 minute and 31 seconds back in second place. So gold and silver for Great Britain. Batchendorf gets the bronze for Germany, with Velosa still to come.
Well, that was something special that we just witnessed from Dame Sarah Storey. Once again, at 43 years of age, what has she got more to give to the sport? She's been such an inspiration for so many people, visiting a lot of schools and inspiring young people to take up sport, and it certainly has given her life a lot of joy and satisfaction.
And she does it all with such composure and confidence, and obviously born of great success over the years, that confidence, but it's wonderful to see. As Velosa crosses the line there in 5th place, 41.39.89.
Just 2 more riders out on the course for the women's C5 time trial, as we now turn back.
This might be the C4.
To the C4, you're right, yep. Just going through the time check.
So Sean Morelli leading the C4 race. This is her, Emily Petricola, Meglemont, Keely Shaw, Catel Alenson. That was her going through the finish just now, the French rider. But this is Sean Morelli. Well, That's the closest race we've seen so far in that Petricola, just 36 seconds behind her.
Petricola would have to have a very fast here. She is very fast. Last lap to close in that 36 seconds to Morelli. This is actually Le Mans, who was 1 minute 34 down at the 16-kilometre mark. So inside the final lap now.
And in the bronze medal positions. So right now, the United States and then Australia in silver and bronze.
Well, Morelli just taking some very, very deep breaths. She's trying to get the oxygen in. She's ridden a considerably bigger gear around this course.
In the military and injured while serving in Afghanistan in 2007. She's got 3 gold medals already, silver in the individual pursuit, not at these games, but as a Paralympian. The 45-year-old, she was a gold medalist in this event in Rio. Looks up ahead, giving herself a little boost by using the rider ahead of her as a target.
Yeah, among many of those injuries from that explosive device that hit her while serving in Afghanistan, she's also got blind left eye. So damage to her neck and spine and nerves, and brain injury for Morelli. She is absolutely flying out on the course in the women's C4 time trial. She's the one to beat. Can she finish it off? 36 seconds faster than Petricola at the 16-kilometre mark. Still looks strong, still got a good cadence on the bike.
Like I'm sure so many who've had the extreme trauma of battle wounds. She talks of how long it took for her to not only understand what happened and to heal, but also to accept, and even longer to figure out what she was going to do with her life after the injury. And she certainly made some great decisions in chasing her dreams on the bike as Meg Le Mans goes through. This is the tough start, big gear being driven there. Look at the differences. This is Panina, it is. Brave ride from this young lady. Alina Panina. Torn shorts, evidence of the fall she had earlier, but far from being daunted, she's used it as a inspiration to just carry on, dig in and try and finish this ride.
I really worry about hip injuries. We saw her clenching her hip when she fell, simply because you can still apply pressure on a bike, but in some occasions unable to walk. As we now see the 2 Australians chasing Sean Morelli in the C4 time trial. Petricola and Le Mans of Australia. This is Anna Grace Taylor. No, different categories.
Sarah Ellington, this is, I think.
Yeah, we've got quite a few different categories out there on the course.
This is the women's C1-3 time trial. That's the one where you've got riders from 3 different classes within the category C. 1, 2, and 3. The C1s being the most severe disability, and then 2 and then 3 the least disability, and they compete against one another with a factored time. Their times are weighted. So there's one C1 rider, Kiang Wan Wei, in this event. She has a 92.430 percentage factor, and then all the C2s have 96.410, and the C3s will get the time that they post. The others will be factored by that percentage.
Well, what we're watching now is Morelli of the USA, Sean Morelli, coming into the finish, hoping for a gold medal. She was the fastest through the 16-kilometre mark. Approaching the finish now, needing to empty the tank. As we say, these riders who are leading, they do need to give it everything, as they do not know what their competitors behind are capable of. But Sean Morelli in control at the moment.
Down the hill with some relief, a little opportunity to recover for all the riders. Morelli here leading the C4, giving herself a nice wide approach to the right-hander and into the tunnel. She will pop out the other end. This is Petricola, the second athlete.
It'll be interesting to see in the C4 category if Petricola's been able to close that time gap of 36.17 seconds to Morelli.
Just saw the Zhangyu Li of China finishing the men's C1 time trial, where there's confirmation of Sarah Storey's superb win in the women's C5 time trial. 27 medals across two sports at Paralympic. Lane Wright in the silver medal position. But I can tell you that Aaron Keith is the leading time at the moment in the men's C1. We've seen not a lot of them, I'm afraid, but 25:55.40. And he leads Shaharuddin of Malaysia with Zhangju Li of China third. Ross Wilson and Rodrigo Fernando Lopez has just finished for Argentina. Medals could go here to Astashov, who was the fastest through 8 kilometers in that C1.
Well, we see the Australian now just digging very, very deep. And it is Meg Lamont.
Yeah, third place for her at the moment. Certainly when we were last made aware through the time check. But just under a minute behind her teammate Emily Petricola.
That's the sound of accelerating on a disc wheel. Such a beautiful sound on a smooth road. And Meg Lamont back into the aero position.
Every time that we hear that, my colleague smiles broadly.
Such a beautiful sound.
It is. It's
So 500 meters for Meg Lamont coming into the finish as the cars turn off.
So the finish approaching here. Out of the saddle for the last effort, 250 meters for Meg Lamont of Australia in the C4 time trial.
She really is giving it everything she's got. Such a hard finish straight.
It's
the
very
line
long.
So far away. She throws now for the line.
41:14.42, 41 minutes 14.42 seconds for Meg Lamont, hosting the first time in the women's C4 time trial. You'll see the hand cycles are on the course. They've started their category.
Is Emily Petricola now coming in. Will she be able to beat the time of Meg Lamont? She has by 1 minute and 31 seconds. Will that be enough for the silver medal, or is she in the game for the gold medal? We'll have to wait for Sean Morelli. Here she is, number 47 from USA. And she may have actually hit the wall a little bit. She looks strong on the bike.
Well, she had only about 35 seconds in hand going into this lap over Petricola.
Well, she's got...
Oh! This is Ricardo Ten Argiles.
Oh, he's just struggling to get traction with that prosthetic on the ground. They are designed to clip into pedals.
He is one of the Paralympic legends, Ricardo Ten, and one of the toughest men around, and he will be fiercely determined to get back on the bike there. Meanwhile, Sean Morelli in the C4 women's time trial is making her way to the finish here. 38.51 at the moment, 39.43 is the gold medal time at the moment with Emily Petricola. It's going to be close.
She's got about 49 seconds now to get to the finish.
She should have this. Although this
it's finish
long,
straight
isn't
is
it?
long. So watch that clock. She has to beat the time of 39.43. And you would think that she would.
I think she's had a really tough final lap here, but it's going to be Sean Morelli, the defending champion from Rio, pushing hard now. It's going to be mighty close, but I think she'll have it in hand. It is the United States athlete who's going to take the gold medal here. 9.30 seconds. Well, she lost a huge amount of time on that lap, but Sean Morelli, 39 minutes, 33.79 seconds. And Emily Petricola, 9.30 seconds behind her. Meg Lemon in the bronze medal position, 1 minute and 40 behind Morelli.
Yeah, 9 seconds between Sean Morelli, who took the gold. Emily Petricola takes silver and Meg Lemon takes bronze. So Australia in silver and bronze, and USA taking the gold medal in the women's C4 time trial.
So this is the athletes out on the track now, the hand cyclists. This is Ernst van Dijk on the right-hand side there from South Africa. Another Paralympic legend. 8th Paralympic Games for him. Also started off in the swimming pool back in Barcelona. Didn't spend too much time swimming, turned to wheelchair and then cycling as well with great success. Well, that is the effort that Sean Morelli's put in. Held nothing back, the American. Successfully defending her title here. So the H category riders now on the course. That's the hand cycles, H5, H4, H3. Then women's H4 and 5 will be a combined category of factored times. Then it's men's H2, men's H1, and women's H1, 3. The other category we'll see later today is the B classification, which is for athletes with visual impairment. They'll ride tandems with a sighted pilot or guide on the bike. Super fast that will be.
Well, in the men's C1 time trial, we've just about had everyone finish. So the favourite we called Astashov, he is leading and looking to take this gold medal from Aaron Keith of USA and Michael Turber of Germany. So very close racing in the men's C1 time trial.
Yeah. So the C1, yeah, but Astashov.
He'll take the gold
medal.
medal.
Yeah, he will. Yeah.
Disappointment there for the New Zealand rider.
Astashov, 24.5337. Just 2.03 of a second ahead of Aaron Keith, with Michael Turber of Germany in the bronze medal position.
Yeah, very close times in the men's C1 time trial. But as we saw, Ricardo Ten of Spain having some issues out on the course. It's fair to say we can call the gold medal for Astashov. Silver to Aaron Keith from USA and bronze to Michael Turber of Germany.
Ketel Alenson from France finishes in 5th place at this stage. And Grace Taylor may have been the athlete we saw on the side of the road there. Kate O'Brien is still out there. And this is Rochelle Timothy in the women's C1-3 time trial. She was in 11th place at the 8-kilometer split. She was a C3 athlete.
And we're still to see a few riders come through that 8-kilometre split. Elise Mark of France, Anna Beck of Sweden, and Denise Schneider of Germany.
That's Anna Beck who's just gone through there. Second fastest behind Siguria Keiko of Japan.
Yeah, very good ride by Sugiura Keiko of Japan. She was 21 seconds ahead of Anna Beck, who was one of the favourites.
Elise Mark has just gone through, the French woman there in 14:21.91. She's down in 11th place with one rider, Denise Schindler, to go through. She is the pre-race favourite, the German in the women's C1-3 time trial. Well, wonderful. The athletes all on the course here, all competing in their different categories. This could be one of our H5 athletes. It certainly is one of our H5 athletes. I think that's Alfredo de los Santos in the H5 time trial. Wang Xiaomin of China in the C1-3 time trial. And Wang was in 4th place, 43 seconds behind the leader, Sugiura. Different speeds of the athletes. This is Sugiura Keiko. This is a similarly inspiring story, Keiko, the 50-year-old from Japan.
So Denise Schneider now has crossed through, and she was the favourite, but she's gone through in 9th position, 1 minute 24 down. So it's looking good for Japan at a home Paralympic Games, as Sugiura Keiko went through the 8-kilometre check mark, ranked number 1, 21.31 seconds in front of the Swedish rider of Anna Beck. And then we have the 2 Chinese riders, and in 5th position, Paige Greco of Australia.
This could be Clara Brown, who was in 6th position for the United States. It is indeed Clara Brown, 47 seconds down in the C1-3 time trial behind the leader, Sugiura of Japan.
A very strong rider, Clara Brown of the USA. And we must not forget that the times are factored for some of these riders, C1 and C2. And the times we are bringing you are the factored times, with Sugiura leading by 21 seconds through the 8-kilometre check mark.
Yeah, the 100% obviously C3 is the least impaired in this category. That time is her actual time. So 3rd in the time trial at the World Championships in 2019 was Clara Brown. Bronze medal there. And this is Daniela Carolina Muniva Flores from Colombia, the 7th rider through the 8-kilometre split. So on the track in the individual pursuit and the time trial, 9th and 10th in those events. The She was 4th in this event at Rio. So hopes of upgrading that to a bronze medal perhaps, or even better here in Tokyo.
Well, we're looking at Clara Brown here of the USA. One of the favourites coming into the race, looking very strong.
So there's a finish for Qian Zheng, in fact, Cindy Zheng, beg your pardon, who crosses the line in 27:54.05.
And a factored time of 26.53. Sarah Ellington comes in 2nd position at the moment, 29.04. So only 2 riders finished the race for the C1 to C3 time trial. Flores of Colombia.
This is Wang Xiaomei. She's C3, so her actual time will be what will be reflected here, not a factored time. And, oh, beg your pardon, she has a factored time.
Just enough to put her in 3rd position at the moment, 29.18. So only 3 riders to finish so far. Zhang Zini of China at the top of the leaderboard. Sarah Ellington of New Zealand in 2nd, and Wang Wei of China in 3rd. So we'll see a lot of riders from the women's C1 to 3 cross the line very soon. And this is the woman who went through the first time check fastest. Sugiwara of Japan, 1 kilometre to go for her. And she certainly has lost a little bit of time in those last couple of laps. This is actually Fuji of Japan.
Yeah, she was down quite some way off the lead at the first split.
That makes more sense.
Yeah, out of contention she is, yeah.
So we're still waiting to see Sugiwara cross the line of Japan.
Muniva Flores of Colombia here. She will have a factored time, 96.410%.
Right behind her is Sugiwara of Japan, closing in that gap with 500 metres to go.
Going very, very well indeed, is she not?
Yeah, she's fighting for that gold medal position, top of the leaderboard. And it'll be a painful last kilometre for Sugiwara. She went through the second time check fastest. Now it's just a waiting game. Well, the time of Zhang has passed. However, there will be factoring, so she needs to push all the way to the line. She's a C3 rider, so it'll be an actual time. She's just lost her gold medal position in that final lap, shakes the head. No, factored time puts her in the leader's position. Sugiwara has crossed the line with the lead time of 25.55, so that's the factored time.
So she is ahead by 58 seconds from Zheng Xini of China. And finishing now is Jamie Whitmore from the United States, the 3rd fastest time, 27.2048. Still to come here, though, Anna Beck, who was 2nd at the first split.
Yeah, some big names there still to come in, as you say. Anna Beck, Paige Greco, Clara Brown, Denise Schindler, Rochelle Timothy from Ireland still out on the course as well. Quite a few riders to come in.
Wang Xiaomei, the 3rd of the Chinese athletes as well. She was in the top 5 at the first split.
So it's a 16-kilometre time trial for the C1 to 3 women, who we're seeing coming now for their finish.
Yeah, 2 laps of this 8K circuit. And Well, the men's C5, 4 and 3 will be doing, C5 and 4 will be doing 32 kilometers, 4 laps, as will the men's B time trial. So Marzinke from Austria, Yvonne Marzinke, making her way to the finish here. She'll have a factored time, and a time of 30 minutes, 35.19 is her factored time, put her in 7th place at the moment.
Oh, the hand cyclists are giving it everything out on the course. They've got a nice smooth surface for a road race and road time trial.
It was Tim de Vries and Ernst van Dijk. Van Dijk coming through in 6th fastest there, as we keep an eye on the women's here.
Yeah, Wang just crossed the line. She moves into 3rd position. She's just pushed Jamie Whitmore out of the medals.
And that's the second of the Japanese athlete, Fujimiho, in 9th.
So we have a Japanese rider at the top of the leaderboard. The second rider in 9th.
Anna Beck is the rider most likely to threaten Sugiura's medal. There's Clara Brown. This is making her way towards the finish for the United States. 6th.
Trying to stay in that aero tough position, but just keeps looking up. 50 metres to go, and the time will be good enough to put her in 3rd position on the leaderboard. So Sugiura still on top of the leaderboard. Zhang from China in 2nd, and Clara Brown just moves into 3rd with 4 riders remaining.
Anna Beck was 21.5 seconds down at the first split. So if she can put in a really big effort in the second lap, she could be in the hunt there for the gold. Fancy could be de Vries, the leader of the men's H5. The 2 Dutch athletes in here, Mitch Valise, who's the world champion.
Well, in the women's, Paige Greco has just crossed the line in the 2nd fastest time, in medal position at the moment, with 3 athletes still to finish.
That is Valise going through now in the men's H5. So he will be the last to complete this first lap, and looking to better the time of Loic Vernon, beg your pardon. And he will do so. So Mitch Valise is the leader after the first lap in the men's H5 time trial. Vernon, then de Vries, O'Reilly, Stuart Tripp, Diego Colombari, Alfredo de los Santos of the United States, Luis Costa of Portugal, and Ernst van Dijk of South Africa down in 8th place, 1:31 down. Confirmation of the women's C4 time trial results. Sean Morelli of the United States defending the title she won in Rio in superb fashion. A very tight race with Emily Petricola of Australia leading home her fellow countrywoman Meg Lamont to make it 2 medals for Australia.
Well, here's Anna Beck of Sweden. She's chasing a medal here. What has she got? Oh, 2nd.
Yeah.
The time of Sugiura remains at the top of the leaderboard. It could be a gold medal for Japan at a home Paralympics. Anna Beck in 2nd and Paige Greco in 3rd, with just 2 athletes to complete the course. But that could be the medals for the women's C1 to 3 time trial.
Anna Beck made up, well, she didn't in the end make up time. She lost just under a second on that last lap, but she's in 2nd. Paige Greco 3rd, and Denise Schindler, who when he felt would be the favorite to win this title, is well, she was the silver medalist at Rio. There's confirmation of the men's C1, Astashoff, Keith and Turbo. Bit of an upset when the Turbo was expected to be the winner there. And unfortunately, Ricardo 10 not able to complete the race. We saw him falling a little bit earlier. Very disappointing for the legendary Spaniard.
2 Australian athletes in the medal position. Well, here's Anna Beck of Sweden. She's chasing a medal here. What has she got?
back on the hand cycle. So just keeping track of all the events on the track at the moment. The women's C1-3 looks like gold for Japan in Sugiura Keiko, silver for Sweden in Anna Beck, and bronze for Paige Greco of Australia, with just Denise Schindler and Elise Mark out there, but they were well over a minute and a half down. So it's unlikely that they're going to make that time up. So it could be glory for Japan. Meanwhile, this is the men's H5 time trial. 3 laps they will do here. And Diego Colombari there. He was 6th fastest. This is Ernst van Dijk from Paarl in South Africa. And Mitch Valise, the Dutchman, who is the leader after the first lap.
Well, you can see how much the technology's developed over the last 5 to 10 years. All these racing hand cycles, custom made. And you can see the disc wheels on the South African's bike. That'll give him an advantage on the downhills and the flats when they're over 30 kilometres an hour. Huge advantage from the disc wheels. Sometimes a little bit heavier to get up over the inclines. But the designs and aerodynamics of these bikes, the position the riders have to feel comfortable.
Glance over his shoulder for Tim de Vries, who's currently in 3rd place, the 43-year-old Dutchman. And Ernst van Dijk, the South African, battling a little today. Ernst, he was the gold medalist in Rio on the track. But today's not his day, it seems. Although there's still a couple of laps to go, so he might come good. He has got endurance in him, that's for sure.
And we're just discussing earlier how these bikes need to be steered and pedalled at the same time, which is quite a bit of an art to ride the hand cycles and get used to them.
And then the recumbent bikes as well.
Yeah, for those riders who do not have full function of their torso in the reclined position. And then the C5 athletes, many of them using a lot of their core stability, their torso and their arms. And we see specific bikes can be turned by leaning as well. So now we have all the riders finished in the women's C1-3 time trial. The gold medal goes to Sugiura Keiko of Japan, silver medal to Anna Beck of Sweden, and bronze to Australia's Paige Greco. So they are the medals in the women's C1-3 time trial.
Valise, the leader in the men's H5 time trial.
Now, race 8, men's H3 competition. It consists of 16 riders completing 3 laps of the 8-kilometer course for a total of 24 kilometers. The result is strictly based on overall
You can hear them just about setting off the next batch of riders.
Oh, Valise came in as the favourite in the men's H5 time trial. Can he live up to expectations? He's looking good out there at the moment.
This is the Frenchman, Loic Vergnaud, the 42-year-old who was just 22 seconds down at that first split.
Representing Czech Republic,
Vergnaud, the runner-up in the World Championships to Valise in both the road race and the time trial.
Valise, he was using prosthetics at university and he had more problems than benefits and a lot of pain from the prosthetics, so he chose to have the legs amputated and take up elite level paracycling.
Fourth in the time trial there, Tim de Vries at the World Championships. So there he is, a 3-time road race world champion. Now, is there a little bit of rain coming in on the left-hand side? As we look at the results, the confirmation of the women's C1 3-time trial. Sugiura Keiko of Japan takes the gold medal on home track. What a wonderful, wonderful day for the Japanese athlete. Beck from New Zealand from Sweden takes the silver, and Paige Greco the bronze medal for Australia. We're having a fine day today, Australia. They've already got a gold in Darren Hicks and a couple of other medals through Petricola and Le Mans in the road race, and so they're having a final day. Those are the Dutch here in the C5, men's H5, beg your pardon. This is Tim de Vries. And Stuart Tripp finding away there.
Well, Stu Tripp of Australia just working hard on the climb there.
46 seconds down after the first lap, Tripp.
He wears number 1, which comes with a lot of pressure.
This is de Vries in virtual third place, but that'll all start unfolding. We've had one athlete through the 16K mark, 2-3 now. Colombari of Italy at 27 minutes, 18.59. Alfredo de los Santos, the United States, followed by Luis Costa. 59 seconds back, Costa of Colombari. But the heavy hitters are coming. Mitch Valise, Loic Vernigo, Tim de Vries. Those are the men you feel are battling it out for the medals here in the H5 time trial. It has got more overcast for sure. And just a shot we saw a little bit earlier suggested there may be some low cloud coming in. And with such high humidity at the start of the day, 90% humidity, there may, well, certainly the feeling that was that there may be some rain later on today.
Well, Tim de Vries now climbing this steepest part of the circuit, trying to keep the momentum. Few little bumps, it can really knock your momentum around a little bit.
Very fine around the corner there.
Yeah, just trying to take the best line possible. You want to make your course as short as possible while still being able to apply the power. So it won't be long now and we'll have another time split at the 16-kilometre mark. Tim de Vries on quite a fast ride with 500 metres until he crosses that 16-kilometre time check.
9 athletes in this men's H5 time trial. And 2 from the Netherlands. Both are looking very good for medals at this stage.
Well, you can see how demanding this course is for the para-athletes.
And it's, you don't get the idea of just how hot and humid it is out there. He looks across and maybe getting a word of advice or a split, as de Vries will go fastest after the second time split at 16 kilometers. So he's the leader at the moment. Colombari 20.68 seconds back.
Well, de Vries will be interested about the time split of this man, which is Mitch Valits of the Netherlands. They certainly do have some talent here in the men's H5 time trial.
Great ride by Gary O'Reilly, who's just gone through the Irishman. Has bulleted around the second lap to take the fastest time.
By 39 seconds.
Yeah, he's powering through. He was 4th fastest on the first 8K lap, but he's really found his rhythm now. There he is.
He's on his final lap now, and he would have been told that he's on the fastest time after 16 kilometres.
And that's always an interesting thing, isn't it? When you know you're in a position of a medal position, how do you handle this final effort?
It's morale lifting, even if you're in a world of pain and you get that time split. But Velits, he's just blitzed that time by over a minute. So he's in the gold medal position with just 1 lap to go. And he'll certainly have a morale lift. You can see he's just pumping away there, pushing. 1 lap to go. He knows he can do this. Mitch Velits of Netherlands. He has a super fast 16-kilometre time check. 1 minute and 4 seconds ahead of French rider, who is in 2nd.
Yeah, the battle for silver is going to be very interesting, because Loic Vernigo is just 5 seconds ahead of Gary O'Reilly, who is absolutely charging the Irishman. De Vries is some way off. He's almost 40 seconds behind O'Reilly. So all the riders 9 through after 2 laps of the men's H5. And the slowest of them is Van Dijk of South Africa. Not a good day for the South African. He'll set his sights on the road race, perhaps.
Well, it's Velits, Bernard and O'Reilly in the medal positions. Gold, silver and bronze with 1 lap to go.
That's Alexander Gritsch next to him. He's an H4 athlete. The recumbent hand cycle.
Well, Velits wouldn't be happy about that. Just put him off his line a little bit. He's in the gold medal position.
So O'Reilly is on a mission here, is he not? Absolutely powering through the second lap.
Yeah, Ellie has 4 or 5 seconds on this second lap to make up the time on Bernard of France to try and take the silver medal. He's out there racing as hard as he can to try and take that silver medal. He's in bronze medal position at the moment.
'28-year-old Gary O'Reilly. And his international debut only 2018 at the European Championships, so he's newish to the sport, having made his debut at the age of 23 in 2016 in Ireland as a paracyclist. So he's one of those athletes who's new to this environment, the Paralympic Games, after he fell off a forklift truck at work in 2014 and damaged 3 vertebrae in his back.
Well, he's pulling away there. You can see he's really putting the power down.
One of his heroes is Alex Zanardi, who's not here at these games, but a multiple medalist. Former motor race star, Alex Zanardi, who lost both his legs in a motor racing accident and then turned his attention to this form of the sport and promptly produced 4 gold medals in 2 games. Nice tussle going on here, O'Reilly and De Vries, although it's only on the track it looks a close race, but in fact it's not that close, because O'Reilly leads De Vries by close on a minute.
Yeah, you can see he keeps looking behind. He's not happy that De Vries gets a little bit of the slipstream, but he is way ahead of De Vries, so O'Reilly just needs to concentrate on his race. Now, De Vries is told by the commissaires just to move outside of that slipstream. And that makes it somewhat harder when you're not directly behind a rider getting the benefit of the slipstream. This is where O'Reilly will open that gap up. And he is racing for that silver medal. Mitch Valits of the Netherlands, clear leader after the 16-kilometre mark. And here's the man O'Reilly trying to chase the time of Bergnard of France.
Cool chain ring in the national colours.
Special touches. As we said, they've had an extra year to prepare all of their equipment, make some last-minute innovations, and style counts, that's for sure. When you show up with a new machine, new wheels, new tyres, you can really intimidate the other cyclists.
Look the part. So this is the leader from the Netherlands, looking very smooth in the moment. He's over a minute clear at the second time check with 8 kilometers to go of Loic Bergnard, the Frenchman, who himself was just 5 seconds clear of Gary O'Reilly. So that's where the real race is going to be fascinating for silver. You feel that barring, well, major catastrophe, that Valise should get the gold medal.
Oh,
well,
Bergnard now making a move back at Valise, who would have passed Bergnard, still in the lead position, the Dutchman. And the commissaires on the motorbikes keeping a close eye on the riders to make sure that they're not getting advantage in that slipstream, because this could help the Frenchman to a silver medal.
Absolutely, moves out of the line now and back in.
Yeah, they'll give us some leeway of a couple of seconds in the slipstream, but if you're sitting there for 5 or 6 seconds, that's when you're in danger of getting a time penalty. So this is the man trying to catch the time of the Frenchman. He's pushing all the wind himself. He's getting the aero position there. And Bergnard has gone past Valits. Valits still being the leader though, the Dutchman. Number 6 there.
Whoa! Disaster!
He can still do this. He had a handy lead. He's just got to wind back up, stay composed. He took a deep breath.
Yeah, he did. He took a deep breath and said, look, you've got this. Don't overcook it. And that's what happened there. Just got a little bit too caught up in that little race with the Frenchman going over the last kilometre.
Yeah, so we'll just get a replay of that going into the corner. So a little bit thrown off by the pass of the Frenchman. Just put him off his line a little bit. He couldn't move right out to get that correct line. So he went in a little bit tight, went out wide, and was very fortunate to be able to get himself back up quickly. Hopefully no damage to the equipment. But let's remember, at the 16-kilometre mark, he had a 1 minute and 4 advantage. He would have lost about 15, 20 seconds having to accelerate back up to speed. And it's not only the time, but it's the fatigue, just getting back up to speed, the work that's required. And this is the man, Gary O'Reilly, that was sitting in 3rd position after the 16-kilometre mark. We've had one rider finish now from Italy, Colombari. He sets the time at 41 minutes and 21 seconds.
Yeah, so that little incident is really going to fire up the last lap of this event, or last half lap now, because Vernigo is going to feel, well, he's got a chance here. Really go hard. Gary O'Reilly is chasing for all he's worth.
Yeah, I feel that Gary O'Reilly's had to do this the tough way in comparison to the Frenchman, Bergnard, because he's had that tussle with Valits, the fastest man out on the track, and that's really, really helped him pick up some time, whereas Gary O'Reilly's just been out there by himself with no one to chase, and it's just a little bit harder physically and mentally when you're out there by yourself pushing the wind. And Velits back into his rhythm now. Let's hope he holds on to the gold medal position that is so well deserved. And that little mishap in the corner, I personally don't think it would have happened if he was not being challenged by the Frenchman.
Yeah, and the key now is for him not to panic, not to worry, although the Frenchman, like Vergnaud, is really putting everything into his final effort here.
Yeah,
he's so close for the silver.
Yeah, he is really pumping it now.
Well, now there's the recumbents coming into the picture as well. And here comes Velits, who makes his way back.
And that'll be pure adrenaline that has driven him to catch him back. And as I said, they're able to use each other as a target, and for that motivation to keep fighting on. So a very big advantage for the Frenchman, who's likely to come in second position. But Mitch Velits of Netherlands, he has had a phenomenal ride.
Dos Santos goes second fastest now, and the Portuguese rider Luis Costa third as Creature breaks. But it's Alfredo de los Santos of the United States, and just behind him is the Portuguese athlete Luis Costa. 41:21.29 is the fastest time at the moment from Colombari of Italy.
Well, you can see O'Reilly's been out there by himself for a long time. No other riders to keep pressure on him, and he's really feeling it now. It kind of just takes away the pain when you've got riders all around you to race against.
De Vries, Velits and Vergnaud, all these athletes in the mix here, although De Vries is a little bit off the pace, but certainly Vergnaud as well as Velits are the athletes after the gold and silver here. That little scary moment going through the pit area for Velits. He seems to have recovered well from that.
Yeah, well, again, he's got a little bit of traffic out there, just not able to take the perfect line everywhere. O'Reilly coming in as well. So we'll see some fast times posted very soon.
41:21.29 at the moment is the fastest time. Diego Colombari, the 39-year-old Italian. And you can just see Gary O'Reilly at the end of the straight there. Give you an idea of how long a starting grid is here, because it's 39:24. Just over 2 minutes he's got, and he comes powering in here, Gary O'Reilly from Ireland. How will this time stand up as he coasts in 39:36.46, so he goes top of the standings right now. It's about these two, Velits and Vergnaud.
Well, Velits at this point looks like he'll take the gold medal. It's a decider between Gary O'Reilly.
Stuart Tripp clocks 42 minutes 56.88. He is at the moment in 5th place for Australia. But here is Mitch Velits, the world champion. And he's going to post the fastest time here, comfortably so. And second place will be Loic Vergnaud, 39:15.16, 102.22 behind Velits. So it is looking like a Dutch delight here, with France in second place, Ireland in third place, and Tim de Vries rolls in, and that'll be 5th place for the Netherlands. So not the best of final laps, but a really excellent ride from Mitch Velits, who overcame a very scary moment at the pit area when he lost balance and went into the barriers under pressure from Loic Vergnaud, not on the clock but on the track, and he succumbed to that a little, but then recovered very well indeed, and he lost in the end just a couple of seconds. 102.22 the difference between gold and silver, with Gary O'Reilly of Ireland picking up the bronze medal here for a superb ride as he just got faster and faster.
Well, Dutch victory for the men's H5, and we have got Dutch in the lead in the men's H4 time trial as well, just 35 seconds ahead of Thomas Fruvwith of Austria. Austria doing well in 3rd position after the 16-kilometre check mark as well. Grant Allen of Australia was in 4th position after the 16-kilometre mark.
Well, there's Tim de Vries, and alongside him is Mitch Verlies. And a confirmation of the powerful Mitch Verlies driving it home over the last few meters to collect the gold medal. Stops his clock and looks over his shoulder to check the time. A little punch there, very low-key, but he does the job because he knows he's got the gold medal.
Well, with all of the H4 time trialists out on the course, all but one have passed that 16-kilometre check mark. As we said, Netherlands leading with Jets Platt, one of the big favourites, the big favourite, and the 2 Austrians sitting in 2nd and 3rd. Fruerworth and Kritsche of Austria.
Platt, just an outright favourite here. He's already a gold medalist at these games in the triathlon, one of those not insignificant number of athletes who compete across 2 different sports, albeit that the triathlon and the road cycling are not too far apart. But he was dominant in his category in the PTWC triathlon to take the gold medal there. And the 30-year-old is looking very strong here, having finished in 6th place in Rio in the time trial and 8th in London. This is looking good for a much improved result here in Tokyo. He is the world champion, of course, in this discipline, both in the time trial and the road. Confirming a gold medal for the Netherlands, Mitch Verlies of the Netherlands, as I say, 1 minute 2.22 seconds ahead of Loic Bergenau of France, with Gary O'Reilly taking bronze for Ireland in the H5.
Well, we're looking here at the rider, Jets Platt from the Netherlands. You can see that blue tube near his neck. That's for hydration, so he can get some fluids on board. On the other side, a thin cable for radio communication, as you can see there. And then he's using the electronic gears. So he's got his right lever, brake lever.
Yeah, he was the gold medalist, or won the World Cup as well in Ostend in Belgium in May. So he is the form rider, world champion, World Cup leader, and now leading the Paralympic Games race on the track at the moment. We go to, that was an athlete in the H3.
49 years old. Lee from Korea.
So the H3 is also out on the course, having completed 1 lap there. Ruslan Kuznetsov of the Russian Paralympic Committee is the leader. Jean-Francois Deberg, 2nd fastest after lap 1. Hans Frey, the legendary Hans Frey, whose Paralympic career goes back to 1984. The 63-year-old in 3rd place. Can you believe it? He will be competing for a medal, you can rest assured. Back to the H4s. And
they're out on their final lap, so all riders cross through the 16-kilometre check mark and out there on their final lap. So 3 laps, 24 kilometres for the men's H4 time trial.
H4, H3 on the course at the moment, and there were quite big fields in both of these events. 17 riders in the H4s and even more, 20 in the H3s.
Just getting a close look there of the bike of Jets Platz. No doubt a lot of work would have gone into all of these bikes and the designs, making them comfortable for the riders, but also efficient in regards to power outputs and aerodynamics.
Yeah, fortunately, conditions, albeit hot and humid, there's absolutely no wind at all out at the Mount Fuji International Speedway. Just a little breather there for the Austrian athlete.
Seen a couple of riders take that wide, that corner.
Beg your pardon, that's Kim Christensen, the Dane. Yeah. You don't want to get too eager there. The cloud is low down, so yeah, humidity will be high.
Now, unfortunately, we've seen one DNF from the men's H4 time trial from Switzerland, Fabian Recca. He's out of the race.
And he was in 7th place at that stage. Unfortunate. It's a mechanical that has resulted in Fabian Recca withdrawing, the 22-year-old. Still plenty of opportunity for him in the years to come. Wide age range here from Fabian Recca to Bernd Jeffrey, the German, who at 57 is the oldest. There he is. That's Recca.
Yeah, another corner that we've seen riders come off. So there's a couple of tricky corners on this circuit. So we've had one rider finish in the men's H4 time trial. Thomas Davis of USA. He posts time of 41.14, so that's the time to beat for the rest of the riders who are out there on their final lap.
So Jonas van der Steen there, the Belgian. That's van der Steen. This could be rider Ibanez of Spain. Going through, in fact, it's Luis Miguel Garcia Marquina in the H3. Goes through 3rd fastest in this big field of 16 in the H3. Now, what can you see here? A little bit of wind. There's a breeze that's built up at Mount Fuji.
Yeah, it can make a very big difference if the wind picks up for riders that start off a little bit later opposed to the ones that have gone off early without the wind. So it plays a big factor. And what we're actually seeing now is the use of disc wheels is decreasing. Sometimes with crosswinds it's quite a difficult thing to manage, but we have seen a lot of the top medal winning riders racing without disc wheels, so a little bit lighter and a little bit easier to control in the wind. And this is the favourite for the men's H4 time trial, and he's absolutely flying.
I mean, he's backed up unbelievably considering they won the triathlon early Sunday and put that to bed. That gold medal is safe and sound, and now he's on the hunt for another. And why not? He's in great form. The wind is certainly up now. Those flags along the finishing straight there.
Yeah, it's kind of a feel that a storm might be rolling in.
Yeah.
They've been lucky to this point not to have rain.
Of course, the events go on through the afternoon, so there might be a chance that we'll see some of those affected by the rain. Let's hope not. It could be very, very dangerous indeed. It's Platt. He, like so many of these athletes, are adrenaline junkies. They love getting out and doing all sorts of extreme events. He obviously triathlon and cycling, but he loves motocross as well. So his condition, a congenital condition, shorter left upper leg with no ligaments in his left knee, and eventually he had his right lower leg and left foot amputated in 2008.
Well, interestingly, he said after the London Paralympics, where he finished 4th in the road race, that he couldn't understand he was a full-time athlete, but he did realise that a few months after the games that he was obsessing too much with his training and his equipment, and he wasn't socialising, so he had to really take a step back and reevaluate everything. It looks like coming into Tokyo he has all of that sorted out in the form of his life.
Although how he has time for much else is it's interesting. He's a world 4-time. The last 4 years he's won the Paratriathlon World Championships in Lausanne and the Gold Coast and Rotterdam. European champion as well. So really a full-time athlete with a training program across 2 different sports, although they're very complementary, obviously. But he's certainly a busy man, that's for sure.
Sometimes it's just that it's a state of mind, you know, it's just a flick of the switch to try and relax a little bit more, not think so much about what he has or hasn't done, not dwelling on, you know, training sessions that may have been cancelled and all those type of things. You can only do what you can do, and it is a tricky thing for an athlete to really put things into perspective and believe in themselves, do the work that needs to be done. As he now comes into the finish line, he has posted the fastest time. Still a few to come in, but by 1 minute and 1 second, it looks like the gold medal. Another one will go to Jets Platt. He is absolutely exhausted.
And the Netherlands having a grand old time here, because they look as like they're going to add another gold medal. Thomas Freuwirth comes in 38:30:61, so 1 minute 1.69. Alex Grich, and you feel that that is it for the medals, because the remaining riders are a long way further back. So Platt, Freuwirth and Grich. Netherlands, and a double for Austria. Christensen some way off it down here. The Dane will be down in 8th place. So the Netherlands, who Jets Platt, collect another gold medal. The Soniers have got their hands full today because their team really are performing brilliantly. Strong tradition, of course, of cycling across many disciplines in the Netherlands. We saw in the Olympic Games and the Paralympic Games, and the track, they were featured very prominently. And this is Jonas van der Steen. Beg your pardon, I think this is an athlete in the H3, the Belgian Jean-Francois de Berg. He goes through for his next lap. This is the finishing effort from the gold medalist in the men's H4. Jets Platt to add another gold medal. Gold in the triathlon in Rio, gold in the triathlon in Tokyo, and now on the road here, Jets Platt picks up another gold medal, improving on his 6th place in the time trial in Rio, 8th in London, and now gold in Tokyo.
We have some time checks at 16 kilometres for the H3 men's time trial. It's Ryan Pinney of USA who goes through in the fastest time. Only 4 riders have passed that 16 kilometre time check.
Yeah, Ruslan Kuznetsov was the pick of those riders after the first lap. With Walter Ablinger and Luis Miguel Garcia Marquina. Always looking to challenge. Van der Steen. Ryan Penny with 3.19 seconds over Jean-Francois de Berg, who's just gone through there now, the finish line. Joey Desjardins in third place for Canada. And our field is in the men's H4 time trial. All riders have completed the track bar Fabian Reche, who had to withdraw, but gold, Jets Platt, Thomas Freuwirth, silver, and Alexander Gritz of Austria, making it a gold, silver and bronze for Austria. So the H4, the triumph for the Netherlands, Jets Platt.
Well, this is Ryan Penny of the USA, who holds the fastest time so far through the 16-kilometre time check, with more than half the field yet to cross that 16-kilometre time check. Riding a pink bike. The other rider from the USA, Chloe Dygart's famous for her pink shoes. So there might be something about the mystery behind the use of pink for the USA.
Well, is there a secret and a mystery behind the color of your bike?
Absolutely. It's got to look good to be fast. There's a mystery behind everything. If it looks good and you feel good, you go good. So
Jets Platt went good today. The Dutchman taking the gold in the men's H4 time trial. Thomas Freuwirth, Alexander Gritz, silver and bronze for Austria. The complete field, unfortunate for Fabian Reche, not finishing the Swiss rider. He's in 7th place when he withdrew, unfortunately. We focus on the H3 time trial now. And so far, this Jean-Francois de Berg was in 3rd place going through the first checkpoint, 16 kilometers.
Ryan Penny of USA has lost the lead now as some faster riders are coming through. It's
Ruslan Kuznetsov has pipped him there to go 33 seconds faster than Heinz Frey.
Yeah, Heinz Frey of Switzerland is on a good ride as well. 6 riders still to cross that line for the 16-kilometre check, but it gives us some indication. Heinz Frey trailing by 33 seconds in 2nd position. Ryan Penny is 42 seconds off the lead at the 16-kilometre check mark.
This is Jean-Francois de Berg in 4th place at the moment. Caught a glimpse a little earlier of Riyad Tassim, the French rider. But Heinz Frey, the 63-year-old, he's put in a huge 2nd lap. He was 6th fastest over the first 8 kilometers. And he's come charging through. Vico Mechelen from Germany, the 44-year-old, was 4th fastest after the first lap.
Well, the Italian, who was the gold medalist in Rio and the current world champion in this event, is yet to come through the 16-kilometre check mark. As we now see Mechelen of Germany.
Yeah, it could boil up rather nicely, this race over the last lap. With plenty of contenders in the mix. Walter Ablinger, the Austrian, was just 46 seconds behind Kuznetsov after the first lap. Plenty of space for both athletes here. A little glance across.
We can see from the back of these hand cycles that some riders are using a bottle behind the saddle. Other riders using the camelback style with the tube. All about positioning that weight of the liquids.
And tell you the women's age forward 5 time trial is also on the road. That's a one event, but 2 classes there. And they passed through, half that field have passed through the 8-kilometer split. Some superstars there, Jeanette Janssen, Sandra Graf among them. And Sun Bian of China has posted the fastest time after the first lap. Back with Kuznetsov.
Yep, back with the H3 men's time trial. We have a new leader after 16 kilometres from Austria, Walter Ablinger.
Yeah, he's gone fastest over the second lap, Ablinger. But so close. 1.43 of a second over Kuznetsov. We're going to have a real tight race here.
Yep, it's the closest racing we've seen so far now in the men's H3 time trial.
So this is Kuznetsov of the Russian Paralympic Committee, second place after the split at the 16-kilometer mark.
You can see the mirror there. It's very important when there's a lot of traffic out on the course at the same time. If there's a faster rider coming through, you'll know to move out of the way and let them take the faster line. But also a very difficult thing to manage when you've got different categories out there. A faster rider doesn't necessarily mean he's in a better position in his category than you are in yours. So it's a little bit of, I think, common sense out there among the riders. This is for Italy's Paolo Cicchetto, having a bit of a rough time out there.
Yeah, he's a man who won the road race gold in Rio, and he's the current world champion, but perhaps not going quite according to plan today. But it is for Kuznetsov, well, just about. I mean, he is in second place, but so tight as Luis Miguel Garcia Marquina of Spain goes through third fastest.
Only 2.1 seconds behind the leader at the moment.
And right now, we've got 4 riders who are within less than 4 seconds of one another. Ablinger of Austria, Kuznetsov of the Russian Paralympic Committee, Garcia Marquina of Spain, and Merklein of Germany. That's how tight it's going to be in this, it is at the moment, in this H3.
Just 4 seconds between them after the 16-kilometre mark. They're out on their final lap at the moment. Haven't seen any rainfall just yet, but this is Kuznetsov. He is absolutely flying. So he's in second position after 16 kilometres, but can he bring it home for the gold medal? Only 1.5 seconds separates himself and the gold medal. Carbon bike. It seems to be everything carbon these days. He's got the disc wheels, got the most aero position that he possibly can get.
No. Possibly Thomas Mosnika from the Czech Republic. But Paolo Cicchetto goes through now. He's in 5th place. He's improved a little after his opening lap, but out of the medals, 21 seconds behind Ablinger.
Yeah, he'd have to do something very special on the final lap, the Italian Paolo Cicchetto, to get himself into medal contention.
Heavy atmosphere, plenty of humidity, but that low cloud will be obscuring the beautiful Mount Fuji, which is not far from where they are here.
Visibility not so great. I think there might be some rain coming in.
And that breeze.
Wind is, as you say, Gerald, the wind has extremely picked up throughout the last 1 hour of this competition.
But on this sector of the track, it'll be pretty much blocked off by the pits, I would think, and the fences. But in the open expanses right on the out of the course, they may be exposed to that wind. That's the legend Heinz Frey going through.
Yeah, he sits in 5th position, 6th position at the 16-kilometre mark. The time gaps are not massive, but between the top 4, only 4 seconds between them. 3.5 seconds to be exact. So it very, very close race coming into the finish.
Heinz Frey is now competing in his 10th Paralympic Games, Summer Games, and he's got 4 Winter Games to his name as well. 14 gold medals across all the sports. 3 on the road, of course. And still highly competitive. 9th at the World Championships, 8th in the World Cup in Ostend.
Well, it's absolutely amazing. I used to think of triathletes and how do they train for cycling, swimming and running. Being a former cyclist myself, it was demanding enough, and I'm like, how would you fit in the swimming and the running as well? And then you see these athletes that are competing in completely different events at the Paralympic Games. It'll have to be a difficult mind shift as well, one race at a time. The preparation done well before they show up in Tokyo. McLean, he was only 3.5 seconds off the leader at the 16-kilometre mark in 4th position. Well in reach of a medal. Gold, silver and bronze. It's going to be a tight race in the finish.
Well, it's going to be so exciting, this H3 time trial. So little in it. It's Tomasz Mośnika from the Czech Republic. He was well down, 15th place going through the second checkpoint. But heading into the track one more time. And this is Rafał Suzmicz from Poland. In 9th place. Beautifully smooth surface, really, bar 1 or 2 little bumps there we saw, but really, generally this is a superb course. I'm sure all the riders will be very, very happy with it.
Walter Alblinger of Austria, he was the top of the leaders board after the 16-kilometre check mark. Now out on their final laps. We've had one rider finish from the men's H3 time trial. Ryan Pinney, he posts a time of 44 minutes and 41 seconds.
Just a quick update for the women's H4, H5 time trial. I can tell you that Andrea Eskel of Germany has posted the fastest time after the first 8 kilometres of their 3-lap race by 55 seconds from Oksana Masters of the United States and Sun Bianbin of China. Top 3 so far in the women's H4-5. We'll come back to that later as Mośnika, beg your pardon, closes in on the finish of his effort in the H3. And he'll be well outside the time of Ryan Pinney.
That's enough, he says. Final lap.
No more. You don't have to go round again.
Just making sure the timers know that he is done for the day.
Jean-François Deberg from Belgium. Great start. Was just 21 seconds behind the leaders in 5th place after lap 1, but dropped back to 46 seconds down after lap 2.
And Marquina, he was one of the riders. The Spaniard in the 4 seconds of the leader.
Slovenian Andrzej Doplihar. And he will be outside of Penny's time, but inside of that of Morsnika. But it's all about those athletes who were within 4 seconds of one another, 4 of them. Walter Abeling of Austria, Ruslan Kuznetsov of the Russian Paralympic Committee, which is, that's him there going the climb now. Luis Miguel Garcia Marquina and Vico Merklein, beg your pardon.
Oh, you can see the pain on their faces now, just giving everything they've got.
Immense power and rhythm driving for the finish line here. And 2 athletes roll in. Jean-Francois Deberg of Belgium finishing just 33 seconds outside Ryan Penny's time. And Joey de Dargin 1 minute and 32 behind. This is none of the Spaniards, whom there are 2 in this field. And this is possibly Israel rider Ibanez. It is indeed. He finishes in 3:11 behind Penny, and right now in 5th place. This is Kuznetsov, the Russian. So we're getting down to the business end here.
Yeah, we're about to see some fast times posted now. You can see that fight for the finish line approaching. All these riders in contention of medals, just pushing as hard as they can for the line.
I think this could be finishing now. That's Suzmich of Poland. In another of the Canadian athletes, Alex Hindman goes through in 8th at the moment, 6:54 down. But the business end is arriving very, very shortly.
Well, Heinz
Fry, and now Kuznetsov, 43:49. So that's the time you feel is going to be the target.
And Ablinger. Let's see where he finishes. He had the fastest time at the 16-kilometre mark, but still out there on the course. Walter Ablinger of Austria.
So Ruslan Kuznetsov has finished that. Is an image of exhaustion, that of Rafael Suzmich, the Pole. At the moment is in 5th place, but Kuznetsov, 43 minutes, 49.24 seconds is the target time. Yes. Well, there's the one of the Spaniards, Ibanez. Of course, the other Spaniard, Luis Miguel Garcia Marquina, is very much in the hunt for a medal here. Vico Merklein as well from Germany. As Rory Mead rolls in. So this is Ablinger, Walter Ablinger. 43.49, it's going to be close, and he goes fastest by 10 seconds. So Austria's Walter Ablinger is into the gold medal position right now.
Be a very hard time to beat that. He came in with great form after winning the individual time trial at the 2021 European Championships. So he is the one to beat at the top of the leaderboard for now.
Those chasing him, well, it's only Garcia Marquina and Merklein, the German, who have a shot at it. athletes going through with the women's H4, H5. As Darsim completes his ride, the Frenchman.
Yeah, he comes in 7th position at the moment.
So right now it's Walter Arblinger in the gold medal position by 10 seconds from Ruslan Kuznetsov and by 1 minute and 2 seconds from Ryan Penny. But Penny's time will be under threat from Luis Miguel Garcia Marquina and Vico Merklein, the Spaniard and the German. And that is Garcia Marquina heading into the track now to complete his ride and push for that medal. He was 2.19 down on the leader in 3rd place at the last split. How's his final lap been?
Well, they're digging deep now with 300 meters to go. It's a long final straight. Will the leaderboard change?
Merklein in 2nd place, so he pips Kuznetsov and just 1.89 of a second behind Arblinger. Unbelievably close.
So 3 more riders to finish for the H3 time trial with Arblinger in the lead. Merklein of Germany in 2nd and Kuznetsov of the Russian Paralympic Committee is in 3rd position.
So his riders recover and recuperate. Here is Garcia Marquina. He's the one man who can get in amongst those medals. Arblinger, Merklein and Kuznetsov are in the medals at the moment. 43.39.17 is the time for the gold medal. 43.41 for silver. 49.49 for bronze. Marquina driving it home here as fast as he can. The gold is gone. The silver is gone. Can he hold on for the bronze medal here? 49 seconds is what we're looking for. It's going to be so close. He's going to snatch it. No. Yes, he does. Yes, he does. He takes the bronze medal by the narrowest of margins, by half a second. Phenomenal.
It is phenomenal after racing 24 kilometers and only having seconds and tenths of a second between the medals. Unbelievable racing in the H3 men's time trial, all so close over the finish line. Arblinger sits in gold medal position, Merklein in silver, and Garcia Marquina in bronze.
Well, just 10 seconds between the top 4 and just 9.51 between the top 3. As close a race as we've seen, particularly for the gold medal with Walter Arblinger of Austria, the 52-year-old taking the gold medal here by 1.89 of a second. Unbelievably tight. He won the road race back in London in 2012. And Moreau goes through 3:21 down. So to finish in 11th place. But Arblinger adding a gold in the time trial here in 2021 to a gold in 2012 in London on the road race. It was silver in the time trial in Rio and London. And he's come good here in emphatic fashion. The Austrian confirmation of his victory by 1.89 of a second over Vico Merklein. That's Luis Miguel Garcia Marquina in 3rd place. Kuznetsov nudged out of the medals at the very last moment. And Cecchetto in 4th place. Fine riding. What close racing all the way through.
Yeah, fantastic ride from Walter Arblinger. He's 52 years of age. He's been in paracycling since the age of 30. But an absolutely phenomenal ride to just take that gold medal over Merklein of Germany.
So we can turn our attention now to the races out there. This is Sergio Garot Munoz of Spain in the men's H2 time trial. And he's the leader after the first 8 kilometers. With the man to beat, Luca Mazzoni. He's the acknowledged favorite for this event. William Gruls of the United States, Florian Johnny, Rory Mead. And we saw cross the line a little bit earlier the New Zealander, Tobias Fankhauser and Pongchai Yunarandi of Thailand. That's the field in this event.
We've also got the women's H4-5 time trial out on the course, with most of the riders having completed the 16-kilometre time check with 1 lap to go. It is Oksana Masters of USA who has the fastest time at 16 kilometres. China's Sun Banbian in second, and Jeanette Janssen from the Netherlands in third. 1 minute 45 down on the leader. So the women's H4-5 time trial is out on the circuit, just approaching their final lap to complete their 24-kilometre race.
It's Lee Do-yeon of Korea. Back with the men's H2, Sergio Garot Munoz. Just 2.66 seconds after the first lap, ahead of Luca Mazzoni of Italy.
Third Paralympic Games. He finished 7th in women's time trial in London 2012, and also 8th in
The men's H2 time trial is looking close. After 8 kilometres, only 2.6 seconds between Garot Munoz of Spain and Mazzoni of Italy.
So, getting towards the end, I think we've got another 2 or 3 events to complete before the morning session is done, and then we have another 7 events in the afternoon session of the 19 medals on offer in the time trials today on the opening day of the road cycling program at the Tokyo Paralympics in 2020 or 2021. So the order after the first lap: Munoz, Mazzoni, William Grelou of the United States, Florian Johnny of France, Rory Mead, New Zealand, Tobias Fankhauser, and Pongchai Yanarudi of Thailand.
Well, the race is really between Sergio Garot Munoz and Luca Mazzoni. Gold and silver, only 2.6 seconds separating those riders at the 8-kilometre check. They're out on their final lap.
Starting next, representing Germany, Annika Zehen.
All riders from the women's H4-5 time trial have now completed the 16-kilometre check mark, and they are on their final lap. So it is USA's rider Oksana Masters leading by 56.7 seconds. So a handy lead for the USA in the women's H4 to H5.
High speeds they attain going down this hill here. And angling into that sharp right hand and into the tunnel.
So from Norway, Susanna Tangyeng. She came through in 12th position at the 16-kilometre mark on her final lap.
So you can hear the starter sending off athletes, and that's the women's H1, H3 time trial. That's the last of the morning events. rest of the afternoon events will be the B time trial, which involves athletes with visual impairments riding tandem with a sighted guide.
Well, the Spanish rider there is leading the race at the moment. Number 238 from Spain, Sergio Garota Munoz. He is flying out there on the course. Just got that tube in his mouth for hydration. You can also see the safety guard over that chain ring.
Yeah, this is going to be a very tight race as well, you feel. Mazzoni is the world champion and Paralympic champion, the Italian. He won't lie down easily.
Yeah, it'll be a very close finish between those two. Luca Mazzoni of Italy, will keep an eye on him.
This is Lee Doyen of Korea, the Korean Republic, 49-year-old. She was in 11th place in the H45 race in the women's event. She's still going through her final lap here. The race being led by Oksana Masters and Sun Bian, China, Jeanette Janssen in second and third places, but quite a big gap for Masters to defend over this final lap. Just under a minute.
Yeah, she has a handy lead, and so does the second place rider from China, Sun Bian. She is nearly a minute ahead of Jeanette Janssen of the Netherlands. So gold, silver and bronze, looking pretty comfortable out in the women's H4 to 5 time trial. They're on their final lap.
Just the drag up here. This will take them, this is the little loop outside of the actual racetrack.
Super demanding. These bikes have to have very low gearing for these steep little pinches. They are giving it absolutely everything they've got. Now we're back to the leader of the men's H2 individual time trial. The rider from Spain is looking quite comfortable. He will have a challenge from the Italian though, Luca Mazzoni, but at the moment,
very high cadence, isn't he, going up there?
Seeing a couple of abandons there on the side of the road, but Sergio Garota Munoz, he is absolutely flying. So he's chosen to ride the disc wheels, which will give him an advantage on the downhill and flat sections. A little bit heavier to carry up the steep climbs, but he's looking strong.
Yeah, he's a perennial silver medalist at the World Championships, so this will be a huge achievement if he can keep it together.
Oh, he's got gold-plated cassette and chain and jockey wheels. All that little bit extra.
It's not all the gold he's got on him either.
No, he's got a nice nose piercing there in gold. But yeah, first time I've seen gold jockey wheels like that. They're the oversized ceramic and then gold plated with low friction over those cassettes. So all the finer details when you get to this level at the Paralympics. And they do make a difference when it comes down to a fraction of a second at the finish. It's all about trying to conserve power and energy for a relative speed. And this is the Italian that is fighting for that gold medal.
Mazzoni, the world champion, the Olympic champion, the Paralympic champion, beg your pardon, and he's under pressure, you feel.
Yeah,
well, the man who beat him, who finished second to him at the World Championships in Portugal.
50 years old, Luca Mazzoni of Italy. So coming in with a bit of pressure, having been the reigning champion. We're seeing a tight race between Mazzoni and the Spanish rider, Sergio Garotta. Manuz, you can see there, he is putting everything into the last 300 meters of this race.
Munoz is a man who's going to set a time, that's for sure. 2.66 seconds clear of Mazzoni at the end of the first lap, and here he comes to put the finishing touches to his ride here.
Yeah, the big question will be, after he posts a time, has Luca Mazzoni been able to make up that 2.6 seconds out on the course as Garotte Munoz, he crosses the line for Spain in the fastest time posted, only rider to finish, but he has Mazzoni really pushing to try and beat that time.
He's screaming with delight and no doubt a bit of pain as well, as Florian Joanny of France crosses the line, 1 minute 18 seconds down. But the time to look out for is Luca Mazzoni, as Munoz rolls to a halt, exhausted at these efforts. What a big effort by the 42-year-old Spaniard, injured in a work or construction site accident. He only took up this sport quite recently, well, relatively recently, 6 years ago. As the athletes in the other categories rolls through. So this is Mazzoni.
Well, he's out.
And he's outside.
Oh, so close. 0.2 of a second over 16 kilometers. It's absolutely amazing. And that's when we say all of the equipment technology, the mental strategies, everything comes down to the nitty-gritties when they're racing that close for a gold medal. Unbelievable.
That is phenomenal. 0.26 of a second between Sergio Munoz and Luca Mazzoni. Rory Mead rolls in, as does Florian Joanny now in the third place, but Mead in fourth, with 3 more riders still to finish in this category. But Sergio Garotte Munoz looks as though he has got that medal wrapped up.
As William Guarlux just crosses a line.
Yeah, from the US, he is in fourth place, 4:53 down. And well, this is, I think, our last athlete in this category. No, beg your pardon, we still have a few to go. Tobias Frankhauser and Pongchai Yanorudi.
2 more riders to come in, but gold medal looking like it'll go to Garotte Munoz of Spain. And I'll tell you what, Luca Mazzoni, he's not going to get much sleep the next few weeks. Losing a gold medal by 0.26 of a second. He'll be questioning where he could have taken that. Excruciatingly close.
There he is.
He'll have the news now. How do I respond to that?
Well, he can't be faulted for putting effort in. Absolutely phenomenal. 2.66 down at the split. He emptied his tank to try and make up that deficit, but failed by 0.26. So our times in the women's H4, H5, Oksana Masters is in 45.40. Factored time. And China's Sun Bianbian in second place. Jeanette Janssen is in 48.45. 3:05 down. Sandra Stockley of Switzerland and Svetlana Moshkovich of the Russian Paralympic Committee. Our 5th finisher there. Oh, accident out on the course. And
one
this
Italian
is
teammate.
Fabrizio Coniglianghi, the Italian, who was in 2nd place in the H1 time trial. And, oh, that's not pleasant. That's a very nasty crash.
So he had his team mechanic following on a bicycle with a spare wheel. Looks like he's got himself back into a rhythm, in a bit of pain.
Well, he was 27 seconds down on Peter du Preez of South Africa, who's leading the H1 time trial after the first lap. With Conigliani in 2nd and Maxime Horliz of Belgium in 3rd. As we go back to Oksana Masters' ride in the women's H4-5. She is currently holding the gold medal in her hand. Sun Bian and Janet Janssen silver and bronze. Andre Esco finishes outside the medals in 4th place, 50 minutes 10.19. But Oksana Masters has the gold medal. The United States, the 32-year-old, was born in Ukraine, has been to 2 Paralympic Winter Games, and she now has a rowing bronze from London. She now has a gold medal on the track, racetrack that is, in the road race.
Well, hydration first, then celebrations. It is very warm out there today. As the day goes on, the temperatures are rising. These athletes trying to stay hydrated, but Oksana Masters of USA got a phenomenal ride to take the gold medal. 1 minute 46 ahead of Sun Bian of China and Janet Janssen from Netherlands in bronze medal.
It's quite a dominant ride, isn't it?
Very dominant. So strong across different sports as well.
Yeah, very, very talented and gifted multi-sport athlete. 5th in the time trial in Rio, so she's gone much better than that here by taking the gold medal.
Oh, now we have the H1 men's time trial out on the circuit, all passed through that 8-kilometre check. They're on their final lap, and it is Nicolas du Preez looking the fastest at the moment after 8 kilometres.
Super Pete, as he's known. Pete du Preez, the road race champion from the World Championships in Portugal earlier this year. Yes. We have Janet Janssen coming in there. And this is one of the 2 Finnish riders in the H1 time trial, Harri Sopanen. The other is Teppo Polvi. Sopanen, 53-year-old, was 7th at the split. And his best result at this level was 3rd, the bronze medal in the time trial at the World Championships in 2017 in Pietermaritzburg. Achieved the same result at the road race in Italy, the World Championships a year later. But outside the medals here at this stage.
South African having an advantage of 27.5, 27 seconds, 0.5 over this man, Corneliani of Italy. He's chasing the South African out on the road in the final lap of the men's H1 time trial. Looks like he had that nasty fall, as we saw earlier. No doubt would have thrown him off a little bit. Skin off his arm, you can see there, skin suit's ripped.
So 7 riders in the H1 time trial. Pete Duprier, then Fabrizio Corneliani, Maxim Ordiz, Patrick Jahora of the Czech Republic, Teppo Polvi of Finland, Ernst Bachmeier of Austria, and then Harry Sopanen of Finland. But Fabrizio Corneliani is looking to make up that time that he lost in the accident.
Yeah, he's won the World Championships 3 times in 2018, 19 and 21, so he's got a big job ahead of him to chase down the South African, who was 27.5 seconds ahead after the 8-kilometre check, and they're on their final lap now, as we see Maxim Horiz just pushing that gear on one of the harder sections of the race. Very steep indeed.
He was 3rd in this event at the World Championships in June.
Well, Cornegliani is 52 years of age from Italy. He has got the work to do out there.
Yeah, the man to beat is Duprier. Also takes part on the track and field, that is, 100-meter sprinter. Back in London in 2012, where he finished 6th, but confirming that H4-5 time trial result. Oksana Masters of the United States, the H5 athlete, taking the gold medal ahead of Sun Bian of China by 1 minute and 46. Disappointing result for Sandra Graf, who was expected to perhaps be amongst the medals, the Swiss athlete. But there is Oksana Masters,
The winner of the gold medal. It took her a while for it to sink in. Absolutely exhausted after the finish, just trying to get the hydration in, and then the celebrations. Now we're back with Corneliani, 52 years of age from Italy, current world champion in this discipline. He is in 2nd place currently after a pretty heavy fall. And there he's his supporter there carrying the spare wheels. We haven't needed any equipment changes, but he did have quite a tough tumble. Oh, he's not looking good out there. He's got some pain. It looks like he may be just riding in now, getting his rhythm back.
Yeah, just trying to find some rhythm here.
Now we're with the man to beat out on the course.
Well, super athlete, super Pit. He the first man to complete an Ironman triathlon back in 2014. First man with tetraplegia. And he, like many of these athletes, competes in the marathon events around the world.
You can see how close their elbows are to the surface. Takes that corner nicely, and he's just getting a signal now to move to the side of the road from the commissaires, as another rider may be stopped on the circuit. Yes, so while the rider gets assistance, just letting them know to move across. And it looks like a mechanical, a chain broken possibly. Well, this is the man leading the race.
Pete Duprier looking to achieve some glory here on the time trial.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong, but it would be the first gold medal for South Africa in the Tokyo Paralympics in cycling.
Certainly at Tokyo's Paralympics for sure. In cycling, yes indeed.
41 years of age. And the competition will come from this man just trying to gain some time back after his crash. So Fabrizio Corneliani, 52 years of age, 3 times world champion in the time trial. Most recently in 2021, so he has the world title in 2018, 19 and 21.
There's support behind on the bike. So Duprier, who was a victim of a traffic accident and started out, did play wheelchair rugby for a while, but has found his niche here in known certain terms. Absolutely superb athlete. And he's grinding his way towards a gold medal here at the Paralympic Games. It's the toughest part of the course here.
He's been the first athlete with quadriplegia to do many, many things. One of them being the 94.7 cycle challenge in South Africa, which is a famous event. And he did it with his hand cycle. So a very inspiring athlete. And he's being chased by this man.
He looks to have found a bit more rhythm now.
And no doubt he'll be working through a lot of pain in his joints, shoulder, elbow, neck as well. They would have checked his helmet. You can see there's quite a big scratch on his helmet where his head hit the ground. So we're now looking back to the women's H1 to 3 time trial, which is out on the course. And a closer look at the designs and equipment of these bikes.
Yeah, they really are high-tech, superbly tuned bikes they are.
And this is in the women's H4 to 5.
Yeah, Francesco Porcelato of Italy in the H1 to 3. It is, and this is Laurens van der Wever in the H1 to 3. They will affect at times those athletes who compete in the different categories here.
Women's H1 to 3 are all out on the final lap. They've passed through the 8-kilometre check and completing their final lap. A total of 16 kilometres, and it's another rider from USA who went through the 8-kilometre check faster, Alicia Dana of USA. She was 25.5 seconds ahead of Germany's Annika Zayan. And third across the line, Francesca Porcelato of Italy.
This is Patrick Jahora, the 28-year-old from the Czech Republic. Born and raised in Prague, and he still lives there. 4th in the time trial at the World Championships. He's got a chance at a medal here, though. But this is the man who's chasing the gold and looking in very, very good shape for that. From Randburg in South Africa, just outside Johannesburg, Peter Duprier.
What an inspirational man. Feeling the hurt and pain, trying to keep within his limits on this climb.
He's looks as though he's motivating himself there, driving himself on.
Come on, you can do it, he's saying. You can do it. Come on, not far now. It's just pain. No pain, no gain. Just a few more minutes. As the arms will be completely burning, the chest would be burning. But this will be absolutely huge for South African paracycling if he can take the gold medal.
Well, it looks as though Fabrizio Corneliani has got a bit of his mojo back here.
Yeah, he lost 27 seconds in that first lap.
Yeah.
He needs to pull back.
I really feel that the threat is more that he's fearing he might lose his medal entirely. Maxime Orliz, the Belgian athlete, is the threat from behind. Don't mind the athlete to his left. Not in his category. That is J.D. Martins Malavazzi from Brazil in the women's H1-3 time trial. And this is also in the women's H1, H3 time trial. The Belgian Laurens van der Wever in 9th place at the moment. This race was led by Alicia Dana going through the 8-kilometer split. Annika Zayen of Germany was in 2nd place, 25 seconds on. Francesca Porcelato of Italy. There is Alicia Dana from the USA. I did think there was a USA athlete who was having that bike attended to alongside the track.
Yeah, I don't think it was Alicia Dana.
Okay.
Let's hope it wasn't. But there is only one rider from USA in this category. So if she's had a mechanical out on the course, her gold medal dreams could be over, which would be disappointing after completing the first lap with the fastest time. Well, yeah, she has problems with the chain there. You might be right. I think it was her issues with her chain. So she's unable to put full pressure through that bike. So we saw some chain maintenance being done out on the circuit.
Well, she was the silver medalist in Rio in this event. And missed out on the medal in the road race by 1 place, finishing in 4th. Worst position perhaps to be in the Paralympic Games. And
well, from the vision that we saw on the side of the road, it did look like the chain had snapped and a new chain was placed on the bike, and it does look like it may be a little bit too long, so it's just flopping around a little bit. But that would be very unfortunate for Alicia Dana of USA, especially after the morale of already having a women's gold medal won. Here comes Duprier.
meanwhile, Peter Duprier of South Africa is storming along here in a superb performance. And it is Peter Duprier who clocks 43 minutes, 49.41 seconds. And it looks as though he has put the finishing touches to a gold medal winning ride. Absolutely superb. Dana in the women's H1-3 time trial.
Well, she posts the fastest time, first rider across the line at this point.
37 minutes, 9.19 seconds. So Nicholas Peter Duprier, otherwise known as Super Pete.
Super Pete has put in a super performance.
He has indeed, a superb performance. And South Africa have 2 golds in the Paralympic Games and a silver, but this will certainly be welcomed by the entire sporting fraternity, by the entire country. A gold medal for Peter Duprier in the H1 time trial after Ernst van Dijk was a little disappointing a little bit earlier. This certainly is redeeming for the South African team for sure. There's plenty of opportunity later, of course, with the road races coming later in the week for those who might not have achieved their best in the time trial.
Maxim Hordes of Belgium, he's looking to win a medal in this event. Will it be silver? Will it be bronze?
Well, he had a comfortable lead over the fourth-placed athlete, Patrick Jahora, going into the final lap here. Almost 3 minutes, just under 3 minutes. So unless things went horribly wrong for him here, you would think he's in the hunt for a medal and perhaps even a silver, because Corneliani has had a struggling time out there in this last lap.
Well, Corneliani's coming into the finish as well, the finish straight, as the Belgian rider will cross the line. Maxim Ordis, he will post the second fastest time.
3 minutes, 11.82 down on Peter Dupre's time. So it's going to be gold for the South African. Corneliani now starting to wind it up.
Very unfortunate crash in the first lap, as we have a second rider crossing for the women's H1 to 3 time trial as well. And this is the finish for the Italian Corneliani. He goes into silver medal just behind Dupre. 1 minute 55. So looks like the gold medal is safely in the hands of Dupre of South Africa.
Yep, 1:55.15, the gap back to the Italian, with Belgium's Maxim Ordis in third place. So as Martins Malavazzi comes through in the women's H1 3 time trial for the 5th fastest time at the moment. Annika Zayen. Zayen has the fastest time, the German, followed by Renata Kaluza of Poland.
And the Czech rider of Katrina Antisova just slips into 4th position, as Renata Kaluza just slips into the silver medal position of the women's H1 to 3 time trial. On top of the leaderboard for the gold medal, it looks like it's going to Annika Zayen of Germany. Renata Kaluza sitting in silver medal position, and Anna Orosova of Slovakia in 3rd.
Liga Joa of the Korean Republic will post the time now. That'll be good enough at the time being for 7th. Francesco Porcelato is still to come. Lawrence van der Weever likewise. Porcelato could threaten a medal here. Francesca Porcelato goes 2nd, so she knocks Anna Orozova out of the medals, because Renata Kaluza of Poland was in the bronze medal position, and this is van der Weever of Belgium.
One of 3 riders still to finish.
Elizabeth Egger and Arne Albertsdotter from Iceland, Egger from Austria. Well, van der Weever is not going to threaten the medals here, you don't think so? Looks like Annika Zayen of Germany will walk away with the gold medal here. Having been 2nd, it was certainly Alicia Dana who had that problem with the chain, because she was leading and had a major issue with her chain on that 2nd lap, and lost 4 minutes, 4.5 minutes. So major disappointment for the American athlete, as Annika Zayen takes the gold. This is Arne Albertsdotter. So Zayen, Porcelato and Kaluza, Germany, Italy and Poland, in gold, silver and bronze in the H1 time trial. Patrick Jahora making his way to the finish in the men's H1 time trial. Top 3 in, and safe in terms of the medals. Peter Duprier, Fabrizio Corneliani, and Max Hordis. So news that Harry Sopanen and Ernst Bachmeier are two non-finishers in this category.
Johora now just coming in to complete his ride in the men's H1 time trial.
Well, you can rest now. The pain is done. It's all about recovery for the road race. Johora in 4th place. And back to the women's event. That's Van der Wever of Belgium, who crosses the line in 8th, just ahead of Lee of Korea. With 2 athletes still out on the track. This is one of them, Elisabeth Egger of Austria, and Arna Albertsdotter of Iceland still out there. And one in the men's H1 time trial, it's Teppo Polvi of Finland.
Just one rider to come in the men's H1. So I think we can confirm those top 3 for medals. Duprier of South Africa takes gold. Corneliani of Italy, silver. And Maxim Hordis of Belgium, bronze for the men's H1 time trial.
The wind has got up there at the Fuji International Speedway, but it hasn't taken away from a superb day's riding. It's all these athletes, and we are just over halfway through the 19 medals that will be determined in the time trials today. And this is Teppo Polvi.
The final rider to come in the men's H1 time trial.
And just to the left, it could well be Elisabeth Egger. Oh no, it might be Anna Albertsdotter from Iceland. So Albertsdotter. Nice strong finish for the H3 athlete. Zayn in the gold medal position. And Albertsdotter finishes in 48:22:33, 15 minutes down. And in the men's H1, Teppo Polvi finishes 12 minutes down, confirming that Peter Duprier wins the gold medal for South Africa in 43 minutes, 49.41. 1 minute 55 ahead of Fabrizio Corneliani and 3 minutes and 11 seconds ahead of Belgium's Maxime Hordis, as Elisabeth Egger rolls in to be the last finisher in the women's H1, H3 time trial. The Austrian finishing second last, in fact in 10th place ahead of the previous finisher Arna Albertsdotter, and confirming Annika Zayn as the gold medalist in the H1-3 time trial. Francesca Porcelato of Italy in second, and Renata Kaluza takes the bronze for Poland. And completing the on-track action for now, as we confirm the results. The men's H1 time trial won by Peter Duprier of South Africa in a superb performance, 43 minutes, 49.41. Fabrizio Corneliani, 1:55.15 down, and Maxime Hordis of Belgium, 3:11.82 down. Patrick Johora from Czech Republic, and Teppo Polvi, the other two finishers there.
Well, it's been action-packed, it's been chaotic. We've had so many athletes out there on the Fuji Speedway today. The wind has picked up, made it quite challenging for the athletes who have gone off later in this program, and we are only halfway through the medal events here on the Speedway today as we bring you the H1 to 3 women's time trial results.
Annika Zayen of Germany in 32 minutes 46.97 seconds, 43.55 ahead of Francesca Portelato and Renata Kalusa, who took the bronze medal for Poland, 1 minute 3.35 behind. So we've got medal ceremonies to follow here at the Fuji International Speedway for all the events that have happened this morning. And then the afternoon session will see 7 more medal events: the men's B time trial, the men's C3, 4 and 5 time trial, the women's B time trial, and the men's T1-2 and women's T1-2 for athletes who will be riding bikes, tricycles. The B athletes will be riding tandems with sighted guides or pilots, and the C athletes will be on conventional bicycles. So plenty more action to come from the Fuji International Speedway. Let's just hope the weather stays as it is now, dry, a little breezy, and it doesn't get too inclement. The final athlete on the track is making his way towards the finish. 21-year-old Pongchai Yanorudi from Thailand. And Pongchai been competing in the men's H2 time trial in his first Paralympic Games. And he's finally coming to the finish line here. Well, it's an achievement to get to the Paralympic Games for every single one of these athletes. Some have traveled longer, harder and tougher routes than others. And to get on the start line and to complete your event is a major achievement. And Pongchai Yanorudi of Thailand is about to achieve that by completing the men's H2 time trial here at the Paralympic Games in Tokyo 2020. Pongchai Yanorudi completes his goal event, the men's H2 time trial, to see all the riders off the track and home safely. Still to come, the presentation and victory ceremonies for the 12 time trial events. They will take place on the track very shortly. Confirmation of that result in the men's H2 time trial. Sergio Garota Munoz in 31:23:53. The tightest race the whole day. Luca Mazzoni of Italy, the favorite and world champion, finishing 0.26 seconds of a back in second place to take silver. Confirming the results of the men's C2 time trial, then Darren Hicks of Australia taking the gold. Ewout Fremont of Belgium ahead of 20-year-old Alexander Louette in the bronze medal position. Many of these athletes involved in the track cycling program as well. So, and they will have a road race to come, so busy schedules for all of them. Dame Sarah Storey completes another chapter in her wonderfully storied book of achievements. A 27th Paralympic medal for her. Crystal Lane Wright taking silver and Kirsten Brachendorf bronze in the women's C5 time trial. A dominant performance by Storey, 1 minute 31.99 seconds. Sean Morelli successfully defending her title in the women's C4 time trial, ahead of Emily Petricola of Australia by 9.30 seconds. Meg Lamont in third place, completing double medal achievement for Australia in the women's C4. Mikael Turbo was expected to take the gold in this event, but he took the bronze. Aaron Keith the silver, and the win for Russian Paralympic Committee's Mikhail Astashov by a very slim margin, just 5.30 seconds separating the top 3 riders in the men's C1 time trial. Ricardo Tenaglis, unfortunately, the Spaniard had a fall and wasn't able to finish. An absolute legend, having a career dating back to Barcelona in 1992. Glory for Japan on their home track. Sugiura Keiko taking the gold medal in the women's C1, C3 time trial. Ahead of Sweden's Anna Beck by 22.27 seconds. Paige Greco, another medal for the Australians, 41.78 seconds back. Just ahead of Zheng Xini in 4th place. Denise Schindler was the world champion expected to achieve here. Unfortunately, she finished down in 9th place. The men's H5 time trial was a triumph for the world champion Mitch Valise, finishing 1 minute 2.22 seconds ahead of Loic Vernigo of France, who was 21 seconds clear of a strong finishing Gary O'Reilly of Ireland, who took the bronze medal. Jets Platt doubled up at his gold medal tally here by adding a gold medal in the men's H4 time trial to his triathlon gold medal won 2 days ago. Thomas Freuwirth and Alexander Gritz picking up silver and bronze for the Austrians. One non-finisher, Fabian Recher from Switzerland, with a mechanical issue, unfortunately not able to finish. And Austria enjoying a good day on the road. Walter Ablinger winning a very tight race with Vico Merklein of Germany in 2nd place, and Spain's Luis Miguel Garcia Marquina in the men's H3 time trial, edging out Ruslan Kuznetsov to take the bronze medal. Big field of riders, just under 8 minutes between the first and last riders in the H3 time trial. Ukrainian-born American Oksana Masters, an all-rounder of the highest ability, having achieved a rowing medal in Paralympic sport and gone to 2 Winter Paralympic Games, takes the gold medal in the women's H4-H5 time trial. Amongst those expected to medal here, Sandra Graf didn't have the best of days today, the Swiss rider finishing in 11th place. Sergio Garota Munoz of Spain, upsetting the world champion Luca Mazzoni, the defending champion, by 0.26 of a second, the tightest race of the entire day. Florian Journet of France finishing in the bronze medal position. Peter Duprier picking up a first gold medal on the road here at Tokyo for South Africa by winning the men's H1 time trial ahead of Fabrizio Corneliani of Italy and Maxime Ortiz of Belgium, 3:11 down. Germany took gold in the women's H1-3 time trial through Annika Zayen. The H3 athlete completing the course in 32 minutes, 46.97 seconds ahead of Francesca Porcelato and Renata Kaluza of Poland, 1:03 down. Race favorite and leader, Alicia Dana, had a big mechanical on the second lap and unfortunately lost too much time to get into the medals. The victory ceremony for the time trial events here at the Fuji International Speedway, and the first day of action in the road cycling campaign. Those will be following very shortly.
Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for cycling road men's C2 time trial. 皆様、ただいまより自転車競技ロード男子 C2 タイムトライアルの表彰式を行います。
The victory ceremony for the men's C2 time trial at the cycling road event at the Fuji International Speedway at Tokyo's Summer Paralympic Games. And the three medalists in what was the day's first event. Bronze medalist Alexandra Luete From France, Belgium's Ewout Vromant in silver, and Australia's Darren Hicks adding a gold medal to his silver on the track earlier at these Paralympic Games.
The medals will be presented by Mr. Andrew Parsons, President of the International Paralympic Committee.
国際パラリンピック委員会会長。
Accompanied by
続きまして
Mr. Tony Sainsbury, OBE, member of the Paralympic Order.
パラリンピックオーダー受賞者
Bronze medalist, representing France,
銅メダリストフランス
Alexandre Lord.
Well, this completes his set of medals at his first Paralympic Games. Alexandre Lord, gold in the individual pursuit on the track, silver in the time trial, and now bronze in the time trial on the road. He's the world champion, and there's surely more to come from this young man. He's just 20 and with a massive future in the sport.
Silver medalist, representing Belgium,
銀メダリストベルギー
Ewout Vromant.
Ewout Vromant of Belgium, silver medalist in 2019 at the World Championships. He was 4th at this year's World Championships, but he's upgraded that here with a silver medal. Also won the World Cup event in Ostend in Belgium in May.
Gold medalist and Paralympic champion, representing Australia,
金メダリストおよびパラリンピックチャンピオンオーストラリア
Darren Hicks.
2019, he was the world champion. He's got a silver medal from the track, and Alexandre Louet will present him with the medal here that he has so cherished. And he won the event, the 3 laps, 24 kilometers, by 1 minute 32.01 seconds. Darren Hicks, your gold medalist in the C2 time trial here at Tokyo's Paralympic Games.
Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of Australia.
皆様オーストラリアの国歌の演奏です
Hugely emotional from the man from Adelaide, Darren Hicks.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Paralympic medalists.
皆様パラリンピックメダリストです
Yeah, a deep breath and take it all in. Truly a moment to savor. The first medalists here at the road cycling program in Tokyo. Darren Hicks, your gold medalist. Yvonne Fromont from Belgium, the silver. And Francis Alexander Luet takes the bronze medal.
Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for Cycling Road Women's C5 Time Trial.
皆様、ただいまより自転車競技ロード女子 C5 タイムトライアルの表彰式を行います。
The second event of the program on the road at Tokyo's Paralympics 2020 was the women's C5 time trial. Over 3 laps of the 8-kilometer course, 24 kilometers was completed
the medalists.
in phenomenally fast time by the gold medalist, 36 minutes, 8.90 seconds. But it was no surprise, really, because she is a legend already, a superstar of the highest order, Dame Sarah Storey of Great Britain. Crystal Lane Wright took silver and Kirsten Brachendorf the bronze, but Sarah Storey has a record second to none in Paralympic sport.
The medals will be presented by
メダルの贈呈は
Mr. Andrew Parsons, President of the International Paralympic Committee,
国際パラリンピック委員会会長
accompanied by
続きまして
Mr. Tony Sainsbury, OBE, member of the Paralympic Order,
パラリンピックオーダー受賞者
bronze medalist, representing Germany,
銅メダリストドイツ
Kerstin Brachtendorf.
It's been a long time coming for Kirsten Brattendorf. Fourth in the road race in London was her previous best performance at a Paralympic Games. 7th in the time trial in London and Rio. But she has a medal here in Tokyo, her first at the Paralympic Games. A moment she perhaps is finding difficult to comprehend right now.
Silver medalist, representing Great Britain,
銀メダリスト英国
Crystal Lane Wright.
Silver on the track in the individual pursuit. Crystal Lane Wright is a silver medalist on the road as well, having finished 4th in Rio.
gold medalist and Paralympic champion, representing Great Britain.
金メダリストおよびパラリンピックチャンピオン英国
Dame Sarah Storey.
Well, it is quite simply an extraordinary tale of achievement dating back to Barcelona in 1992, a 27th medal across two sports for Dame Sarah Storey. Tony Sainsbury would have been her chef de mission, I'm sure, on a number of those Paralympic campaigns. He's currently the honorary vice president of the British Paralympic Association, and that's how much it means. An 11th cycling medal, gold medal for Sarah Storey,
The national anthem
to take her
of
tally of
Great
golds
Britain.
to 16 all
皆
told.
様英国の国歌の演奏です
Well, Sarah Storey, as I said, 16 gold medals, swimming
Ladies and
and
gentlemen,
cycling combined.
Paralympic medalists.
皆様
And this is her second gold medal here. She beat Crystal Lane right into second place in the individual pursuit at the velodrome. Kirsten Batchendorf had a little glance across at Sarah Storey as the anthem was playing. And no doubt just thinking, well, one day I'd like to be up there. Your medalists in the women's C5 time trial, Dame Sarah Storey taking gold, Crystal Lane Wright silver, and Kirsten Batchendorf of Germany the bronze medal.
Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for Cycling Road Women's C4 Time Trial.
皆様ただいまより自転車競技ロード女子 C4 タイムトライアルの表彰式を行います
Well,
Please welcome the medalists.
メダリストをお迎えください。
Sean Morelli, Emily Petricola, and Meg Lemon, the medalists in the women's C4 time trial. It was a close race with Morelli taking the win by just 9.30 seconds from Petricola. And Meg Lemon was back a minute and 40 down for the bronze medal, but well ahead, nearly 2 minutes ahead of the fourth placed rider, Keely Shaw.
Will be presented by
メダルの贈呈は
Mr. Andrew Parsons, President of the International Paralympic Committee.
国際パラリンピック委員会会長。
Accompanied by
続きまして
Mr. Tony Sainsbury, OBE, member of the Paralympic Order.
パラリンピックオーダー受賞者。
Bronze medalist, representing Australia,
銅メダリストオーストラリア。
Meg Lemon.
Well, she was the fourth place finisher just off the medals in the time trial in the track, but is a perennial bronze medalist at World Championship level, having finished third in 2017, 18 and 19. And here she is again on the podium in third place at the Paralympic Games in Tokyo. Meg Lemon.
Silver medalist, representing Australia,
銀メダリストオーストラリア。
Emily Petricola.
Well, as she was on the track indoors, so she is outdoors on the road. The silver medalist, world champion back in 2019. The pride of St Kilda today. Convinced to take to the sport by Olympic rower Matt Ryan, a colleague at work. And I'm sure he'll be a proud man, and she'll be saying thank you to him.
And Paralympic champion, representing the United States of America,
金メダリストおよびパラリンピックチャンピオンアメリカ合衆国。
Sean Morelli.
Injured on duty in Afghanistan, Sean Morelli has turned her life around and picks up another gold medal. Second in a row for her, Rio gold medalist. Gold in individual pursuit as well in Rio. Silver here indoors. And a three-time world champion and now a two-time Paralympic champion, Sean Morelli.
Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of the United States of America.
皆様、アメリカ合衆国の国歌の演奏です。
Immensely proud moment for Sean Morelli to hear the anthem once
Ladies
again.
and gentlemen, the Paralympic medalists.
皆様パラリンピックメダリストです。
A 21st gold medal at these games for the United States, taking their overall tally to 53. Notwithstanding other events that might be taking place around the games, the Paralympic Games today. Sean Morelli, the gold medalist in the women's C4 time trial, ahead of Emily Petricola of Australia in silver medal position, and Meg Lamont in bronze for Australia as well.
Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for Cycling Road Men's C1 Time Trial.
皆様ただいまより自転車競技ロード男子 C1 タイムトライアルの表彰式を行います。
Please welcome the medalists.
メダリストをお迎えください。
Well, the fourth event on today's road cycling program produced the closest finish amongst all the medalists in the men's C1 time trial. And perhaps the biggest upset as well. Just 5.30 seconds between first and third.
Will be presented by
メダルの贈呈は
Mr. Asano Fumihisa, Executive Director of Japan Keirin Auto Race Foundation.
公益財団法人 JKA 執行理事。
Accompanied by
続きまして
Mr. Matsumura Masayuki, President of Japan Cycling Federation.
日本自転車競技連盟会長。
Bronze medalist, representing Germany.
銅メダリストドイツ。
Michael Teuber.
Well, it's the end of an era in many ways because Michael Teuber of Germany, 8-time world champion, was the gold medalist in Athens, in Beijing, in London and in Rio. But today, he's the bronze medalist. He's a legend in the sport and in his discipline, but had to settle for third place today. Still a wonderful achievement for the 53-year-old Toiba.
Silver medalist, representing the United States of America.
銀メダリスト、アメリカ合衆国
Aaron Keith.
2019 world champion Darren Hicks had 3 events on the track inside the Itsu Velodrome, but wasn't able to medal there. Well, he certainly made up for that here. That's what it looks like. Medals recycled, made out of recycled electronic devices.
And Paralympic champion, representing RPC.
金メダリストおよびパラリンピックチャンピオン RPC
Mikhail Astashov.
A second gold medal at these games for Mikhail Astashov. He was the gold medalist, the individual pursuit at Itsu. And Mikhail Toiba will present the athlete who is from Russia but represents the Russian Paralympic Committee with his gold medal. Silver at the World Championships turns into gold here in Tokyo just a few months later. He was 2.03 seconds ahead of Darren Hicks and 5.30 seconds ahead of Michael Turba.
Ladies and gentlemen, the anthem of RPC.
皆様 RPC の賛歌の演奏です。
Tchaikovsky was the anthem
The Paralympic medalists.
皆様
for the Russian Paralympic Committee. Mikhail Astashov. Well, the second gold medal for him, and it certainly evoked plenty of emotion from the 32-year-old. Just 2 seconds, his margin of victory over Darren Hicks and Mikhail Toiba, who was 5 seconds back. Mikhail Toiba, the bronze medalist from Germany, Darren Hicks from the United States, the silver medalist, and Mikhail Astashov from the Russian Paralympic Committee, the gold medalist in the C1 time trial for men here at Tokyo's Summer Paralympic Games.
Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for Cycling Road Women's C1 to 3 time trial.
皆様、ただいまより自転車競技ロード女子 C1 から3タイムトライアルの表彰式を行います。
Please welcome the medalists.
メダリストをお迎えください。
A particularly special moment, this, at the Fuji International Speedway. For an athlete who, a year ago, just over a year ago, had made the decision to retire from sport, feeling that at her age, she should pay more attention to other factors and things in her life, but decided, on reflection, to give it one more go. And how that has played out so beautifully here.
The medals will be presented by
メダルの贈呈は
Mr. Asano Fumihisa, Executive Director of Japan Keirin Auto Race Foundation.
公益財団法人 JKA 執行理事。
Accompanied by
続きまして
Mr. Matsumura Masayuki, President of Japan Cycling Federation.
日本自転車競技連盟会長。
Bronze medalist, representing Australia,
銅メダリストオーストラリア。
Paige Greco.
Paige Greco from Australia. Already a gold medalist on the track in the individual pursuit. The C3 world champion. Remember that this category covered 3 classes, C1, 2 and 3, with the Cs 1 and 2 getting a factored time. And all 3 of these medalists, all C3 athletes, the least afflicted in terms of their impairments.
Silver medalist, representing Sweden,
銀メダリストスウェーデン。
Anna Beck.
And Anna Beck, the current C3 world champion. Paige Greco didn't attend those world championships in Portugal in June. The 41-year-old Swede was 21 seconds ahead of Greco in the overall race at the end of the 2 laps.
Gold medalist and Paralympic champion, representing Japan,
金メダリストおよびパラリンピックチャンピオン日本。
Sugiura Keiko.
The first woman from Japan to win a gold at the Paralympics in cycling, and the 4th overall. She also becomes Japan's oldest ever gold medalist. She's at the age of 50. Well, she is quite extraordinary. She suffered a serious injury when she was 45, and last year thought, well, she's going to give up, but decided perhaps to carry on. She was competing in triathlons at that stage. And no doubt very, very pleased she didn't retire now.
Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of Japan.
皆様、日本の国歌の演奏です。
An immensely proud moment.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Paralympic medalists.
皆様、パラリンピックメダリストです。
She spoke of taking her life in 10-year phases, and at the age of 50 she thought would be the start of a new phase, and so she was going to retire. Well, perhaps it is the start of a new phase, just not the one she had predicted. Paige Greco, the bronze medalist from Australia, Anna Beck from Sweden, the silver medalist, and Sugiura Keiko from Japan, their oldest gold medalist of all time. Gold, silver and bronze, Australia, Sweden, and gloriously on their home track, Japan take the gold medal. Sugiura Keiko, the pride of Japan today.
Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for Cycling Road Men's H5 Time Trial.
皆様、ただいまより自転車競技ロード男子 H5 タイムトライアルの表彰式を行います。
Please welcome the medalists.
メダリストをお迎えください。
France, the Netherlands and Ireland, the medalists in the men's H5 time trial at the Fuji International Speedway on the opening day of the road race campaign. 4 days of action.
The medals will be presented by
メダルの贈呈は
Mrs. Rita Van Driel, Governing Board Member of the International Paralympic Committee.
国際パラリンピック委員会理事
Accompanied by
続きまして
Mr. Matsumura Masayuki, President of Japan Cycling Federation.
日本自動車競技連盟自転車競技連盟会長
Bronze medalist, representing Ireland,
銅メダリストアイルランド
Gary O'Reilly.
Well, Gary O'Reilly was the bronze medalist at the World Championships. And now repeats that defeat by collecting bronze here at the Paralympic Games. Tried wheelchair basketball and wheelchair rugby before taking up hand cycling after an accident at work in 2014 when he fell off a forklift and damaged 3 vertebrae in his back.
Silver medalist, representing France,
銀メダリストフランス
Loic Verneau.
Silver medalist at the World Championships. Also had an accident at work when he lost his right leg below the knee, and he had injuries to his left leg as well. Started competing in 2010. And Loic Verneau can add a silver medal, Paralympic silver, to his World Championship
and
silver.
Paralympic champion, representing Netherlands,
金メダリストおよびパラリンピックチャンピオンオランダ
Mitch Valais.
Well, he's the world champion as well, so this podium is a complete mirror image of the World Championship podium a couple of months ago in Portugal. He used to compete in sitting volleyball, did Mitch Valais. He was born with a congenital reduction of his left leg on the left side of his pelvis, and his left foot is had to be amputated, but he's a gold medalist here in Tokyo.
Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of Netherlands.
皆様オランダの国歌の演奏です
Mitch Valais' performance takes the
Ladies
Netherlands.
and gentlemen, the Paralympic medalists.
皆様パラリンピックメダリストです
Total of medals for Netherlands now to 13 in terms of gold. 8 silver and 7 bronze for a grand total of 28. Well, Ireland can add a second bronze to 2 silvers and 2 golds. And France picked up 6 medals on the track, just in cycling there, and they've had another 2 here as well. Cycling accounting for nearly a third of France's 32 medals.
Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for Cycling Road Men's H4 Time Trial.
皆様、ただいまより自転車競技ロード男子 H4 タイムトライアルの表彰式を行います。
Please welcome the medalists.
メダリストをお迎えください。
The men's H4 time trials saw a dominant performance by Jets Platt. It was no surprise when the Dutch athlete added a second gold medal to his tally here in Tokyo. The two Austrians making sure they get their positions on the podium correct.
The medals will be presented by
メダルの贈呈は
Mrs. Rita van Driel, Governing Board Member of the International Paralympic Committee.
国際パラリンピック委員会理事。
Proud moment for the Dutch
Accompanied by
administrator.
続きまして
Mr. Ikeya Seiichi, Mayor of Oyama Town.
小山町長。
Which is the closest town to the Mount Fuji Speedway.
Bronze medalist, representing Austria,
銅メダリストオーストリア
Alexander Gritsch.
Oh, you can see the smile in his eyes, can't you? Alexander Gritsch, bronze medalist at the World Championships, adds a bronze medal at the Paralympic Games. And Sameti, the bronze mascot with the flowers as well.
Silver medalist, representing Austria,
銀メダリストオーストリア
Thomas Frühwirt.
Thomas Fruet, the 40-year-old, takes a bow in celebration of his silver medal. Same position he finished 5 years ago in Rio and at the World Championships in Portugal a couple of months ago. He is delighted.
Gold medalist and Paralympic champion, representing Netherlands,
金メダリストおよびパラリンピックチャンピオンオランダ
Jetse Platt.
Jetse Platt rolls up to collect another gold medal. Triathlon, para-triathlon gold in Rio, and repeated that a few days ago here in Tokyo. He's the world champion. This is the same podium that appeared at the World Championships in Portugal a few months ago. But it is in this event that Platt has upgraded. He was 6th in Rio and 8th in London. And here he is as the gold medalist.
Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of Netherlands.
皆様オランダの国歌の演奏です。
The second goal to
Ladies and
the
gentlemen,
Netherlands.
the Paralympic medalists.
皆様パラリンピックメダリストです。
At the opening day of the road cycling event here at Tokyo's Paralympics. Two for the United States as well.
Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for Cycling Road Men's H3 Time Trial.
皆様ただいまより自転車競技ロード男子 H3 タイムトライアルの表彰式を行います。
Please welcome the medalists.
メダリストをお迎えください。
The men's H3 time trial at the Fuji International Speedway. And the victory ceremony features athletes from Spain, Germany, and Austria who are having a very fine first day of the road cycling program here. Already picked up a bronze and a silver medal.
The medals will be presented by
メダルの贈呈は
Mr. Komiya Masaki, Vice Director General of the Tokyo Organizing Committee of the Olympic and Paralympic Games.
東京オリンピック・パラリンピック競技大会組織委員会副事務総長
Accompanied by
続きまして
Mr. Ikea Seiichi, Mayor of Oyama Town.
小山町長
Bronze medalist representing Spain,
銅メダリストスペイン
Luis Miguel Garcia Marquina.
Silver medalist at the World Championships in the time trial. Former motocross racer, Luis Miguel Garcia Marquina. will have that beautiful bronze medal to show his wife Montserrat and their 2 children when he gets home.
Silver medalist, representing Germany,
銀メダリストドイツ
Vico Merklein.
Well, Vico Merklein has improved 1 place each of the last 3 Paralympic Games in this event. 4th in London, 3rd in Rio, and now 2nd here in Tokyo. He will no doubt take aim at the gold in Paris in 3 years' time. Won gold in Rio in the road race and was the 2019 world champion, the man from Babenhausen.
Gold medalist and Paralympic champion, representing Austria,
金メダリストおよびパラリンピックチャンピオンオーストリア
Walter Ablinger.
Well, he was a carpenter 21 years ago when he fell off a roof and suffered the injuries that has led to his second life, and he actually wrote a book about that, his second life. And Walter Ablinger, the 52-year-old road race gold medalist in London in 2012, silver in the time trial in Rio, and he's converted that to gold here in Tokyo. Just 1.89 of a second separated Ablinger from Merklein in second place, and a further, well, 9.51 seconds between Ablinger and Markina.
Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of Austria.
皆様オーストリアの国歌の演奏です。
Only the second time the Austrian anthem has been heard at these Paralympic Games.
Paralympic medalists.
皆様パラリンピックメダリストです。
But their achievements here on the road have taken the Austrians from a total of 6 medals to 9 medals, thanks to a gold, a silver, and a bronze. Ablinger, the gold medalist.
Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for cycling road women's age 4 to 5 time trial.
皆様ただいまより自転車競技ロード女子 H4 から5タイムトライアルの表彰式を行います。
Please welcome the medalists.
メダリストをお迎えください。
Well, on an overcast but humid day at Fuji International Speedway, it's time for the women of the H45 time trial to shine, as they will take their positions on the podium, the gold, silver and bronze medalists. A race that was decided by using the factored timing system that accommodates athletes of different impairments in a similar category.
The medals will be presented by
メダルの贈呈は
Mrs. Rita van Driel, Governing Board Member of the International Paralympic Committee,
国際パラリンピック委員会理事。
accompanied by
続きまして
Mr. Ikea Seiichi, Mayor of Oyama Town.
小山町長。
Bronze medalist, representing Netherlands,
銅メダリストオランダ
Jeanette Janse.
The third medal for the Netherlands here on day one of their road cycling program. Jeanette Jansen, 53-year-old, finished 3 minutes 5.64 seconds behind the gold medal winning time. Well, she was third in the road race in Rio, but is the world champion in the H4 time trial. Remember, this is H4 and H5.
Silver medalist, representing People's Republic of China,
銀メダリスト中華人民共和国
Sun Bianbian.
2019 world champion Sun Bianbian at Emmen in the Netherlands. She was fourth in Rio, but the gold medalist, the silver medalist here, the 33-year-old.
Gold medalist and Paralympic champion, representing the United States of America,
金メダリストおよびパラリンピックチャンピオンアメリカ合衆国
Oksana Masters.
Well, she was born in the Ukraine, Oksana, but now lives and finds her wonderful life in the United States. Her partner, Aaron Pike, is a 2012 and 2016 Paralympian and also a Winter Paralympian. Fifth in Rio. She's upgraded that. She's born with legs that are different lengths, without shin bones. She also has 5 webbed fingers without a thumb, 6 toes on each foot and only 1 kidney. Her legs are amputated above the knee, one at age 9 and the other at age 14, and she's now the gold medalist here.
Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of the United States of America.
皆様アメリカ合衆国の国歌の演奏です。
Oksana Masters, the gold medalist here. She medaled.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Paralympic medalists.
皆様パラリンピックメダリストです。
She medaled as a rower in London in 2012. But now that was a bronze. This is a gold in the women's H4, H5 time trial. Xian Bian of China in the silver medal position, and Jeanette Janssen of the Netherlands picks up the bronze medal. It's an emotional time for all the athletes.
Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for Cycling Road Men's H2 Time Trial.
皆様ただいまより自転車競技ロード男子 H2 タイムトライアルの表彰式を行います。
Please welcome the medalists.
メダリストをお迎えください。
Three European nations here featuring on the podium in the men's H2 time trial in what was an extraordinary event that saw the defeat of one of the all-time greats in this category, as that man, Sergio Garrote Munoz, won the gold medal.
The medals will be presented by
メダルの贈呈は
Mr. Komiya Masaki, Vice Director General of the Tokyo Organizing Committee of the Olympic and Paralympic Games.
東京オリンピック・パラリンピック競技大会組織委員会副事務総長。
Accompanied by
続きまして
Mr. Endo Suguru, Chairman of Oyama Town Council.
小山町議会議長。
Bronze medalist representing France,
銅メダリストフランス
Florian Joanny.
Florian Joanny, 29-year-old bronze medalist at the World Championships in June in Portugal. Completed an Ironman in 2017. became a quadriplegic after a skiing accident in 2011. Florian Joigny.
Silver medalist, representing Italy,
銀メダリストイタリア
Luca Mazzone.
Well, a 7-time gold medalist in the World Championships the last 7 years. He was the defending champion from Rio and the out-and-out favorite to win the gold medal here. And after a tough first lap, Luca Mazzone put in a huge effort in his second lap, but ultimately finished 0.26 of a second off the gold medal.
Gold medalist and Paralympic champion, representing Spain,
金メダリストおよびパラリンピックチャンピオンスペイン
Sergio Garrote Munoz.
Well, he was hugely emotional when he crossed the line, Sergio Garrote Munoz. And the 42-year-old, I think, hasn't stopped the tears at all, and who can blame him? He's played second fiddle and ridden in the shadow of Mazzone for many years. Silver medalist at the World Championships twice. But he is now the Paralympic gold medalist in the men's age 2 time trial, the 42-year-old. And may those tears flow and bring him great joy.
Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of Spain.
皆様スペインの国歌の演奏です
Gracious applause from the gold medalist for
Ladies
his
and gentlemen, the Paralympic medalists.
fellow
皆
medalists.
様パラリンピックメダリストです
Sergio Garrote Munoz, the first Spaniard to win gold here today. Luca Mazzone. The Italians were the dominant nation at the road race events in Rio 5 years ago. We've got plenty of opportunities still to come later today, and of course on the road race events over the next 3 days. But Florian Joigny of France is representative of a very, very resurgent French team here at the Paralympic Games.
Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for Cycling Road Men's H1 Time Trial.
皆様、ただいまより自転車競技ロード男子 H1 タイムトライアルの表彰式を行います。
Please welcome the medalists.
メダリストをお迎えください。
So the medalists make their way out to the track for the presentation of the men's H1 time trial. A triumph for Team South Africa. Just their third medal at these games all told, third gold and fourth medal in total, as Peter Duprier took the win.
メダルの贈呈は
Mr. Komiya Masaki, Vice Director General of the Tokyo Organizing Committee of the Olympic and Paralympic Games.
東京オリンピック・パラリンピック競技大会組織委員会副事務総長。
Accompanied by
続きまして
Mr. Endo Suguru, Chairman of Oyama Town Council.
小山町議会議長。
Bronze medalist, representing Belgium,
銅メダリストベルギー。
Maxime Odays.
Maxime Odays was the bronze medalist at the World Championships in Portugal in June. And he's replicated that achievement here. He was giving a performance at a school gymnastics display and suffered a spinal cord injury, which resulted in paraplegia back in 2014. He works in emergency services in Brussels. He's a dispatcher in the Fire and Emergency Medical Service. Can't believe that he has a bronze medal in his hands.
Representing Italy,
銀メダリストイタリア。
Fabrizio Corneliani.
Fabrizio Corneliani, the 52-year-old Italian. He used to be a martial arts expert and had an injured two vertebrae that resulted in his quadriplegia. He won the World Championships in Cascais in Portugal in June, but had to settle for silver here.
Gold medalist and Paralympic champion, representing South Africa,
金メダリストおよびパラリンピックチャンピオン南アフリカ。
Nicholas Peter Dupriez.
He's known as Super Pete in South Africa, and we saw today exactly why. Utterly superb performance. He's the world champion in the road race. He was second in the time trial, but now, young Pietman, you have a gold medal that Dad's going to bring home for you. And Ilse will be immensely proud, as will the whole of South Africa, how they need this medal. An inspirational man, an inspirational performance today from Peter Duprier here at the Mount Fuji International Speedway.
Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of South Africa.
皆様、南アフリカの国歌の演奏です。
Many proud moments in the 41-year-old's career.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Paralympic medalists.
皆様パラリンピックメダリストです。
But for Peter Dubrier, surely this caps them all. A Paralympic gold medal in the time trial, H1. Just the third gold medal here at these games for South Africa to add to a bronze medal. But everyone will be cherished richly in his home country at a time when they need it most. He's the road race champion in his category, so that is still to come.
Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for Cycling Road Women's H1 to 3 Time Trial.
皆様ただいまより自転車競技ロード女子 H1 から3タイムトライアルの表彰式を行います。
Please welcome the medalists.
メダリストをお迎えください。
The last event of the morning session on day one of the road cycling event here at Tokyo's Paralympic Games was the women's H1, H3 time trial, and it brought gold for Annika Zayen of Germany. Francesca Porcelato of Italy took the silver, and Renata Kaluta of Poland the bronze medal.
The medals will be presented by
メダルの贈呈は
Mr. Andrew Parsons, President of the International Paralympic Committee.
国際パラリンピック委員会会長
Accompanied by
続きまして
Mr. Endo Suguru,
小山町議会議長
Chairman of Oyama Town Council. Bronze medalist representing Poland,
銅メダリストポーランド
Renata Karuza.
Renata Kaluta, the 40-year-old who prior to 2007 was a mountain guide in the Tatra Mountains, and she had a fall in March 2007, broke her back and was paralyzed from the chest down. The day of the accident was the first day of my new life. I simply had to learn to live in a different way. I had to learn everything from scratch. I couldn't even sit. Well, now Renata Galuzza is a bronze medalist here in Tokyo.
Silver medalist, representing Italy.
銀メダリスト、イタリア。
Francesca Porcelato.
Well, she's got a long history of competing at Paralympic Games back to 1988, 92, 96, 2000, 2004 and 2008. Cross-country skiing. And a multi-disciplined athlete of the highest order. Coached by her husband, Dino Farinazzo. She was run over by a truck when she was 18 months old.
Gold medalist and Paralympic champion, representing Germany.
金メダリストおよびパラリンピックチャンピオン、ドイツ。
Annika Zayen.
Well, the gold medalist spoke of her utter shock at winning the title. She's never won a time trial event before. Well, she certainly set that straight on the biggest stage of them all here. Annika Zayen was part of the wheelchair basketball gold medal winning team in 2012 at the Paralympic Games in London. And the silvers from 2008 and 2016. And then decided that she wanted to take up wheelchair racing and then paracycling. And she's done it pretty well.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Germany,
the
gold
national
medalists.
anthem of Germany.
皆様、ドイツの国歌の演奏です。
Cheers for Germany. There's Annika
Ladies
Zayen
and gentlemen, the Paralympic medalists.
皆様、
celebrates her gold medal.
パラリンピックメダリストです。
Francesca Porcelato. Another medal, this time on the road, and Renata Galuzza from Poland, the bronze medalist, bringing to a conclusion the medal ceremonies for the morning session on the first day of the road race program at the Tokyo Paralympic Games. There's still 7 medals to be decided on this track through the remaining session of this opening day. Zayen, the gold medalist, Porcelato and Galuzza. The men's B time trial, the women's B time trial, as well as the men's C3, 4 and 5 time trials. The men's T1 and the women's T1 and 2. Men's T1 and 2. Those are the remaining events to be concluded and raced here on the Fuji International Speedway. Thrilling racing it has been, and there's going to be plenty more wonderful action from the Fuji International Speedway track as we see 19 medals decided on the opening day of competition at the road race event here in Tokyo. Conditions are perfect. No reason why we shouldn't see some wonderful medal-winning performances from all these athletes later on today.
It's the men's B time trial start list, and there is a huge rivalry in this event between the British and the team of the Netherlands. We will see towards the end of the competition as they start rolling out of the start gate. Stephen Bate and Adam Dugalby, they will be up against a really fast duo of Loveris from France. And here we see one of the teams of Netherlands just leaving the starting gates. So Tristan Bangma, one of the hot contenders for a medal out here, and he's been piloted by Patrick Boss. So very strong duo out there on the track from the Netherlands. They'll be one to watch for the medals. So we've already got the team of Singapore, Hungary, Serbia, France, Argentina, and the Netherlands out on the track. The circuit here at the Fuji Speedway, often referred to as a track, but it's a circuit. We are into the road events. Track events were very exciting at the velodrome at Idzu, but we are now in the road events. It's the time trials today. And Spain, the first team of Spain, there's two teams in this competition, rolled down the starting gate. Christian Venga Balboa, he is the rider from Spain who has started his time trial, with his pilot being Noel Martin Infinante on the back.
Had a slight delay to proceedings as well, these athletes, but they will be well and truly trained in terms of maybe just having to reset themselves 5 to 10 minutes late, the schedule running. But it is good to see the very impressive Tristan Bangma going off first. He'll want to put a really, really good number on the board and ask some serious questions of the rest of this field. Two representatives from Spain. This is Adolfo Belido Guerrero, who comes in, 38 years of age. And he's got his pilot, Eloy Turul Rivera. And you'll just see them immediately out of the seat, just putting down that maximum power. Pilot on the front. And a key part of this race, the aerodynamic side of it.
Absolutely, the aerodynamics play a huge part. We've seen some of the gold and silver medals being split just by tenths of a second after the duration of their time trials. So the athletes actually really do need to train the best they can. We've had a mechanical here. This is disappointing for Singapore. So if we just look closely here, as they change gears, they drop the chain straight off the bike, wait for the mechanics to come and help place that chain back on.
Yeah, wee long T, and that is one of the dangers too. You do have to work through your gears. You don't want to have too big a jump from too hard a gear to too easy a gear. You need to work through your gears, otherwise you can drop the chain. So you just got to take your time a little bit. Now, the second of the riders out of the Netherlands, and very impressive too, Vincent de Shore, 41 years of age, and he won gold in the road race in Rio, and he won a silver in this event back in Rio. So he is one of the defending medalists.
Yeah, this will be a team to watch. The duo
Hello.
from the Netherlands. Vincent de Shore, one of the favourites, with just two more teams to leave the starting ramp for the men's B time trial, and it is 4 laps. They will complete 32 kilometres.
Yeah, we should say too that they're at 591 metres here, the Fuji International Speedway, on the slopes of Mount Fuji, but 591 metres, you start to sort of think about the altitude once you get to 2,000 feet, so they're just below that. That's not to say that it might just have the smallest impact on some of our riders. Louveris of France.
Yeah, what a sensation he is from France, 21 years of age. He's had success on the velodrome and now out on the course. At only 21 years of age, he really does have a lot of talent.
Well, he won a silver medal at the recent World Championships in 2021, and he's very much an athlete on the rise. And they want to get into that aero position nice and early, tuck that head back in, make sure that they're as streamlined as they can be It's about trying to stay as balanced. Now, we should let people know, a lot of people at home are thinking that the rider on the front, if you've got a strong rider on the front, that's going to somehow benefit you. They are underpowered with their chainring on the front there, and they primarily are only as fast as the rider behind them. So just for people at home wondering how this does work, the mechanics on the bike do allow for it to be a fair and even race.
Yeah, there's a timing chain that connects the rider at the rear, his gears, to the rider at the front. This is one of the big teams, being the reigning champions from Rio. Stephen Baton, Adam Dougalby as the pilot on the front.
Yeah, and they won a bronze in the road race back in Rio as well, so they're the complete team. Interesting to sort of see that. Can I use the word Star Wars looking helmet there? From
Absolutely.
1977, but ironically, actually, these days, cutting edge of aerodynamic technology here in cycling.
Yeah, has been proven to be one of the most aerodynamic helmets in cycling. We first saw them at the 2012 Olympics and Paralympic Games, and they're becoming more prominent here in Tokyo. So the helmet from Star Wars.
So 24 kilometres for this time trial. They would have warmed up properly. You need to warm up, need to make sure that your nervous system is up, that you've got any soreness out of the legs. It's not a lot of time to come right if you are in fact just feeling a little bit sore, or you just don't quite feel like you're on your game. And as mentioned, a number of these riders have come off the track program as well, so they're having to make sure they flush the legs, making sure they have recovered. Now some top speeds will be hit on this part of the course. Also just an opportunity for a little bit of recovery if in fact they need it.
Yeah, we'll see some very high top-end speeds from these tandem bikes with two riders, and the extra weight, they do tend to build up a lot of speed on the downhills. Fortunately here for the riders, their downhills are not too long, or you could say unfortunately, because they don't get too much of a rest. It is a very demanding course. It's up and down most of the time, not much flat. Even the finish straight is slightly uphill. So now all riders from the men's speed time trial over 34 kilometres, they are out on the course.
And just see there the difference in the chainring on the front for the pilot versus the big chainring there on the back for the athlete, the Argentinian pairing. And this is Maximiliano Ramon Gomez, 42 years of age, the Argentinian. And he comes in. He was 15th at the recent World Championships, so he's an athlete that's relatively new to the sport. But it's a good testing time trial course, isn't it? Some really good downhill sections, some areas that you're going to have a tailwind, and we have seen the wind increase from this morning's session. We can certainly see a big increase in the wind, so they're going to have to adapt. They're going to have to understand where the crosswinds are on this course very, very quickly, where those tailwinds are, and clearly on those as parts of this course which go uphill, and make sure they've got their gear changing, their gear ratios right.
Yeah, very tricky finish, because the finish line is in sight for quite a while. They're lucky to have a tailwind into the finish straight. That'll help them a little bit. But we've seen some athletes really struggle with that line just being so far away with the straight into the finish.
Yeah, now the Fuji Speedway, which is the venue here, it's got one of the longest straights in motorsport anywhere in the world, at 1.475 kilometres. Now, if you are starting to hurt or starting to what we call in cycling pop, I tell you what, it's going to feel like an awful long way away. Nice here though, good smooth position.
Yeah, you can see there they've passed the 300 metres, but it's a long way until that finish line shows up. They've got a slight advantage from a tailwind, but this will be the first team that we see from Hungary cross for a time check at 8 kilometres. So that's the mark to beat, 12 minutes and 25 seconds from the team from Hungary. So they've actually passed one team out on the track. That was Singapore. We saw they had a bit of a mechanical, but it's Venga Balboa now from Spain on shot. And you can see how beefed up these frames need to be. Super strong so they don't flex. And for sometimes when they're not quite strong enough, that's when we see the chain drop if there's too much flex in the frame. So they've really beefed these frames up now to be super strong.
Yeah, they want to be as stiff as they can, don't they? So that particularly what they call the bottom bracket, which is where the pedal arms or the cranks go into the frame there, that wants to be as stiff as it can be. You don't want to have any flex, that's energy wasted. And so all these little things come into it. And so they will have weight limits on bikes, and a standard road bike at 6.8 kilograms, just so that engineering and that search for lightness doesn't end up affecting doesn't end up affecting the overall safety of the bike. Another drop chain here from Bangma too.
This
one of the pre-race favourites.
May affect the medal standings because they were one of the big favourites and they're struggling to get the chain back on. Both riders, they've got it on the front chain ring. Now they've just got to try and get it up through the derailleur and onto that inside chain ring.
Might just need a quick change of gears here and just see if they can.
They are losing seconds. They are losing valuable time out there. This is very, very unfortunate for the team of Netherlands.
It doesn't take long either for word to get out amongst the other teams that some of the favourites. But the thing here for the Dutch, they just need to slow it down. Don't panic. 10 seconds when you're under duress will feel like a lifetime. But this is the Spanish pairing. This is Gomez. So, in fact, the Argentinian pairing, my apologies, Maximiliano. And they'll come through in a time of 12 minutes 16.58. So they are 56 seconds down. In fact, they come through quickest. My apologies, 11 minutes 19.83, the Argentinian pairing. So they currently lead this time trial through 8 kilometres with just Serbia and Hungary, the only other 2 teams that have gone through that 8 kilometre time check.
And impressive for the Argentinian. He's 1 minute ahead of the second rider at just 8 kilometres into this 34 kilometre race. And we are back with Balboa. Venga Balboa. Applying pressure. Here's the replay. Hands go up to say they've got a mechanical as the chain just gets jammed in the gears.
That's surprising, isn't it? Because it almost looks like they're on a slight downhill aspect part of the bike. And
well, I'm just wondering if this is a different... This is the other Dutch team.
So both Dutch teams in trouble, are they?
Both Dutch teams had a mechanical.
Wow.
You can see here, this is the other Dutch team of... I think this one's the...
So this is Vincent de Schuur and Timo Fransen.
And they are still riding with a mechanical. As you can see, the pilot unable to pedal. So they are just riding until they get some assistance with a spare bike. They'll have to stop here in the pits and see if they can get the spare bike. Very, very disappointing for the Dutch.
No, well, clearly they've set their bikes up. Maybe just have too much torque or not enough in that chain in terms of the links in it. There's all these little things at play here. Very different setup too for the tandem bikes versus your standard road. You've got a lot more chain length, therefore a lot more things that can go wrong.
That's Bangma there, one of the big favourites from the Dutch team, who's just leaned his bike up against the barricades, and it doesn't look like he's going to get enough assistance to continue in a competitive form in this race. Very disappointing for the Dutch.
I can tell you too, Tristan Bangma came through that 8 kilometres, so they've still had that issue, but they still clocked a time of 11 minutes 47.05.
Yeah.
And now we're seeing the Spanish team having come through 8 kilometres on the road. Adolfo Bellido Guerrero, they are leading after 8 kilometres in a time of 10:21.40. Then it is the second Spanish team of Christian Venga Balboa, 20.94 seconds back through 8 kilometres, but that is disappointment for Bangma. Won the individual pursuit on the track last week.
Yeah, absolute devastation for Bangma there, unable to continue as we now focus on the Spanish teams, which have gone through the 8 kilometre mark.
Well, that was Balboa.
Fastest and second fastest.
Venga Balboa. Now back to the Dutch team, number 359. Here is Vincent de Schuur, 41 years of age. De Schuur look like they've got their machine back up and going again. So they're back in business. Good head position, good aerodynamics from this second of the Dutch teams.
Yeah, they'll have to fight hard.
Now here's one, Vincent de Schuur. He won the road race 5 years ago, as mentioned, also a silver medal. So they bring plenty of experience, but the real challenge is being put down at the moment by Adolfo Bellido Guerrero, number 352. And we'll get a time split here from the Dutch pairing.
Well, they're only 18 seconds off the fastest time, or equal fastest time. They go into the lead at that time check.
So just confirming that for you. Yes, in fact, Vincent de Schuur, Timo Fransen, the pilot, they have come through 8 kilometres now. And they are leading in a time of 10:39.72, are they? Just confirming that for you. In fact, that's through the 16 kilometre mark. So through the 16 kilometre mark, it is the Dutch pairing of Vincent de Schuur who do lead.
Now a little bit of mix up with the timing there. They're in third position after 8 kilometres. So because they had that mechanical and they were held up a little bit, the timing chips were just a little bit confused. But they have passed the 8 kilometre mark.
Yeah, we do.
Vincent Deschure.
We do apologise. We are just going off our in-house timing system here, and so there is just a little bit of with the change in bikes, a little bit of breakdown in the technology. Nobody's fault. We do apologise, though. We can tell you that this team, Bellido Guerrero, through 8 kilometres, are second with a time of 10:21.40. It is Alexandra Louveris of France who leads after 8 kilometres, 10 minutes 12.76. It's just 8 seconds back, that Spanish pairing.
Yeah, we just got a quick look at the team from Hungary. It looks like they've had an accident out on the track, so we'll get a little bit more information for you soon. But this is action-packed. There's a lot going on. But at the moment, it's a team of France and Louveris, who was so successful on the track at 21 years of age, who posted the fastest time at the 8 kilometre mark. And he has an 8.5 second advantage over Guerrero of Spain. Vincent Deschure from Netherlands in third position, 26 seconds back at this point.
Yeah, I do like the way, though, they're handling the corners there, cutting the apex, got really good momentum now. They are back up and running now. Here is Stephen Bate, silver in the IP last week on the track. He was a gold medalist back in 2016. And we'll get a split on them. They're yet to come through the 8 kilometre mark. Adam Duggleby is his pilot.
So Guerrero, he's on a good time. He's 8 seconds off the pace through the 8 kilometre mark in second position. And his pilot, Turel Rovera. And now this is upsetting for the British team. They've had a nasty fallout on the course. Adam Duggleby in a world of pain. So much action in that first lap. And what time will they be able to post?
Well, through 8 kilometres, they are ranked currently 6th in a time of 11:38.
Yeah, they've had a really nasty fall, the British team.
Yeah, minute 25 down on the French pairing of Alexandra Louveris and Corentin Emenal.
Well, disappointment that both the Dutch and the British that we called the favourites at the start, they've had mechanicals and crashes, and this is the team of Hungary. They might be out of the race after a heavy fall. So technical. Just checking themselves out, waiting for some mechanical assistance. But how quickly dreams can come unravelled. So much skin. You can see the hands there of Adam Duggleby, the pilot for Stephen Bate. He's in a world of pain. Oh, nasty skin off the leg as well.
And we can't actually see there, can we, the possible damage that is done to Stephen Bate sitting second wheel. But we did talk about the fact the wind has come up, and I just wonder whether riders opting for the disc wheels, whether that's just playing a little bit of havoc.
Yeah, absolutely.
Just in the crosswinds.
We saw early this morning no wind at all and a lot of disc wheels being used, and as the wind's been picking up, they have less and less use of the disc wheels. But those tandems are very, very difficult to ride in any case. And it's quite a technical course at high speeds. Back with the Dutch pairing of Vincent Deschure and Timo Fransen. They are third across the line at the 8 kilometre mark, still in the race for the medals. They've had one bike change, and there is no timing chip on this bike. So the timing chip was placed on their original bike they started, and you can see on the front fork there's no timing chip on this spare bike.
So we will have to, might get some manual timing for you. We'll try and keep you updated though, but plenty of action already in the second session here on day 7 of Tokyo 2020 Paralympics. You are watching the men's B time trial, those riders with a visual impairment.
Well,
you can see that other bike already on the roof in Singapore. Well, they're out of the game.
Yeah, they had the first mechanical of the day that we saw.
It's the Spanish pairing, 3:53, Christian Venga Balboa, the second of the Spanish teams on the road at the moment. They're trying to chase down Adolfo Balido Guerrero, the Spanish team who currently are sitting in second place. So Christian Venga Balboa, along with his pilot, Noel Martin Ifonte.
Well, what an action-packed first lap they had. Now they know the course, now they're settling down a little bit. Maybe the tyre pressure's a little bit too high. Too many nerves, too much excitement. As we now see the teams really settle in. This is the team at the top of the leaderboard after 8 kilometres. Laveras, only 21 years of age, a sensation on the velodrome, and now he's out chasing a gold medal in the men's B time trial.
He looks nice and smooth, really nice high pedal cadence there. And you talked about the tyre pressure. This is a relatively smooth surface, and so they will have more air pressure in their tyres versus, say, if it was a really, really rough road surface. These days on the rough road surface, we're seeing riders riding 80, 90 PSI, which was considerably flat to the science from even 5 years ago. Maximum air pressure these days, been a lot of testing done, probably be around about 110 PSI. There's been a lot of research saying that once you hit a certain threshold, i.e. 110 up, there's no real advantage after that. So a lot of science going these days into the tyres, into the wheels. We're seeing riders riding a lot wider tyre width these days as well.
Well, we're now seeing other categories out on the track, but it's this pairing from Spain in second place out on the road in the men's B time trial.
Yeah, slide uphill there, pushing a really big gear on the front, leaning on those gears. A lot of communication. It'll be subtle, but Spain look comfortable as well. Good form.
Yeah, you can see Guerrero there just jumping into the aero position.
So we will get a time check here coming through 16 kilometres. And so it is Milan Petrovic of Serbia is the first rider through that 16-kilometre time check. That time is 24 minutes 40.21 seconds. So that is the time everybody's going to be chasing at the moment. But some of those bigger names, some of those riders that come in with perhaps a more impressive CV still to come across that 16-kilometre time check.
Yeah, and we now see the Argentinian team just approaching that time check.
I think we're going to see
Balboa as well.
And so Maximilian Ramo Gomez crosses the Argentinian rider, as does Christian Venga Balboa. Just got so currently through 16 kilometres, leading is Christian Venga Balboa, time of 21 minutes 26.09 seconds. He's 1 minute, him and his pilot, a 1 minute 52.84 ahead of the Argentinian rider of Maximiliano Ramon Gomez, and then in third place Milan Petrovic. They are the three teams that have gone through 16 kilometres so far.
Yeah, I think we're about to see a new leader as they cross the line. 23 seconds faster for Guerrero from Spain. So he is at the top of the leaderboard at 16 kilometres. Still plenty of teams left to come in. The Dutch are out there, the French as well. So Laveras from France, this is the team here of Vincent Deschamps. So they've had a bike change. They've lost 26 seconds on the first lap. Can they bring that back? Over 34 kilometres. It is achievable. And they look very composed now on that spare bike.
Yeah, slightly different setup on the back there in terms of their handlebars. They will customise their bikes based on their height, based on their physiology, to try and find the most comfortable, most aerodynamic, but also the safest position. We should emphasise that. Here is Luveris. So that time Luveris and his pilot Corentin Emmanuel need to beat is 21:02.87 to be the gold medal leader on the road with still 8 kilometres to go.
Well, the team of the Netherlands now coming in. They're They've caught up a good 10 seconds out there, so they slip into second place. They've got a big job to do after that bike change. Here comes Loveris of France. What time will he post at the 16-kilometre check?
That was very, very good time trial developing. There's not much in this at the moment. I think you're going to throw a blanket over them. Vincent de Schuur, well, he's 9.2 seconds back over Adolfo Bellido Guerrero. But here come the French team who led through 8 kilometres. Wait for that time split.
They'll jump to the top of the leaderboard. It's Loveris in 20:44. He's 18 seconds ahead of Guerrero, and Vincent de Schuur is 27 seconds behind Loveris. So can the Dutch make up more time over the next 2 laps?
So 27 seconds separating the top 3 athletes on the road with 8 kilometres remaining. Big question too for Stephen Bate and Adam Duggleby. The British pairing took a really heavy crash. As we now see Tristan Bangma come through. They've had all sorts of mechanical issues, one of the pre-race favourites. They're 4 minutes 22.4 seconds down, so their medal chances are pretty much gone. But maybe just a bit of an opportunity still just to flush the legs, do a bit of riding before the road race, which is still to come later in the week.
So there's Loveris now, the Spaniards, 3:52.
Now,
that is
my apologies
Guerrero.
too. Yeah, my apologies too. We're in fact 32 kilometres, not 24. We've got a number of different events going on today, and there are different distances for the different categories and classes. So just saying, we do have 32 kilometres here for our B1 men's. So it's still plenty of time for this pairing of Vincent de Schuur to try and pull back that deficit of 27.75 seconds. They did lose time because of the bike changeover.
Yeah, it will be a phenomenal performance if they do end in the medals. And look at this, the pain, the disappointment. It's just so heartbreaking. They were the reigning champions from Rio, and now they are bearing the pain from that big crash, high speed. Guerrero, he's in second place after the 16-kilometre check. 18 seconds down on Loveris. Loveris looks in really good shape for a gold medal with 2.5 laps still to go for most of these men's B time trial riders.
Interesting there, just having a look at Stephen Bates from Great Britain and Adam Duggleby pushing an absolutely massive gear on that particular climb earlier. Really looking like they were struggling to get over the top of it. I wonder whether they've got actually an issue, possibly changing gears as well. Yeah. And maybe with that crash, there is a bit of a mechanical issue, because they'd want to be a lot smoother in terms of their pedal cadence. We can just see them there on the other side of the road. Yeah, on a different part of the course, and they really are just struggling to get their legs over, getting on top of that gear. They want to be a lot smoother, a much higher cadence normally, as we're starting to see from the Spanish team.
Well, they're going for a bike change now, or they've exited the track. They've called it a day. Disappointing for the riders from Great Britain. There's nothing they can do. They've got issues with their gears. They've got... Yeah, that's the end for Great Britain, unfortunately. We still have Vincent de Schuur. They've had a bike change, and they are chasing back to get into medal contention. Through the 16-kilometre mark, they were still in third position after that bike change. So they have a possibility of pulling themselves back into gold medal contention. And Spain now, disappointing. So
Adolfo Bellido Guerrero, they're in a bit of trouble. Now, they were second through the 16-kilometre time check. They're going to get a bike change as well. So chaos, carnage.
Absolute
technical issues out on the road here at the Fuji Speedway, the venue for this time trial.
Well, I'll tell you what, it'll make it hard for the timekeeping, because they don't have the time chips on their spare bikes, and we have seen plenty of bike changes, and you can see here in the case of Guerrero, the spare bike is not as high spec as their race bike, but they had no option but to change. So here's the race bike, and very well coordinated change here.
Yeah, and you can just see that derailer, which is the hanging part off the back of the back chain ring there, just getting caught up, pulled up, really easy to snap those. That is a chain they'll have all sorts of difficulty trying to put back on. So one of the things you have to be really careful about is just making through your work through your gears slowly. You don't want to have too big a drop off in your gears going from, see, they're in quite an easy gear here. They're coming uphill. You can see them on that big chain ring on the back, which means they're in a sort of a climbing gear. And as they get on the downhill sections or on a flat section with a tailwind behind them, they'll be on their smallest chain ring on the back, their hardest gear, just for those that are new to the sport of cycling. So the gears on a bike, no different to the gears in a car.
Well, fingers crossed for the French team, because they're the only team in the top 3 positions at the moment that have not had a mechanical or bike change or a mishap. So France are well and truly taking control of this race as they come in towards the finish line for their 24-kilometre time check. They've been flying, they've been riding particularly well with each other. And Laveras' confidence is high after success on the velodrome. He is the new sensation of paracycling. It is Laveras of France at 21 years of age.
Well, one of the big issues too for the athletes with a visual impairment is cornering, is making sure that because they visually can't see the gradient on a corner or the degree of the corner, sometimes you need your rider just to lean a little bit more in, and if you're not, then that's where we are going to start to see the crashes. So really, really hard sport for the visually impaired in terms of coming out of the corners. It requires a lot of communication, but also a lot of trust in each other.
Yeah, and that's why we, for many reasons, we see the pilots being a bit bigger in stature, in size, to give the rider behind a little bit more of a comfortable position, but being heavier on the front too, and being in control of the steering and override. If the rider behind leans the wrong way, you want a big, strong rider on the front to control.
Yeah, great example here. See, they're just quite cautious through that corner. Individual rider would hit that corner a lot harder, but because of the length of the bike, the difference in weight distribution. Now, we are seeing this Dutch pair, and this is great to see that we do have Bangma back in the race, Tristan Bangma. So he's still continuing to ride after all sorts of problems. Really probably the race favourite coming into this. But through 16 kilometres, Tristan Bangma is currently sitting around about 7th place.
Yeah, they're 4 minutes 22 down on Laveras' time. Fastest rider out on the track, the Frenchman, Laveras, and Guerrero through that 16-kilometre mark was 18 seconds off the pace. And we've seen them have a bike change, so we'll see how much time that's cost Guerrero.
Now, this is again a little tricky part here. That's where they've got to start thinking about their gears. When they start climbing again, go from the harder gear to the easier gear, they need to make sure they're just skipping through those gears slowly and not too big a jump. Don't want to drop the chains. We've seen a lot of it today, but this is a really good ride from Vincent Deschamps.
Yeah,
He has 27.75 seconds to make up on Alexandre Louveris of France, but they are on a mission. Speaking of which, here is that. Is it the French? No, it's in fact the Argentinian combination of Maximiliano Ramon Gomez and his pilot Sebastian Jose Tolosa, 42 years of age. Gomez of Argentina.
They have a nice rhythm on the climb there. Now we see the Spanish out of the seat.
See, that there is not easy either for the visually impaired athletes, to have that timing, to get out of the seat at the same time, to have that bike rocking back and forward, to have unison, to have that balance. I think that's why we've seen so many riders on this particular part of the course riding seated.
Yeah, it's very difficult out of the seat if you're not in sync with your partner and done plenty of training. This is the other team, Balboa. He comes first team through the 24-kilometre check. So that's the benchmark at 32 minutes and 10 seconds. The first team to cross the 24-kilometre time check. They're in their final lap now.
Yes, 24 kilometres of hope, 8 kilometres of truth. That's why if summing up this 32 kilometres, they're on what we call the rivet now, which means they're basically on the absolute limit. Bike seats used to be riveted, and so when you got more and more fatigued, you sort of got on the edge of the seat a bit more, and it became sort of cycling parlance on the rivet.
Guerrero, this will be interesting to see what their time is through the 24-kilometre mark.
32:10.55 the time. It'll be close, I think. As we said, though, it's a very long straight through to the start-finish line, so it can be somewhat deceptive on television.
Yeah, well, don't forget this duo, they had a bike change, so that would have cost them a bit of time. They were the faster of the two Spanish teams in the first 2 laps, but across for lap 3, they are now sitting in second place still, behind Balboa. It's then Guerrero. And Ramon Gomez having a good ride from Argentina as well. He sits in 3rd position with quite a few teams yet to pass through that 24-kilometre check.
And you can just see the difference, though, isn't it, when you're having to suddenly get a bike that doesn't have aero bars, just sitting there on what we call a drop bars, just not quite as relaxed,
well,
just not quite as aerodynamic probably is the bigger factor.
Mentally as well, getting onto a spare bike that you know is not as fast as your race bike in a time trial. You see the race bike on the roof there with mechanical issues. And here comes Laveras, the fastest man out on the circuit at the moment. Coming into the finish, we're going to see a fast time here for Laveras. Will it be faster than Van der Schuur? Yes, it will be. Top of the leaderboard, 26 seconds faster for Laveras. He's still leading this with 1 lap to go, 8 kilometres to go. Vincent de Schuur of France, he has done a fantastic job to be in the 2nd place position on the leaderboard after a bike change. He's still 26 seconds off Laveras. So these two, can they bring it home, or can the Dutch close in on them with less than 8 kilometres to go?
Well, it's going to be tough, isn't it? 26.93 seconds back. Vincent de Schuur over Alexandre Laveras. But this is the Dutch team of de Schuur.
Yeah, it's a big ask. They'll be very, very disappointed about that bike change. But here's Laveras, the fastest man so far.
That's a really good example. Just real discipline here from Laveras on the back there, just with that head just tucked right in behind, not moving. And that's always a sign that the form's good. When you start seeing a little bit more upper body movement, head starting to move around, that's generally a sign of fatigue. Nice sweeping corner, using it nicely, not trying to be too clever, not trying to cut the apex too tight. Just don't quite have that manoeuvrability. And having the disc wheel and the carbon wheels, the bike's even stiffer. Sometimes by having a spoked wheel, you can tend to sort of throw it around the corners a little bit better.
Yeah, playing it a little bit safe with an advantage of 26 seconds over Vincent de Schuur. It's the Dutch that will have to give absolutely everything in the last 8 kilometres and take a few risks. They've had that bike change. Balboa in 3rd position and Guerrero in 4th position. Guerrero was in front of Balboa before that bike change, but we have some close racing out there for the bronze medal between the two Spanish teams.
So just the fastest lap ever done here at the Fuji Speedway in any form of transportation is actually held by the great Brazilian F1 driver Felipe Massa, who did that back in 2008 in his Formula One Ferrari in a time of 1 minute 18.426 seconds. So it's got rich history, this venue. A really nice look here at that setup. So mid-range gear there at the back, not on that smallest cog on the back there, just in the mid-range, big chain ring on the front. And that is a really, really nice chain line, we call it. So there's not too much of an angle on the chain there, on the back chain, which means that all the energy is going through the pedals, is going through the bike. Don't want to have a diagonal on your chain, because that basically means your chain line, you're going to lose a bit of energy through it.
Big advancements for the para-athletes is the use of electronic gears. And they're using disc brakes, the French as well, opposed to the rim brakes we see here on the team from the Netherlands. But this is their spare bike. They've had a bike change, and they are out chasing the time of Laveras. This is Vincent de Schuur. And quite a remarkable position to be in, second fastest team out on the road after a bike change.
He's a big man, isn't he, de Schuur? He has really got plenty of strength.
Yeah.
But I just like the discipline here of just being able to stay in such an aerodynamic position. Interesting, really high cadence here being shown by this Spanish pairing.
Yeah,
we'll check which one of the two it is, but you can just sort of see really high cadence, probably around about what we call 90 to 95 revolutions per minute.
It's Balboa And look at the pain on the face of the pilot. This is a tough ride. And they know they have to give everything. They're racing for a medal here. They were in 3rd position after the last time check at 24 kilometres. And this is the team that had the bike change, out chasing that bronze medal against their Spanish teammates, Guerrero. So they're on the, what we should say, training bike, not their racing bike. It's their spare bike. Well, so no disc wheels.
Interesting to see them climbing there. They decide to stay in their big chain ring on the front and just use their big cogs on the back.
Well, look at this ride from Vincent Deschure. He will be so disappointed they had that bike change. He's out chasing the time of Laveras.
Now, we should say, too, you're not allowed to draft. You're not allowed to sit directly behind another rider. There will be a draft zone. And that is that time of 31:19.91.
Yeah, with 8 kilometres to go, Deschure was 26 seconds down. Will that be the case at the finish? I think he'll close in a little bit on Laveras. But over 8 kilometres, it's a very big ask, 26 seconds.
Yeah, when you're dealing with such small percentages between the riders, you just wonder how much time they did lose with that bike change. They would have gone through those scenarios, though. Okay, what happens if something does go wrong? How quick? They would have rehearsed a few things as well, simply in terms of whose role it is to do what, order in which they get off the bike, order in which they get back onto the replacement bike.
Well, 2 kilometres to go for Balboa, and he's in the aero position, still looking quite strong. Here's Laveras, the fastest man out on the course after 24 kilometres. Already a gold medal in the pocket from the velodrome.
And he was a silver at the World Championship, so he comes in with form Laveras. He has got just such a big future in the sport. That's one thing you shouldn't underestimate too. Those riders that have had some lead-in competition heading to these Paralympics, and due to COVID, not everyone around the world might have necessarily had the same opportunity. So, you know, what riders have ridden themselves into form in race competition, what other riders have had to basically just simply use training, time trials and testing in labs and stuff to try and get themselves in race form. So 3:54, Alexandra Laveras.
Yeah, really applying pressure now. Laveras, they know that Vincent Deschure is breathing down their necks. So much power from Vincent Deschure.
And now uphill here, good communication, both out of the seat, good smooth pedalling.
Well, Guerrero, he won't be feeling as fast or comfortable on that spare bike. But they will do their absolute best in medal contention. The race for the bronze medal seems to be between the two Spanish teams. The gold and silver between Laveras and Deschure, as we see here. Vincent Deschure hasn't given up after their bike change.
Now up this little downhill here. They'll be now aware, they'll be talking to each other about the gears that they're going to need to work through here. There'll be subtle little changes on this uphill section, but look at that, what we call the pain face or the ugly face, and I mean that with the greatest respect, where you're sort of gritting your teeth and you sort of got the eyes. And a good cycling friend of mine always said at this point, you're basically breathing through your eyelids.
You can see Balboa's composure on the back there. He is just moving his shoulders around, trying to get as much power through those pedals as possible.
Yeah, they are just literally, internally, just suffering like you cannot imagine at the moment. And they'll be talking to each other. They'll be saying, look, just keep this going, not far to go. Let's just break it down piece by piece. Yeah. Venge Balboa, Christian, along with Noel Martin Infante. 48 years of age too, the Spanish rider, versus Alexandra Laveras, just 21 years of age, who's our leader on the road. So youthful exuberance against experience.
Well, they look different. Laveras looks so composed and so beautiful on the bike, aerodynamic. You can see Balboa just moving his head around, just losing a little bit of power that should be going through the pedals. But they are absolutely fatigued. They are giving everything they've got left. They are about to come in and post the first time at the finish line. Everything they've got for Balboa.
So they come through, and that clock stops at 42:52. So 42 minutes, 52 seconds, 0.12. And then we've got Robert Chelka of Hungary has just finished in a time of 47 minutes 53. So he's 5 minutes back off the lead. Can't see him getting himself on the podium, but still a very, very good performance in trying conditions from the man from Hungary, the 47-year-old. But now we wait for Luveris
And the
Vincent de Schuur and Adolfo Balido Guerrero. Which three of these teams can take Christian Venga Balboa off the top of the standings?
Well, it'll be interesting to see if Vincent de Schuur has been able to close down that gap to Luveris. They're looking strong, shake of the head, everything they've got. They're looking to better the time of Balboa and move to the top of the leaderboard. And then the wait for Luveris. So the Dutch pair, they stop the clock 51 seconds faster than Balboa. Vincent de Schuur of the Netherlands.
But here comes Luveris, is it? No, it's a second of the Spanish team, so Adolfo Balido Guerrero. And they stop the clock at 43 minutes, 12.76 seconds, and they are 1 minute 11, or 1 minute 12 seconds basically down on the gold medal.
And
but here come the French team who are looking to try and secure this gold medal. And they should look like they do it comfortably if we just look at the time in the bottom of our screen here.
Oh, I'm not entirely sure about that. They've got to get to that finish line. It's a long way away, but the Dutch have done a fantastic effort to post that time of 42. It's going to be very close, but I think they're going to do it. Luveris, they've got 10 seconds. Yes, they are. They are going to hold the gold medal position. They stop the clock at 41:54. And what a remarkable effort from the Dutch. Vincent de Schuur, without that bike change, no doubt would be the gold medalist. But Luveris, the 21-year-old, has clinched the gold medal. Still a few teams to come back in, so we can't confirm that just yet. But
6.75 seconds separating gold from silver as we speak. We cannot see any of the other teams affecting that position. And now we go back to our next race on the road. And our next race on the road is the men's C5 and C4 time trial. So individual riders now set up on more traditional type road bikes. As we look at Luveris there out on his feet, gold medal for him.
he is empty, completely empty. That was the ride of his life, and he had to give everything because Vincent de Schuur of the Netherlands was fighting back after a bike change. What an exciting race for the men's B time trial. Luveris sits at the top, Vincent de Schuur in second, and Christian Venga Balboa of Spain sits in third position. With a few riders to finish, that could be our gold, silver and bronze medalists from the men's B time trial.
Now, I can tell you that we do have the men's C5 time trial underway at the moment. And the first of our riders, first two riders have actually come through 24 kilometres there. We've just seen Pier Paolo Adisi of Italy come through 24 kilometres in a time of 36 minutes 13 seconds. The second fastest rider on the road through 24 kilometres is Walter Grant Stewart of Guyana, the 36-year-old. But the fastest rider through 16 kilometres was Lauro Charman of Brazil, yet to come through and get a time check at 24 kilometres. So that is the race you are watching at the moment, the men's C5. Those athletes with an impairment
And they will also...
that is deemed not to maybe be as a debilitating impairment as with the lower numbers allocated to riders. So C5, we start at C1, C2, C3 and work our way up.
Yeah, well, the men's C5 time trial has a stellar lineup. There are some real champions in this race, and they will race over 34 kilometres. They have completed some of the riders. 3 of them have checked through the 24-kilometre mark with 1 lap to go.
Well, I can tell you that Lauro Charman of Brazil, third in Rio in the time trial, silver in the road race in Rio, and he recently picked up a silver medal at the World Road Race Championships and a third in the time trial in 2021. So the Brazilian, one of the pre-race favourites, number 70. But we've got a lead at the top of the board through 24 kilometres. It's Kevin Lecomte of France. Andrea Tarlau is currently in second place, but some of those big names yet to come through that time check through 24 kilometres.
Yeah, Lecomte moves to the top of the leaderboard, and he has a handy lead over the second position rider from Italy, Andrea Tarlau, at the moment, but we still have more than half the field to come through that 24-kilometre checkpoint. So Kevin Lecomte at the top at the moment.
Well, World Championships picked up a bronze medal. Kevin Lecomte of France. Let's just have a look at the time check here. I'll give you an idea of what that split is. And it looks like he might come underneath that. It's really hard just to get an idea of where they are in this straight because it is one of the longest straights in all of motorsport, but it looks like he will have a comfortable lead through 24 kilometres as we do get that split for you. And it will be the man from Brazil in a time of 32 minutes, 5.98 seconds. And good news for people watching in Australia because Alistair Donohoe is currently in second place, but he's 46 seconds back on this man who currently sits in the gold medal position. So if you have just joined us, the Australian Alistair Donohoe is currently in the silver medal position. Kevin Lecomte of France sits in third place, but there are still 8 kilometres of the journey left.
Yeah, fantastic ride at this point from Lauro Sharman of Brazil. Came in as one of the favourites. You can see there he's got his team car behind him yelling some encouragement for the last 8 kilometres, the last lap. Lauro Sharman, he is on fire. Can he hold on? He's got Alistair Donohoe 46 seconds behind. So he just needs to hold on. Bit of traffic. He's a bit upset that the line was affected there by one of the slower riders, but he gets through okay.
Well, they will understand that will be the case. Number 83, looking here, is Andrej Streko, the 38-year-old from Slovakia. And Streko, well, he was 8th at the Time Trial World Championships in 2019, 8th in 2018. So he's looking to try and get that sort of breakthrough performance, Streko. And I can tell you that the last time check for Streko, he came through 24 kilometres. He is 2 minutes 41 there or thereabouts behind Lauro Sharman of Brazil. And Streko currently sits in 6th place on the road. As we now have a look at Dementiev of the Ukraine, yet to come through and get his time split at 24 kilometres. Well, just reminding you that they'll all start a minute apart. So some riders would have started sort of 7, 8, 9 minutes after the first rider, and thus you cannot look at their position on the road. You've got to look purely at the times that are given to them through each lap.
Now the 24-kilometre time check, we have a new leader from the Netherlands. It's Abraham Gebru, and the team of Netherlands are very strong here out on the Fuji Speedway. So 36-year-old Daniel Abraham Gebru, here he is. He has gone through the 24-kilometre mark with the fastest time, 10 seconds faster than Lauro Sharman, and 56 seconds faster than Alistair Donohoe, just with 8 kilometres to go.
Well, he won the men's road race in this division back in Rio, back in 2016. Daniel Abraham Gebru, 4th in the time trial in Rio. So 5 years to think about it. But he has been 3rd at the World Championships this year, 2017, 2018. We talk about putting that performance together, that breakthrough performance. What a day to do it. And so Abraham Gebru of the Netherlands, possibly on the way to that breakthrough performance. But still, a lot can happen over this last lap of 8 kilometres.
Yeah, only 10 seconds back to Sharman, so it is close between Daniel Abraham Gebru and Lauro Sharman for the gold and silver. Only 10 seconds separating them with 8 kilometres to go. And they're now halfway through their last lap. Born in Eritrea, this is the man of the Netherlands, Daniel Abraham Gabru, 36 years of age. He's chasing a gold medal.
He's a nice smooth bike rider, isn't he? Nice high cadence here. You can just see how easy he's turning those pedals over. And if you've got reasonably good eyesight, you can see there that he's no way in his hardest gear on the back. He's sort of in a mid-range gear, big chain ring on the front, beautifully balanced. But this is where cutting the apex, taking a second here, half a second there, this is going to be really, really important. Because as these athletes get more and more fatigued, you lose your concentration, you're going to lose time. Looks like the Brazilian has taken a wee crash, though. Maybe.
Well, that would make sense because he had such a big margin lead through the 16-kilometre mark and now slips into second position out on the road. The Brazilian shaman, he has had a fall.
I just wonder too, we have talked about the wind on the course and whether the disc wheel is necessarily the right choice of wheel, because those can get picked up like a sail in the crosswinds.
Well, you can see he's not carrying a water bottle, so he thinks he can do 32 kilometres, no worries, without any intake of fluids, and that's for aerodynamics there. He's got a nice pedalling style, but can he maintain his mental ambitions, knowing that a rider is now challenging him for the gold medal? It's Daniel Abraham Gabru from the Netherlands.
Brahu on a very fast part of the course here. Now he's almost in his hardest gear. You can just see big chain ring on the front, the small little cog at the back. Maybe he has one more gear to go to if he needs it. Happy to just push the slight incline, staying in that same gear. So a good, strong bike rider, not losing too much here.
Yeah, as we mentioned earlier, the C5 category is those least affected by their disabilities and categorised on what actual ability they have rather than disability. And Abraham Gabru, he has an underdeveloped left leg that he was born with. And he's riding a fantastic race here in Tokyo.
So number 72 we've just seen is Edwin Fabian Martez Ruiz of Colombia. And then the man out in front is Shaman, time of 38.15. So he's taken a crash.
He still looks strong. He looks strong on the bike. Will this be gold or silver for Shaman? He had a handy lead before that crash. He's just shaking his hand. He's not happy.
Still got a little ways to go, though. He's got to just have to focus, though. Can't worry about what's already happened. He's not sure what's going on behind him either. Good bike handling skills through this really technical part of the course, deciding that out of the seat is the best way to put the power through his machine. Back into that aero position. But the big challenge now, the man who is leading on the road, at least through the 24-kilometre time check, Daniel Abraham Gabru, the defending road race champion from Rio. Well, road racing and individual time trial, two different things.
Given that Shaman was significantly up earlier in the race by over a minute, you would think he might be able to pull back the time over Abraham Gabru in the final 8 kilometres. He was only 10 seconds off at the 24-kilometre mark. We're not 100% sure whether he had that crash after the 24-kilometre check. And if he did, he's got his work cut out to catch this man.
And you can just...
Taking some deep breaths as he goes into this corner, get the oxygen in for one last big effort.
Yeah, you've got to just take every little opportunity to rest when the course allows you to, or means that basically you can't turn the pedals, but again accelerates nice and quickly out of those corners. And that's the benefit sometimes of being in slightly easier gear. You can actually get the bike up to acceleration a lot quicker.
Well, you could see as he coasted into that last little chicane that he was taking some really deep breaths and he accelerated extremely hard. Yeah. And this is the man in third position after 24 kilometres from Ukraine. It's Dmitriev of Ukraine.
So the Ukrainian having a very good day. He was the gold medalist in the time trial back in Rio in 2016. So he's defending Paralympic champion in the time trial. But Is he having his day-to-day? 28.69 seconds down after 24 kilometres, says that might just be struggling a little bit. He was fourth at the recent World Time Trial Championships in 2021, so perhaps not the form of 5 years ago. 34 years of age, so very much in his prime. But he has been a three-time world champion, but those world championships came back in 2013, 2014, 2015 for Yehor Dementiev of the Ukraine.
Oh, you can hear the screeching of the car wheels on this racetrack. And there's a bit of a battle for the corner going on between Dmitriev and the Colombian rider, Matiz Ruiz. Dementiev gets that lead line, rightly so. He's on a good time, racing for a medal.
Yeah, and those athletes that realise they're probably not going to be inside the medals, it really is just almost a bit of common courtesy to make sure they do stay out of the way as we have a look at the Australian athlete. So Alistair Donohoe of the Australia currently in fourth spot. We've just seen Pier Paolo Adisi of Italy go through or finish in a time of 48 minutes 37. So we've had one athlete finish, and we've now just seen Kevin Leconf of France finish in a time of 43.5187 seconds. So 43.51 is the time that everybody's going to be chasing.
Yeah, Alistair Donohoe, he's going to have to really push it to the line if he wants to be up there with Kevin Leconf. And it's going to be close, but I think he'll do it.
Is it going to be good enough for a medal, though, for the Australian? With some big names still to come, some athletes who led him through 24 kilometres. How much time has he made up in the last 8 kilometres, or how much time have the other athletes dropped off? So have a look at that time. So 15 seconds ahead of Leconf. So on the road, he currently sits in first place.
Alistair Donohoe of Australia, 43.36 sets the benchmark with the two fast riders out on the track, one from Netherlands, Daniel Abraham Gebru, and from Brazil, Laura Sharman. He does look like he's a little bit affected by that crash. He's pushing a very big gear.
Yeah, look at that, just too big a gear. He's just fighting that machine, body movement, upper body movement. Maybe that is also fatigue, though. You'll often see with riders who are incredibly fatigued, they will lean on the bigger gears. It just feels more comfortable for them, even though it's actually not perhaps the smoothest or the most aerodynamic. You're just simply doing whatever you can do to get yourself across the line now. And look how much he is suffering. So, Sharman.
Yeah, you can see when he puts his head down, his knees go out, but he's just trying to keep all that pressure going through the pedals.
And that time he's got to beat is 43.36, and he's going to be outside of that, so he's dropped a lot of time over that last 8 kilometres. He's 7.57 seconds back on the Australian, so the Australian now suddenly really in the mix for a medal. Well, it was not the case through 24 kilometres, but here he comes, number 82, looking to try and ride himself into a gold medal fourth 5 years ago. Daniel Abraham Gebru of the Netherlands, the 36-year-old. What can he do? That time he needs to beat is 43 minutes, 36 seconds, and a little bit more change.
Well, he's in the final straight now, so it looks like he is on track to take the leaderboard and could possibly be the gold medal for the Netherlands. 42.20, he's going to take this with quite a big margin from Alistair Donohoe. He will move to the top of the leaderboard, looking like a gold medal for the Netherlands.
Yeah, great ride from him, 50 metres to go. That is a really, really good bike ride. He is comfortably going to be clear, almost 50 seconds in the finish here, 50.35. So Abraham Gebru, the road race champion from 5 years ago, trying to now add the time trial to his very long, illustrious CV. But there are still good riders out there on the road to come. And look at the emotion here of Laura Sharman, who currently sits in the bronze medal position. You wonder what's going through his head. Look at him. Took a tumble, took a crash. Did it cost him a medal? You've got to feel for some of these riders. 5 years, so much time, so much preparation. Now, number 84. This is Yehor Dementiev of the Ukraine, the man who won this event in Rio and recently was 4th at the World Championships. Can he upset the pecking order?
Well, it doesn't look like it. 42.46, he's outside the time of Gabru. Will he be able to beat the time of Alastair Donohoe? He's got 36 seconds now to make it to the finish line. It's looking good for a second place.
But not so good for Lauro Schaman of Brazil, because he will be moved into 4th place. And Schaman's time of 43.44 is well and truly under threat. And it will be the man from the Ukraine who will move himself into silver medal, meaning that Alastair Donohoe of Australia still sits in the bronze medal, but it's not such good news for Lauro Schaman as the celebrations now come from Daniel Abraham Gebru. He knows he has won the time trial to go with the gold medal he won 5 years ago in the road race. That is a remarkable performance, a breakthrough performance. Our defending champion, well, he'll settle for a silver medal. And it will be bronze for Australia, and disappointment for this man. He so much looked like the gold medal was within his grasp, but he's taken a nasty spill. But the celebrations go the way of the Netherlands. Daniel Abraham Gebru, the 36-year-old, is your Paralympic champion.
And you can see how much it means to have a support crew work with you for the years before Paralympic Games. All the emotions come out for Daniel Abraham Gebru, the gold medalist from the men's C4 time trial, C5 time trial, shall I say. We're back with the C4 competition now.
Yeah, so C4, so these athletes have a slightly higher level of impairment from the group of athletes we've just seen race, but they are still on a standard road setup. So this is the men's C4 time trial. Now, through 24 kilometres, it was Patrick Kurl who led, and then it was followed by Sergei Pudov of RPC, and then the Romanian Karel Eduard Novak was in 3rd place. However, some of the big names, some of those names that come with the big reputations heading in here, have yet to go through that 24-kilometre time check. So it is still game on. Just see Ronan Grimes now has come through. That was at 16 kilometres, so we're still yet to see Peasgood, Grimes, and Cody Young of United States cross that 24-kilometre. So we've just seen Andre Luis Grisonte's just come up here on our computer. Sits in 4th place, 5 minutes back on our current leader, Patrick Kurl. Number 69 is the man Cody Young out of the United States. And he was 2nd in the 2021 time trial championship. So he brings pedigree, he brings some real class. And just have a look at the long straights here at the Fuji Speedway. And this track, of course, I'm not sure if people are familiar with Formula One, but there's a movie recently depicting the battle for the 1976 Formula One World Drivers' Championship between British driver James Hunt and Niki Lauda in rainy conditions. Hunt earned enough points to win the title. Mario Andretti won the race that day, and Niki Lauda withdrawing due to dangerous conditions. And so this track was where that famous race portrayed in that movie took place. It was the home of Formula One before Suzuka took over. And we're around about just under 600 metres in terms of altitude, so it's sort of at the lower slopes of Mount Fuji. We're seeing
we've got a mix of C4 and C3 riders out on the course at the moment.
Yeah, so C3 again, they've got even a higher level of impairment than the riders in the C4 and the C5. As we now see, I think this is George Peasgood coming through. And Peasgood He'll move up into second place now through 24 kilometres. He's 17 seconds down on Patrick Kuril of Slovakia. It is Cody Jung of the United States who is in third place in this men's C4 time trial with 1 lap of 8 kilometres to go. So Slovakia, Great Britain and the USA, gold, silver and bronze with 8 kilometres to go in the men's C4 time trial. And we see another one of our, just in the background there to the right, we see our women's visually impaired category getting underway as well. We'll bring you the closing stages of that time trial a little bit later on. As we look at number 66, Sergei Pudov, 34 years of age, yes. Russian athlete.
Through the 24-kilometre mark, Sergei Pudov, was 1 minute 20 down. So through the 24-kilometre mark, all riders through. Patrick Kuril of Slovakia leading by 17 seconds over George Peasgood of Great Britain, and Josef Metelka in third position.
So Metelka just came through that 24-kilometre time check and has now moved Cody Jung of the United States into fourth place. But there, and it's a considerable margin too between third and fourth. So Cody Jung second at the World Championships there. He's got a little bit of work to do if he's to get himself on the podium.
Looks like a close fight between Peasgood and Metelka for the silver medal. Kuril with a handy lead of 17 seconds. Can he hold on during the last 8 kilometres of this circuit?
Well, George Peasgood picking himself up a silver medal in the men's triathlon on Sunday. So he's had a few days to try and recover, flush the legs. Big, tall, rangy athlete, Peasgood.
Yeah. So for the men's C4, it's Patrick Kuril who was leading after 24 kilometres by 17 seconds over this man from Great Britain, George Peasgood. The race is on. Josef Metelka.
Yeah, now Peasgood, his older brother Jack, has competed for Great Britain at age group team at both triathlon and duathlon, while his sister-in-law Alison Peasgood was selected to represent Great Britain in triathlon at Tokyo 2020 Paralympics. And both of his parents have competed in Ironman races. And these days he resides in Loughborough, so carrying the weight of Great Britain on his shoulders. And they do have such high expectations on their athletes, very, very hard teams to make. But can he get the job done against Patrick Kuril? 17 seconds over 8 kilometres. Well,
it's a big ask, but he still looks composed and strong as he now catches Cody Jung of the USA.
He's got great discipline because he just keeps that head down in that aero position, has a wee look up now, but he's pretty much just stayed there, and that is a discipline in itself. You can have these aero helmets with the long tails out the back, but if you start dropping your head too much, they lift up like a sail. So you've got to spend a long time in the aero position. A good ride coming from him.
Now a super strong ride here by George Peasgood of Great Britain. Can he make up that 17 seconds from the 24-kilometre time check against Patrick Kuril?
And that big chain ring, maybe running in the middle there on the back of it. No, it's slightly up the top range, so he's using his bigger gears on that back cluster to find the right power and the right cadence for him.
And you'll see he's carrying a water bottle, and Great Britain have done a lot of wind tunnel testing and have decided that carrying an empty water bottle for aerodynamics is faster than not carrying a water bottle at all. So whether he needs to take on liquids or not, he will carry that aerodynamic water bottle just for extra overall aerodynamics. George Peasgood seems to have left no stone unturned as he's out chasing the gold medal.
Well, this is Josef Metelka of Slovakia, number 68, 34 years of age. He was third through 24 kilometres. He was only 19 seconds back on Patrick Kuril, and fascinating, less than just over 2 seconds back on George Peasgood. So great battle between Peasgood, Metelka, and our leader, Patrick Kuril So 2 Slovakian riders in first and third on the road at the moment. And he won gold in Rio in this class, Metelka, where Kuril won bronze in Rio. So are they going to change things around? Can he defend his title? What is his strategy? Is it about trying to race the second half, what we call negative split, trying to ride the second half faster than the first half?
Well, he's very, very experienced, Metelka. He's 34. He's already won a gold medal in Tokyo on the velodrome. Rio 2016, Tokyo 2020, 21. He won the gold medal in the 4,000 metre individual pursuit. We're going to have a close race on our hands here. 1 kilometre to go.
But it reinforces your point too about the aerodynamics. Now you think, oh, really aerodynamics? But if we do come down to, say, 4 seconds or 2 seconds, you think about taking half a second or a second a lap, and we've got 4 laps. Well, suddenly that is that 4 seconds, and that's where the aerodynamics does come in. And so there's a lot of science being put into it. You'll see the disc brakes here on the front. What disc brakes have done now versus the traditional rubber rim brakes is that means you can have that slightly wider front wheel, where a lot of work being done on that now, so that a wider front wheel is also more aerodynamic. So really, really good race. Different parts of the course here that we'll see our 2 riders on. Just see the contrasting cadence between the 2 riders.
Will Kuril take the gold medal for Slovakia?
So we'll have a look here. Let's see what time he does post. Led through 24 kilometres in a time of 34:16.42.
And he is emptying the tank here. He's still got power enough to get out of the seat. That is phenomenal. He is really pushing it towards the line. We'll see a throw for the line.
And that time, 45.47 seconds, 45 minutes, 47 seconds. So that is the benchmark now. Now, Peasgood, he was 17 seconds, almost 18 seconds down through 24 kilometres. Does he have the ability to find that over the last 8? Looking at the form of the rider we've just seen, I think it's going to be a tough ask, because Kuril really didn't look like he was in any real difficulty when he looked at his form, and the fact that he had that ability to take it up another gear with 200 metres to go suggests that it might just be good enough to hang on here for Patrick Kuril.
You don't often see that at the end of a time trial. Over 34 kilometres with enough energy to get out of the seat and sprint for the finish line. Here's Peasgood out on the course. He is chasing that 2nd or 3rd position. So Pudov is now finished. Sergei Pudov in a time of 47.33, currently in 2nd position, being the one of only 2 riders to cross the finish line.
He's nicely set up, isn't he, Peasgood? He's a tall figure, and he's just got that bike beautifully set up. Sometimes people ask you what's the best aerodynamic position. You've still got to be comfortable. Yes, you want to make sure you've got beautiful aerodynamics, but you still have to be comfortable. You can get away with it maybe a little bit more in a track type race, but when you're out here for 43 odd minutes, you've still got to make sure that you do have a degree of comfort.
Yeah, ultimately they'll find the fastest aerodynamic position in a wind tunnel and then try to adapt their flexibility and position on the bike to try and produce the maximum amount of power in the most aerodynamic position. Sometimes can take years of training the body to produce the power in that position.
Now we have seen, we've been told that Sergei Pudov of RPC, the Russian Paralympic Committee, has finished in a time of 47.33, so he's 1 minute 46 down on Patrick Kuril. It's not going to be good enough to win a medal, because we're still waiting for Peasgood, Metelka, and Cody Jung, 3 of the big names, to cross the line, and they were comfortably clear of Pudov through 24 kilometres. As we do look here at our defending gold medalist from 5 years ago in Rio, this is Joseph Metelka.
Yeah, we'll certainly have a fast finish.
Well, it really, you wonder how key some of these climbs are, and interesting here to see Peasgood just out of the seat. Now that's a system you need to train too. A lot of people say, well, hey, look, I'm a more effective bike climber staying in my seat, but sometimes you need to train the system. Learn to ride hard, learn to ride for long periods out of your seat. Slightly different muscle group. Really, really effective too.
Well, you can see Peasgood's carrying that radio inside his skin suit there, so he'll have encouragement from his coach following behind. But he is on the limit at the moment. He is in a world of pain. Has he gone out too fast?
And Cody Jung, the American, who still sits on the road currently.
He's being asked to move out of that slipstream, but in these technical sections it's quite difficult. So George Peasgood now heading towards the finish, and it's still Patrick Curl, fastest time.
Yeah, 40, and that time that he needs to beat is 45 minutes 47.10 seconds to move into the silver medal position. He needs to go faster than 47 minutes 33, which he'll do that comfortably. It's whether or not he's good enough to move into the gold medal position. Knowing how long this straight is, it's going to be a tough ask for the man who won a silver medal in the triathlon, so Patrick Curl. At this point,
maybe another silver medal. No chance of the gold medal from this position for George Peasgood.
And then it'll be a nervous wait to see whether it's good enough to hold that silver medal, because there are some good bike riders behind him. But Peasgood, he's lost time over the last 8 kilometres to Curl. That he crosses the line now, 21.83 seconds. So he's around about 17 seconds through 24 kilometres, but it's good enough at the moment to put him in the silver medal position. And Cody Jung of the United States finishing 2. And Cody Jung at the moment sits in 3rd place with a time of 47 minutes and 9 seconds. But here comes the man from Slovakia, Joseph Metelka.
He's still looking strong, Metelka.
Now, to move into the silver medal position, he needs to go faster than 46 minutes and 8 seconds. And he looks like he should do that, but he'll be close. It'll be very close indeed. Certainly good enough for the bronze medal. Whatever he does here, is it good enough to get the silver medal?
Well, it's going to be close, as you said. I think he might just scrape in for the silver medal. Metelka, he does. He takes the silver medal, and Peasgood takes the bronze medal. They are your top 3 medal winners in the men's C4 time trial.
So it'll be Patrick Curl of Slovakia, Joseph Metelka of Slovakia, gold and silver. George Peasgood, a bronze medal to go with the silver he won in the triathlon. But an outstanding display of time trial riding from all of these athletes in this men's C4. But Patrick Curl, the 41-year-old, will add a Paralympic gold medal to go with the bronze he won in Rio 5 years ago. And the man who won the gold in Rio 5 years ago is going to end up winning the silver this time around. And just confirming the results from earlier today in the men's B time trial, those riders with a visual impairment. Luveris taking out the gold medal, to Schur of the Netherlands the silver. As we run through the rest of that list.
As we now turn our focus to the men's C3 time trial, we've had 2 riders finish. One from Japan, Fujita Masaki.
Just confirm those time trial results there for you. So gold and silver to Slovakia, Great Britain with a bronze. Cody Jung of the United States missing out on a medal, 1 minute 22.34 seconds back over our winner. But yes, as we've just mentioned, we do have a really good race beginning to develop this time in the men's C3. So their level of impairment, again, is greater than the 2 previous time trials we've just watched. And that time to beat at the moment through 16 kilometres is 36 minutes 45 seconds from Jaco van Gas of Great Britain.
Benjamin Watson looking good out on the course. Jaco van Gas has come through and posted the fastest time.
Yeah, Dietrich Schäftholt. So this event, 24 kilometres versus the 32 we've just seen. As we also see our women out there in the visually impaired division as well. And we'll bring you the conclusions of that time trial. But we are looking at our German athletes. We've got Matthias Schindler, Stefan Warius of Germany out here competing in this time trial. So Germany have 2 representatives. Great Britain have 3 representatives.
Well, Germany just finishes with the fastest time. He'll be happy with that at this point. Stefan Warius of Germany posts the fastest time so far at the finish of the 24-kilometre men's C3 time trial. It's just a waiting game now to see if any riders can better that time.
So it will be Stefan Warius at the moment in the gold medal position, Jaco van Gus of Great Britain in the silver medal position. Great news for the locals, Fujita Masaki of Japan, the 36-year-old, currently sitting in 3rd. But we still have a number of riders out on the road, including Australia's hope, David Nicholas.
Well, Benjamin Watson from Great Britain is on a fast time, but yet to come into the finish.
Yep, so Benjamin Watson, he was ranked number 1 through 8 kilometres, and he held that lead through 16 kilometres. Nicholas here was 9th through 8 kilometres and was in 8th place after 16. So I'm not sure Nicholas can do enough to necessarily move himself into medal contention, but certainly Benjamin Watson of Great Britain is the athlete everybody's now watching. Let's see what he can do when he does cross the line, but good performance here coming from Nicholas. And Nicholas, well, he was the 2012 Paralympic champion, and he was 4th in Rio.
Well, he's emptying in the tank now in the finish straight. The line can't come fast enough. He's outside of the time of the German Stefan Warius, who sits at the top of the leaderboard. And he's just slipped outside of the time of Van Gas.
So we'll get his time. And then again, we still have some very good bike riders still yet to finish, including Matthias Schindler of Germany. So this top 3 can change. So 50, almost a minute back for Nicholas. That currently puts him in 4th place. But now a nervous wait here for Stefan Warius. He is looking. He'll be aware of what Benjamin Watson is doing out on the course. He also needs to be aware of what his fellow countryman Matthias Schindler is doing, because Schindler was in 3rd place through 16 kilometres after being in 6th place through 8 kilometres. So he's an athlete who very much likes to build. As we now...
The Spanish rider, Santos Asensio, he's coming in for the finish. He's outside the time of the German, but finishes quite strong. 45 seconds down, but good enough to put him 2nd on the leaderboard with 4 riders left to complete this course. Benjamin Watson being the big one, of course. Here he comes.
Well, let's keep an eye on this man. So here he comes. That time he needs to beat is 35 minutes 57.41, and he will come down. Just have a look at it. So Benjamin Watson, 35 minutes. So comfortably in front, over 57, about 50-second sevens ahead of Steve Warius. So he came in as the number 1 athlete. He's lived up to the billing, and it's going to be a very difficult ask for anyone to challenge him there as we see the next of the British riders come down. And that is Graham of Great Britain, Finlay Graham. That at the moment is good enough to keep him in 3rd place, but it is the German Matthias Schindler who has the ability to change that pecking order, who is still out on the road. Well, so to move into medal contention, can't see him getting into gold medal contention, but to move into silver, or at least a bronze medal position is 36 minutes 20.86 seconds is the time that Schindler needs to beat if he's to get himself on the podium.
Well, Benjamin Watson, his time is going to be very hard to beat. He's holding on to the celebrations until the remaining 2 riders come in. But Benjamin Watson, 32-year-old from Great Britain, he was silver at the World Championships in 2017, bronze in 2018 and 19, and then 4th in 2021. Has he pulled out a special ride here, Benjamin Watson?
Well,
2 more riders to come in.
And here is the man who can certainly affect the pecking order, Matthias Schindler. Will we have 2 British riders on the podium in Benjamin Watson and Finlay Graham, or will we have 2 German riders on the podium in Stefan Warius and Matthias Schindler? So, still a bit of road left for Schindler to travel. He comes up this last stage. Look at that. You can just see the hurt going on. Form looks good, though. Pushing a slightly bigger gear. Now he's going to need to settle down on his machine. Just looks like he's just struggling a little bit. Fatigue just starting to kick in. It's a really slow part of the course here.
Yeah, he's doing a very good job at keeping his form and composure on the bike, but he's in a world of pain. Schindler from Germany, just turning the pedals over, full of lactic acid. And he's outside the time already, so Benjamin Watson can start celebrating. He has won the gold medal.
Yeah, that's outstanding for Britain. It's Benjamin Watson, Stefan Warius, and look what it means to Benjamin Watson. That is just absolutely stunning. And for Benjamin Watson, he's from Glossop. He has competed both para-track cycling and road cycling at international level. He began paracycling back in 2017. He's a real estate agent. As we now wait for Schindler to come down, where will Schindler end up finishing? Does he get himself on the medals, or has he fallen apart in that last 8 kilometres? This will be close. This will be close. He's going to miss out on silver. Is he good enough to get a bronze? That time for the bronze medal, 36 minutes 20. Deny Finlay Graham a bronze medal. This will be close. Has he got enough left in the tank? Will it be 2 Brits on the podium, or will it be 2 Germans?
I think he'll get there. He's got less than 10 seconds. I think he will just pip Finlay Graham.
Oh, you talk about 2 seconds. Yeah, 2 seconds, isn't it? Remarkable. That's where we talk about the importance of aerodynamics.
Every little thing comes into play. So unfortunately for Finlay Graham, it's 4th place. But Benjamin Watson, he now celebrates his victory. Gold medal in the men's C3 time trial. And 2 Germans on the podium.
Yeah, great.
Stefan Warius and Matthias Schindler. They take silver and bronze. There is the congratulations. The emotions pouring out. And Benjamin Watson, somewhat a surprise winner. He's had some great results in the top 5 at Road World Championships, but he is now Paralympics champion.
Yeah, when you've had so many 4ths too, as you alluded to earlier, with Watson 2nd at the World Championships, you know, that 1 silver medal, but 3rd, 4th, you're saying, why can't I get myself on the highest step? Well, what a time to get it right. It's about evolution, isn't it? It's about time in the sport sometimes. And when you do get it right, what a level to get it right at. As we now move on to our women's B time trial. Now, these are athletes with a visual impairment on the women's side, thus the pilot on the front, who will do the navigating. You must understand, we'll explain the fact that the rider on the front does not control the power. They don't really have an influence in terms of the speed in which these teams are riding at. They're simply there to navigate. It is the rider on the back who is pushing the power and setting the tempo for the rider on the front. Number 91 here is Greet Holt of Belgium, who through 16 kilometres was 3rd on the road and a time of 25 minutes 13. She's 42 seconds down on the British pairing of Sophie Unwin and pilot Jenny Hole.
Well, it's looking good for Great Britain, although they are only just passing the halfway mark of this 32 kilometre time trial. And here is Sophie Unwin out on the course for Great Britain. Well, they've had their 16 kilometre time check beaten by the Polish rider, Patria. So they slip back into 2nd place by only 4.27 seconds, still with 16 kilometres to go.
Well, Patera of Poland, she was 3rd at the Time Trial World Championships in 2021, the most recent World Championship. She studies music. And when we go back and have a look at Sophie Unwin, well, she was the Road Race World Champion this year, so the current World Road Race Champion, and that road race is to come in the days following, but 4th at the Time Trial World Championships. So
Well,
this in itself is just a different art, isn't it? And a little bit wobbly there. We saw a number of crashes in the equivalent of the men's race a little bit earlier today, and we were wondering whether or not it was wind on the course or just those tight technical stages and some of the difficulties that they do have navigating these tandem bikes. As we see now, Katie George Dunleavy of Ireland moves into the lead through 16 kilometres. So this is the Irish pairing.
27 seconds over Laura Facci, one of the big favourites, but Dunleavy, she has been on fine form here in Tokyo and riding her way towards a gold medal. They're only halfway through this time trial, but she has a 27.41 second lead over Laura Facci.
Well, she is the defending Paralympic champion, Dunleavy. She won that gold medal in Rio 5 years ago. So Katie George Dunleavy. So a lot of questions being asked now of Laura Facci. Her and her husband both won gold medals on the track. A really special moment for Great Britain, one of the real talking points of these Paralympics.
And Dunleavy, 39 years of age, she was silver in the 3,000 metre individual pursuit here in Tokyo. So she has good form. She favours the road races though. Dunleavy is on fire.
Good aerodynamics here from the Polish pairing of Dominika Potera and her pilot, Hua Bąkowska, 35 years of age, currently sitting in third place on the road. But they only have a 5-second lead over Sophie Unwin of Great Britain, who currently sits in fourth. So real battle for third and fourth underway. And this is going to come down to concentration. This is going to come down to gear selection, possibly even down to how tight you are prepared to cut some of the apexes, cut some of the corners, in terms of just trying to find a second here or a second there.
Yeah, there are a couple of corners that if you're very confident with your partner that you can take some risks on and pick up a couple of seconds through those technical sections. But most of this race is won and lost on the climbs, the inclinations. It is quite a demanding course.
So there we go. Big chain rings on the front. We're at a fast part of the course. Mid-range gear at the back there and spinning nicely. Nice, good, smooth cadence. Nice pedal stroke.
Well, Dunleavy, she really does look good, focused. Gold medal winner from Rio is on course for another gold medal here in Tokyo.
I like the way she set herself up too, with those aero bars directly underneath her pilot in front. We've seen other riders with a setup where they might just have the traditional drop bars, but they've clearly put a lot of research in terms of their setup. So we go back to Laura Facci and her pilot Karina Hall. So Facci, 32 years of age. A lot of work, a lot of questions being asked of her though by the defending champion Katie George Dunleavy. Can she answer those questions? And she's original place is from Liverpool. I've got to say, I've been a Liverpool football fan, but...
Just throw that in there.
Oh, I just thought I'd throw that in there. You'll never walk alone, Laura.
Laura Facci, she is looking very, very good. So through the 16-kilometre mark, she was second position, 27 seconds down. So she is a lot to try and pull back on Dunleavy. But Laura Facci already has a gold medal from Tokyo in the individual pursuit. She won that back in Rio as well.
And she was third in this event in Rio back in 2016, fourth in the road race in Rio. So she's at the moment looking to try and at least go one better and pick up a silver. As we go back to the front of the bike race. And Katie George Dunleavy, 39 years of age.
Yeah, she was diagnosed with her degenerative eye condition when she was 12 years old. She had difficulty adapting to her sight loss as a child, as you can imagine. Her parents sent her to a specialist school where she really became immersed in sport. She said there were so many sports at her school that she could try. And cycling is obviously the one she chose to put all of her energies in. She's been quite dominating in this discipline. Dunleavy, you can see the focus on the face, just getting all the oxygen possible in.
Yeah, and that is it. That's the key, isn't it? Just being able to still breathe when your heart rate is through the roof and staying in that aero position, not wanting to move too much, but also making sure that you are opening the lungs up. Interesting too with Dunleavy, she originally started in rowing, as we just want to confirm the results for you. So there you go. Benjamin Watson, Stefan Warriors and Matthias Schindler are your medalists in the men's C3 time trial. So well done to Great Britain and Germany. Really special moment for you to have two athletes on the podium. David Nicholas of Australia, well, finishes in 8th place, 1:55 back. But good to have representation from so many countries. And I've got to say that the depth that we're seeing from one Para Games to the next is just incredible. Just the evolution over the, or in this case, 5 years. You wonder just how much stronger, how much deeper it's going to be 3 years from now in Paris. And they're the C5 time trials, so it was Daniel Abraham Gebru, and a stunning performance, a breakthrough performance from him. And then Dementiev, who was the champion from 5 years ago, picking up the silver medal, and nice to see Australia winning a bronze. It is day 7 of Tokyo 2020 Paralympic Games. You're watching the time trials for the sport of road cycling. And we're looking at Katie George Dunleavy. And she actually spent a lot of time as a rower. And if there's one sport that you want to do prior to becoming a cyclist, it is rowing. Remarkable crossover from rowing to cycling.
We've said on so many occasions, so many of the athletes in the Olympics and Paralympic Games have come from a rowing background into cycling. We don't often see cyclists switching over to rowing. It does happen, but more often and very, very commonly, rowers are approached by they do cycling as cross training, and then they fall in love with the sport, of course, the speed and the freedom and training out in different places and locations around the world. Nothing like riding your bike through a number of countries in one day. It's a special sport, bringing so much joy to so many athletes.
It can also be a lonely sport, though, and you've got to have some mental resolve to take it up. A lot of time out there on your own and pretty testing. And anyone will ask you, what's the friend of a road cyclist? Well, it's a tailwind. What's the enemy? It's a headwind. And certainly a bit breezy here at the Fuji Speedway, former home of Formula One in this country, as we now go back and look at Laura Facci, Corrine Hall, her pilot. So she was trailing by 27 and there or thereabouts, 27.41 seconds down through 16 kilometres.
Well, halfway through the race, there is always the chance that they could pull that time back over 16 kilometres, but it would be a very big ask. You like to be up on your opponents at the time checks. And Laura Facci just giving everything she's got. She knows that she was trailing 27 seconds at the 16-kilometre mark, and a big ask.
Well, we saw a lot of mechanical issues in the men's equivalent earlier today, with a lot of riders crashing or dropping chains. I just wonder whether some of the women's teams have actually had a little bit of a chat to some of the men, saying, hey, what are the issues out there? What was going on? And it might just be a simple thing, be careful crosswind here, or just be careful of your gear changes.
Absolutely. I think when the men went out, they found the surface and the speed to be much higher than opposed to doing it in training on training equipment, and you get that extra 5 or 6 kilometres out of your bike in the technical sections. We saw a lot of heavy crashes at high speed when the men went out in their first lap, not in their second or third or fourth lap, but in their first lap. We just saw chaos everywhere. Chains dropping, so yes, there would have been a lot of discussions about where to make the gear changes and not to leave it too late coming into the uphill sections. So it is very undulating, which means changing gears from the big chainring to the small chainring, and the women would have been advised to keep that to a minimum or make sure they're in the small chainring well before they hit the uphill. So Dunleavy leading from Facci, 27 seconds. And then
we're just having a look at Great Holt there of Belgium.
Yeah, they're a little bit off the pace going through the 16-kilometre mark.
It was just interesting dropping back, though. I think we saw Laura Facci had an eye on Dominika Patera of Poland coming up this climb here. And then we also then saw Katie George Dunleavy had Laura Facci in her sight. So they're all within each other's sort of grasp here. And when you're dealing with such small percentages, and we're not talking of big time differences between those three, in fact, a minute 3 from third through to first, that this is going to either intimidate some of these riders or empower some of them. It'll be interesting to see which way that affects the different groups on the road in terms of having riders near you, being able to see you. As we now see this Polish pairing of Dominika Patera coming through.
Cross through the 24-kilometre time check.
In fact, sorry, that was the second Polish team. That was Justyna Kurilla of Poland.
Yes, and this is the British duo, Facci chasing down Patera of Poland. They have them in sight. That will definitely be an advantage for Laura Facci.
Well, we can tell you that through 24 kilometres, Louise Jannering of Sweden is leading on the road, 37 minutes 14.25. And now she was ranked 4th through 8 kilometres and 5th through 16 kilometres. And now we've just seen Justyna Kurilla, so she's second on the road. Greet Holt of Belgium is the only other rider that has come through 24 kilometres. But the big names still to come. And look at this, fascinating. Now, we are starting to see Laura Facci really starting to pull some time out of Dominika Patera of Poland. Through 24 kilometres, there was nothing in it between these two riders.
Yeah, definitely an incentive for Laura Facci and Corinne Hall having that rider to chase.
Yeah, no drafting, so that's it, just staying clear. They'll have marshals out there on the course, but they'll be smart too. They'll know that if riders are generally trying to grab any advantage by getting too close, but they'll also know that at this point they will be riding a very similar speed, and it's not that easy to necessarily ride around another group. So they're doing the right thing and just making sure they are separated.
Yeah, great work from Jenny Holt of Great Britain, the pilot for Laura Facci. Straight across to the other side just to avoid any potential time penalties from drafting. Dunleavy in fantastic form here.
Oh, there we go, 38 seconds. So she continues to stretch that lead. So it's Ireland, Great Britain and Poland. They're your top three at the moment. But there is still a really good race beginning to develop still for the bronze medal now, because Louise Jannering of Sweden sits in 4th. But that gap to 3rd is only 7 seconds. And we've just seen Dominika Patera lose a lot of time to Laura Facci in that 3rd 8-kilometre section. And she's going to need to really try and hold it together, or she might drop from 3rd to 4th.
Well, it can also be mentally very disappointing to have a team like Great Britain passing you. And look at this. Dunleavy is not tiring. She really does favour the longer distances. She says that it's difficult to prepare really well on the track, given that they don't have a track close to them in Ireland, and there's such a technical aspect of the track racing. She much prefers the longer races. This one over 32 kilometres, and she'll favour herself in the road races as well. The longer the distance, the more endurance, makes her more confident about her racing. So Dunleavy, she leads through the 24-kilometre mark by 38 seconds on Laura Facci and Corinne Hall.
Yeah, it's a wonderful circuit, really smooth road circuit. So have probably a little bit more air pressure in those tyres than what they would have if it was a rough surface. But we've mentioned throughout a number of races, but if you have just joined us to watch this one specifically, that they don't quite tend to put the same air pressure in their bike tyres these days as what they used to. Science has suggested that it's more efficient and you'll use less energy on slightly softer tyres, but really, really good performance here.
Yeah,
from Great
absolutely.
Britain up against Poland.
Talking about the tyre pressures, it's something from my generations, it's hard to adapt to that feeling of a lower pressure in the tyres. If you have a surface like this that's very fast, you really think mentally, okay, more pressure, faster, but science has proven that less pressure is actually faster with...
Well, I was reading some research. They said that 110 PSI is actually on a really, really smooth surface. They were saying that 130 PSI is actually no more efficient than 110 PSI. And at the rough of the surface, yeah, you want to come down. We've seen a lot of riders in the major grand tours on both the men's and women's side at times riding 80 PSI, which is, yeah, as we alluded to 5 years ago, you wouldn't have even gone there.
Yeah, well, the tandem bikes actually require a higher pressure given that they've got double the weight on the bike. So they'd probably be running around 100 or 110 PSI in the women's events here. It's still a high pressure, but that's because of the two people on the bike.
And you've also seen a much wider tyre these days, around 25 millimetres. Sometimes they're suggesting that in time it could even be 28, could end up being the standard tyre width. Whereas only a few years back you'd be 22, 23 mils.
General science is the wider the tyre, the less pressure, the more contact with the surface will propel you forward faster. So that's the idea and science behind the wider tyres and the lower pressures. Now we see Malaysia out there on the course.
So the Malaysians...
Well, they come through the 24-kilometre time check in 8th position of the 8 riders, and only every rider on their last lap now. It's Dunleavy that leads by 38 seconds at the 24-kilometre mark. 1 minute 36 back to the Polish pairing, Petrau. And we thought Facci and Hall were going to pass this pair quite a while back, but they've not made the pass yet.
No, they haven't, and that was interesting. So I just wonder whether or not that we've seen Dominika Petrau just find that second. When you can often find in an event like this that's going to go somewhere close to 50 minutes to an hour, you're going to go through some good patches, you're going to go through some bad patches, and sometimes you just got to work through it, and everyone's the same. Maybe the person that's winning the gold medal might just be perfect all day.
Yeah, well, it looks like Dunleavy's been perfect all day. She has now got those two teams in sight. So it's bearing any mechanicals or mishaps. Dunleavy's looking to take the gold medal.
And you can just see that high cadence there. They spin a lot more, don't they? And there's not necessarily a right or wrong, but you certainly see very, very efficient pedalling, probably around 95 to 100 revolutions per minute when they're on a fast part of this course. But now they come into this really hard little uphill. It's niggly. Interesting to see the line the Irish are taking, sticking to the left-hand side, happy to just hug that corner.
Well, that was some impressive power output from the team from Ireland. You just saw how much they gained. Their speed was so much higher. And I don't think it'll be long before they catch these two, but they are heading in towards the finish of this 32-kilometre B time trial.
Yeah, so we're going to have 3 teams, all currently sitting first, second and third, going through the finish line together, and we will then have a pretty good idea of how things will end up playing out. It's going to be very difficult for Katie George Dunleavy of Ireland to lose it from here. Really, the question is second, third and fourth, because we've also got Louise Jannering of Sweden, her pilot Anna Svanderstrom are currently sitting in 4th place. We haven't seen them, but there was only 3 seconds separating third from 4th. So now, they can't afford to leave anything out on the road. They will still just have this last little technical part of the track they need to negotiate. Little S-bend here. And look at this. Well, it is Great Britain who have just come through, so at least both teams don't have to worry about each other through this technical bit. So neither team should lose any time here.
Well, in this final lap, it looks certain that Dunleavy is going to take this Paralympic gold medal, and Facci in silver medal position, and comfortably looking so, leaving a little bit of energy and power for that last half a lap, and they are absolutely powering now. They won't catch this pair.
No, look at this though, wonderful bike ride. They're just so smooth, aren't they? This is just a really beautiful display of bike riding. And here they will chuck it down into the big gears. They want to be a little bit cautious though, don't want to throw it away by crashing suddenly. So talking to each other, this is the 4th time they've come down this hill, so they'll be aware of what the wind is doing. And interesting to see they're staying to that left-hand side so they can hug the apex, cut that corner, and try and just take a little bit more time out. Really, really smart bike riding.
Yeah, well, Farchi's emptying the tank now. Everything they've got, they're only 38 seconds behind Dunleavy after 24 kilometres going into the last lap. And they are powering along as well.
Yeah, again, they've got that nice high cadence going on. Farchi looks like both actually riding reasonably high cadence. What we mean by that, number of times you're turning the pedals in a minute, what they call revolutions per minute, just for those that are not au fait with cycling speak, that are relatively new to the sport, watching it for the first time.
Now, Farchi, they just want to hope they weren't held up. Every second counts as they're out trying to chase the time of Dunleavy. They are putting everything into this final half a lap. And here is Dunleavy, the motorbike, just a little bit in the way.
Yep, and really smart too, deciding, hey, if they're there, we'll take any little second we can by just getting into the slipstream of that bike, but coming across the other side of the road, they just want to psychologically send a message here. Go past them and go, you know what, you guys are racing for second and third gold medals ours, and we're about to see that. You've got to be careful now. So that's one of the dangers. So we got one of the athletes in another class in the tricycle, which is athletes which have an impairment which affects their balance, and we'll bring you the closing stages of that race.
Well, hats off to McChrystal for that move of piloting the bike around for Dunleavy as they are now approaching the finish, and they are trying to reel in Farchi and Petrea just to be sure. They are on an absolutely amazing ride.
Well, they're about to pull back any deficit they might have had completely off the start line. Remember, they did, a lot of these teams would have all started 1 minute apart.
Well, that'll do wonders for the confidence of Dunleavy. Now passing the two closest competitors.
And the pilots will also be yelling out to the bikes in front of them, coming to your right, or coming to your left. You generally won't pass on the inside, you pass on the outside. This is the team of Louise Jannering. Now, let's see what sort of time they do put on the board too, because they were only 3 seconds back from third place through 24 kilometres as we look at the Belgian pairing of Greet Holt and her pilot, Anne-Line Monsieur. Greet Holt is 43 years of age.
Well, look at this now, the power of Farchi, the power of Dunleavy.
You just see that slightly higher cadence turnover from the Irish. It's not a lot, but
it just shows that they have the energy, they have the form, they have the power. Just spinning that smaller gear up the climb, and Jannering comes in for the finish and posts the first time of 49.36. It's going to be a close race for that bronze medal.
We don't think that Katie George Dunleavy will have any problem, or Laura Farchi, in terms of beating that time of 49.36. The big question, though, is Dominika Petera of Poland, 35 years of age. That's where the real analysis will come for the third and fourth, and you can just see the Polish riders really starting to struggle. They're all over the road, they're all over their machine at the moment. Yeah, and this could be costly. You look at their form versus the form of those other two teams that have just gone past them.
We must remember there's 2 Polish teams in this race, so I'm not sure that was Petrea, the rider competing for the bronze medal, as Dunleavy and Farchi battle this out. Dunleavy being the fastest rider out on the circuit. Dunleavy making her way into the finish.
They still have a little bit of work to be done here, but that is that time. Both teams will be comfortably under it, so it'll be bronze. It'll be gold and silver. Gold the way of Ireland, silver the way of Britain. And we'll keep an eye on that bronze medal position. So just 300 metres there or thereabouts, probably 400 metres left of the journey. And so an outstanding performance about to come from Katie George Dunleavy, who is the defending champion from Rio, so she'll go back to back.
Yeah, an unbelievable display of power and endurance from Dunleavy. She will take the gold medal. Farchi the silver medal as they cross the line. Katie George Dunleavy of Ireland, she has done her nation proud. It's a gold medal. And Laura Farchi, the silver medal. Now the race for bronze Jannering sitting in third position from Sweden. And she has bettered the time of the Polish rider, so she will take the bronze medal.
Well, that is remarkable from Louise Jannering of Sweden in that second half of this bike race, beating Dominika Petyra of Poland, who was in third for so much of it. The Polish rider will have to settle for fourth, but it's all about Katie George Dunleavy. She is Paralympic champion for the second time, defends her title in a simply remarkable display. Just such a beautiful bike rider. Congratulations to her pilot too, Eve McChrystal.
Dunleavy in a world of pain. Oh, she's got the energy to give a hug to her pilot, Evie Crystal. What an amazing ride from Dunleavy. Silver to Faki and bronze medal to Louise Jannering of Sweden.
I do not want to play poker against this woman, Katie George Dunleavy, because she disguised just how uncomfortable she was, how much pain she was on. She just had that poker face in that bike ride. Form suggested, but look, when she crossed that line, absolutely out on her feet.
Well, given that they caught Laura Faki, they have won the gold medal by just over 1 minute in very dominating performance there from Dunleavy. She's absolutely exhausted. And that is exactly what a cyclist needs after a hard effort. Somebody to lift their legs up. It's the most comfortable position when you're in a world of pain.
That is remarkable.
And oxygen on hand, just in case.
Now, out on the course, we now have, go back and just have a look at this performance here. Aerodynamic all day. Really, really nice display.
An amazing effort from Dunleavy to win the gold medal by just over a minute. And you could see when she finished, first the celebrations, then the pain kicks in. McChrystal celebrating a gold medal at the Paralympics here in Tokyo.
Well, we're going to go back out on the course because we've still got 2 events to come, and they have started. That is the women's T1, T2 time trial and the men's T1, T2 time trial, and they're on the tricycle, so 2 wheels on the back, 1 on the front, as we have a look here. And this is clearly for athletes who have an impairment which affects their balance. And so, again, high-tech pieces of machinery.
Yeah,
and they are also weighted, so there will be time taken off based on the level of your impairment. So we've got T1 and 2T out on the course. So they do have this mathematical equation, which then factors things in. You can see it down here on the right-hand side. So those times are adjusted accordingly based on the degree of impairment in this particular class.
Well, the Italians come through. Ferroni, he is down 1 minute and 26 seconds on the Chinese rider, Zhang Jingjing.
Yeah, well, Chen Jianjin is the 2019 world champion, so he is a pedigree class bike rider. And so he's put an early mark down. Giorgio Ferroni of Italy currently second through 8 kilometres. And so these athletes will ride a total distance of 16 kilometres. Gutsy performance from our next athlete, Smolkin.
Yeah, T1 and 2 time trial hotly contested here with some big names from Spain. We have Reynosa Figueroa. He is the current T2 world champion.
Spanish rider, number 105 is Figueroa, Reynosa Figueroa.
30 years of age, very, very experienced. As we said, current world champion in the T2. So he will have 100% factoring, and that means his time across the line will be as it is. And the T1 riders will have some time subtracted from their finish time in the factoring.
And again, just high-tech machines, aren't they? Just with these carbon wheels and customising those bikes based on their particular impairment. Still sticking with the aero bars. Now, some athletes It'll come down to balance and what we call proprioception, and that'll have a big impact in terms of how they do set it up. Just on a bit of a climb here, so in that small chain ring on the front versus this athlete here, he's on a flat, fast part of the course, and therefore big chain ring on the front, powering it along, but no aero bars, so more comfortable by just being on what we call the hoods, or the top of the handlebars there.
He's opted to have a light bike on this course rather than the fast aerodynamic options. The Italian Faroni, he has posted the second fastest time so far through the first time check, 8 kilometres. They will race a total of 16 kilometres in the T1, T2 men's time trial.
And if you have just joined us too, I can tell you that Stuart Jones of Australia is currently in 3rd place through that 8 kilometre time check. So we haven't seen the Australian just yet, but if you are joining us out of Australia, so he currently sits in 3rd place, Giorgio Faroni in 2nd. And then some of the other athletes who have come through, Stephen Hills of New Zealand currently sits 3 minutes 43 back. He's currently sitting in 6th place on the road. A rider from Belgium, Tim Clean, 23 years of age, Clean. And he...
just about to get his time check.
Well, Clean is the current road race world champion in this particular class.
Well, he's posted the 4th fastest time through the halfway mark at 8 kilometres. And Rodriguez of USA is now approaching the finish for his first 8 kilometres.
So that is that time there of Jones, 14:52. So are we going to see another change here in the middles? Again, we cannot emphasise enough just how long this finish straight is here at the Fuji Speedway. And you can see the distance markers there to the right-hand side. So there is a long way to go. But it's still Jones at the moment, who sits in 3rd place, the Australian, 14:52.53. And so Matthew Rodriguez of the United States now currently in 4th in a time of 15 minutes and 8.5 seconds for the American, who is 49 years of age. That is simply remarkable. So 105 is Jan Reynoso Figueroa of Spain, 30 years of age.
As we said, he is the current world time trial T2 champion, a little bit off the pace today. We've seen a blistering time from the Chinese rider, Shen.
Yeah, just wonder whether this rider here may have had a mechanical at some point, because he is significantly off the pace in his resume. As we mentioned, he is the current world time trial champion. We've seen a number of riders today with chain issues, dropping gears. And he comes through now, and he's 2 minutes, almost 3 minutes back on Chen.
Yeah, well, Shen, he has a handy lead through the 8 kilometre mark of 1 minute and 26 over this man, Faroni of Italy. He sits in 2nd place after 8 kilometres, 1 minute 26 down on Shen.
Really good display there, deciding that he does want lightness, doesn't believe that his impairment allows him to be too aerodynamic, and sometimes with those carbon wheels, well, they can be just a little bit heavier, and you sometimes just don't feel like you quite have that manoeuvrability with them. The bike can feel just at times just a little bit too stiff, and so each to their own. They would have, you know, clearly gone out and determined what is the best setup for them.
As we said, the wind did pick up, so he's got 35mm rims on the back and a low profile on the front. Difficult to control these bikes if the wind picks up. This is the alternative with more aerodynamic wheels, the deeper dish, but a little bit harder to control if the wind does pick up.
Yeah, and nice there, and he has clearly the ability with his impairment to be able to get out of his seat and counterbalance that bike. Some of these other athletes, depending on the nature of their impairment, might not necessarily be able to do that, but then they might have some strengths in some other areas, i.e. the ability to get on the aero bars when some riders can't. So everybody's slightly different. It's not necessarily a right or wrong.
They're using their weight transfer just to ensure that the bike doesn't tip over. You can see it's quite a struggle around those corners at high speeds. As Rodriguez just starts applying some pressure onto the pedals again. He's got a rider in sight. That's always motivating. And he went through the first time check in 5th position. But what a handy lead Shen of China has after 8 kilometres, 1 minute 26 over Faroni, and Australia's Stuart Jones sitting in 3rd place, 2 minutes 40 back from Shen of China.
Really good example there of just how much they do have to counterbalance their bike based on their impairment, and that so they're not going to quite be able to necessarily cut the corner, cut the apex that we're seeing from some of the other riders, and that's just an example of it. So incredible skill required, and as they get more and more tired, concentration becomes really important.
Yeah, that was a good demonstration of how technical it is for these riders to control the bikes, and the reason we see the low profile wheels as well. Faroni of Italy, he was 2nd at the halfway mark. 1 minute 26 down on Shen.
It's amazing though, isn't it, how the technology that we see on standard road bikes has now gone right across the tricycles, what we've seen with the tandems, with the disc brakes.
Yeah, all the technical aspects of the cycle has gone across to the hand cycles and to the tricycles and the tandems as well. We've seen some very innovative bikes here at Tokyo. All these bikes, mind you, at this level of being custom made. Tricycles, for example, are super expensive to buy off the shelf. You probably struggle to pick one up for less than 5,000 Australian dollars or 3,000 pounds.
Now, a really technical part here on the course. This is where, because it's just 2 laps, they don't have necessarily the benefit that some of the riders who get to do this 4 times, in terms of being able to make their adjustments or being able to mind map what happened on the previous lap, and therefore gain a greater understanding each time you do go around. But they would have ridden it a few times in training, and so they'll know what gears they need to be in coming out of certain turns, what gears they think they can push on the descents. And the other factor that comes into it, and we shouldn't underestimate it too, is the wind on this course. The crosswinds particularly can play havoc.
And Faroni just taking things a little bit cautiously.
And here is our race leader. First look at him, Shen Jianshin, and he is that T1, and therefore you can see that mathematical formula, which will, the time that he crosses the line and will be adjusted based on the mathematics. I would explain it to you, but I didn't focus too much on maths in school.
It's a very, very complicated algorithm, but the timing...
It's fair, is probably the best way of saying it. It's well and truly proven, isn't it?
It is, and these riders also, for their classifications, they go through 2 days of testing before the Paralympics to just make sure they're in the right category. So it's not like they get classified and that stays for a year or 2. At each big major event, they are reclassified on their abilities on a bicycle or a tricycle. So Shen, the race leader at the halfway mark, is now just trying to produce as much power as he can.
Yeah, interesting to see that he's gone with that aerodynamic helmet. And I heard you earlier with the races in the morning session talking about look good, feel good, and don't underestimate that too.
Yeah, well,
have the gear, but look good, feel good, and don't underestimate that, isn't it?
No, you can't. It really does. If you come out with some new equipment or all the fastest stuff on the start line, while the bikes are being tested, other riders are looking at the equipment. Too late to make any advancements when something new comes out at the Paralympic Games.
So Chen here, our race leader on the road. He still has a large majority of the second lap to complete, but he led. We had a minute 26 lead through 8 kilometres over Giorgio Faroni of Italy, and a 2 minute 40 second lead over Stuart Jones, who currently sits in 3rd place of Australia. But interesting battle for 3rd and 4th, because Jan Reynoso Figueroa of Spain is in 4th, but he is only, 13, almost 14 seconds back on Stuart Jones. So really good battle developing again for 3rd and 4th. And let's just see the number that Jen does post as he comes down and crosses the line.
Well, he emptied the tank there. The rider from China, Shen, he posts the only finish time at the moment, but a super fast one, 25 minutes and 32 seconds for the 16 kilometres. Now it's a waiting game for Shen to watch all the other riders come in. He knows he's had a good ride, and he really did give everything into that finish line.
And this is Joan Reynoso Figueroa of Spain, currently sitting in 4th place through 8 kilometres. What's he done on this second part? He's looking good. He's in that aero position. Good smooth pedal cadence. So it doesn't appear to me that he's suffering, because when you do suffer too much, that's the first thing that goes is your form.
Yeah, he looks strong on the bike.
Doesn't he?
Powerful
Looks nicely
through the
set
pedals. So in the time trial, it's all about pacing yourself, and you do see riders go out a little bit slower and bring everything in the last lap. This is the Australian out on the course, Stuart Jones. He went through the halfway mark in 3rd position.
Yeah, Stuart Jones, he is 52 years of age, and he is from the Newcastle Cycling Club, and he studied law at the University of Newcastle. He began pro cycling in 2016.
Well, Newcastle in Australia has produced some amazing cyclists. And this is another one, Stuart Jones. He's out chasing a medal in the T1 to 2 time trial. He's got that radio in the back, so he's got communication from the coach when he needs to give a little bit more. And this was the 2nd place rider after half a lap, Giorgio Faroni from Italy.
Yeah, Faroni. So he is 44 years of age, another veteran. A real colourful character, plenty of personality. So he used to be a mountain biker prior to his accident. And his hero was Italian motor racing driver and paracyclist Alex Zanardi. All the best goes out to the family of Alex Zanardi too, who is still recovering from an accident, but what an inspiration for a lot of the athletes in the parasport movement, the great Alex Zanardi. So what a hero to have. I should just correct myself there that his impairment is that in fact of cerebral palsy, so that's really affecting his balance.
Oh, Faroni trying to make the pass. He doesn't want to get held up behind. He's racing for a silver medal.
Well, we can tell you right now that nobody is going to get past Jen Xianjin, so it will be China with the gold medal. Now we find out where silver, bronze go. Will it be Italy? Will it be Australia? Will we see Spain have a really good second half of the race and move into one of those other medals?
Well, a phenomenal time by Shen. He has 4 world championships to his name, 2 in the individual time. Well, he's won the individual time trial in 2019, and he won the road race in 2019. He has a silver medal from 2018 in both events as well, so he'll be one to watch in the road race. Shen, got 1 gold medal here from Tokyo in the road cycling.
Very good race developing in this T1, T2 time trial. So the lower numbers, the higher level of impairment, and thus we will have the percentage factors added in. So the times will be adjusted. The T2 athletes, well, they won't have their times adjusted. The T1s will.
Well, Faroni looks like he's coming home strong. He's racing for the silver medal position. He has Stuart Jones behind him, so he will cross the line and have to wait and see. But strong ride into the finish. You can see still a lot of power going through those pedals for Giorgio Faroni of Italy.
Yep.
Powers onto the finish line. It'll be 2nd place on the leaderboard at the moment. Will it be a silver medal? Only time will tell.
Well, that factor time is 37 minutes 49. And we've just seen Spain's Juan Jose Betancourt Quiroga finish, and his time is 31 minutes 15. So currently in 3rd place, but we're still waiting for the Australian athlete to finish. And that Australian athlete is Stuart Jones as we go back to the American, Matthew Rodriguez of the United States, currently sitting in 4th place. Here is the man from Newcastle.
He's pulled his foot because he was heading towards the barricades. That's going to cost him a few seconds.
Not too bad in the context of it. A little bit of a... And this is just what we talk about when you are incredibly fatigued. You can just lose a little bit of concentration at times. Don't underestimate just how much they are hurting here. What we affectionately call locked in the hurt box.
Yeah, that's the thing about time trialling. If you don't finish the race in agony, then you haven't been able to get everything out of yourself. We just see a bit of a replay there. So he actually did have an issue before that. Dropped his chain. Mechanic quick on the scene to get the chain back on. Trying to keep the momentum. Okay, the chain's back on. So he's had a couple of mishaps in the last couple of kilometres. Stuart Jones.
And we just see the women's, we'll bring you that race too. We've got the women's T1, T2 going on at the moment as well as we wait for the Australian. Now the time he needs to beat to move into the bronze medal is 31 minutes 15. So it's going to be close here for the Australian. He's going to need to really bring this home. He's only going to have about 15 seconds from here to do it. And you just wonder whether that dropping the chain might just have cost him a medal here. It's going to be close for the Australians, so settle back in. Will it be Colombia or will it be Australia who will pick up that bronze medal? He'll come down, he'll cross the line now, and I think it's good enough. It is good enough. Wow, boy, just 2-3 seconds in it, just under 3 seconds, but Stuart Jones at the moment in the bronze medal position. You've got to feel for Juan Jose Betancourt Quiroga of Colombia.
Well, 5 riders to come in the men's T1-2 time trial, so too early to celebrate a medal for the Australian. He needs to wait and see. 3 more riders to cross the line now. He's still in 3rd position. Jean takes the gold medal by far. Two more riders to come in, and Stuart Jones has been knocked off the podium by Tim Glenn of Belgium.
Okay, so we didn't see that finish, so, yep. Tim Challen, and we've just seen another rider come down. Chaos and carnage on that tight technical turn. It's Rodriguez of the United States. Hopefully he's okay up on his machine. So that is tough. But we've seen it across all classes. And don't underestimate too, you see it all the time in the Tour de France. So it doesn't matter what level of bike rider you're at, there are dangers. Now just got to be really careful here because here comes another rider. He just needs to negotiate this as well. But that is tough for Matthew Rodriguez of the United States, just struggling to get into his pedal. And now, hopefully he is okay. He appears to be okay. So maybe just a little bit of a gravel rash. As we go back and have a look at 105, which is Reynoso Figueroa.
Well, he has just passed Rodriguez now, so he'll come in 8th position, Rodriguez in 9th. As they go into the finish, it has been somewhat unsettling and disappointing as Rodriguez still tries to get momentum. He was just overcooked that corner, and it could have been affected by passing a rider as well. Not being able to take your ultimate line into the corner causes lots of problems coming out of the corner. Unfortunate for Rodriguez, still trying to get his feet into the pedals to make his way to the finish of this Paralympic Games time trial. And now he's in the pedals and he's off again. Yeah,
just want to try and now get it. And he's done the right thing here. It starts out in a nice easy gear so he can turn the pedals quickly. And then as he starts to build up some speed, no different than changing the gears in a car. As we now have a look at Reynoso Figueroa. And his time is 30 minutes. And the time that he needs to beat to get himself a medal here is going to be 30 minutes 44 seconds, so he's going to miss out. So it'll be Spain who end up finishing, well, at the moment 4th on the road. Stuart Jones, the Australian, moves to 5th. Just one more rider out there, and that is Rodriguez, who we saw take a little bit of a crash, the American.
Well, he's still doing his best to bring it home, Rodriguez.
The gold medal will go the way of Jian Jin Chen of China. Giorgio Ferroni of Italy will win the silver, and Tim Challen of Belgium will win the bronze, as we do see the American cross the line, Matthew Rodriguez. So our 9 athletes have now finished. It's not a great way to finish, though, for the American, but I'm just relieved that he is okay after that little crash.
So the last rider to come in from the men's T12 time trial is Rodriguez. And we will now turn our attention to the women's T1, T2 time trial over a distance of 16 kilometres. We have half of the field already passed through the 8 kilometre time check. And here are the results from the men's T12 time trial.
So Chen Jiaxin of China, your winner comfortably, 25 minutes, remarkable time. Giorgio Ferroni of Italy. The silver medal, Tim Challen of Belgium. Very good final part of this race to round out our top 3 place getters. So one more race still here on day 7 of Tokyo 2020, as we now just confirm the results from women's B time trial. So Dunleavy, Laura Facci and Jannering of Sweden. So Ireland, Great Britain, Sweden will be represented on the podium for those athletes with a visual impairment. Just going to say one more race left here on day 7 of Tokyo 2020, the Paralympics. The venue, the Fuji International Speedway, and it is our women's tricycle in the T1, T2. So athletes that are whose impairment affects their balance, and thus the tricycle, which are very high-tech machines in their own right. As we have a look at the Canadian here, Shelley Gaultier, who is a T1, so her time will be factored on that mathematical formula there on the right-hand side compared to those athletes in the T2. And Gaultier, well, she comes from Niagara Falls, and she is the current world champion, and she picked up a bronze medal in Rio. One of 2 German athletes we're now looking at too, and that is Angelika Driock-Kaiser.
At the 8 kilometre mark, 2 Germans go through fastest. Carol Cook's now gone through the halfway mark in 3rd position. A bit of work to do. She's 13 seconds off the pace, and the reigning champion from Rio in this event.
I've got to say, the Australian Carol Cook looking very, very good though. Beautifully set up on her bike, just 13 seconds back through that 8 kilometre mark. So it is game on for the first 3 medals on the road. Even 4th place, 23 seconds back from first. So our top 4 athletes within 23 seconds of each other after 8 kilometres. Then a little bit more of a gap back to Maria-Eve Croteau of Canada, who is a minute 12 back.
Well, Carol Cook, no doubt the favourite for this race, and knows how to pace herself well. She is 60 years of age and won multiple gold medals in the Paralympics. Many times world champion, an absolute superstar in Australia, Carol Cook. Can she pull back 13 and a half seconds in the second 8 kilometres?
Well, you talk about experience, and you would suggest that she knows how to ride this and the importance of the back half of the race, trying to negative split it. And her form, well, remarkable, really. Nice aero position there. Nicely set up. Decides to go with sort of the deep, not deep, but certainly the carbon rim wheels.
Well, we haven't seen fantastic results, or any results, in fact, from Carol Cook in the last couple of years due to COVID and the difficulties in travelling. There's the celebrations.
Oh, that's from the previous race where we saw Tim Challen of Belgium really just in the last part of that race move himself into that bronze medal position. So that was the celebration. Back to the front of the bike race for the women's T1, T2 time trial. And the Canadian athlete, Maria-Eve Croteau, is number, in fact, this is the second of the Canadians, my apologies, Shelley Gaultier, 373. And just to give you a little bit more background on Shelley. She's 52 years of age, from Niagara Falls, Ontario, resides these days in Canada. And before her accident, she was a competitive mountain bike racer and practicing physiotherapist, and she wanted to stay physically active during her recovery.
Well, the Germans have been very strong. Number 1 and 2 on the leaderboard after 8 kilometres. And we're with Kaiser now. And she was 13 seconds behind her teammate Majunke of Germany. And this is the South African representative, Tony Mould.
Well, she's got good pedigree, Mould, because she comes in with having won. She's got a bronze medal from the 2017 World Championships and 4th in 2018. And she comes through, but not maybe having her best day, 8 minutes 25 back. And here's well, we've seen a lot of this. Another mechanical issue for our rider, 379 out of the United States.
Yeah, very disappointing for Sarah of the United States. She came through the halfway mark in 6th position, having to have a wheel change. First we've seen on the speedway. It's relatively clean of any debris.
Yeah, the real drama happens if we do get some rain, then a lot of the surface grit can come to the surface and you generally tend to get quite a few more punctures. But back to the rank at Kaiser, physiotherapist and massage therapist.
Well, there may have been a few drops of rain. We can just see on the camera lens now there's a few drops of rain coming down on certain parts of the circuit. You can just see there with the Canadians, that second rider is just talking on the radio, giving encouragement. Well, Kaiser fast approaching here. You want to hope that the line for her is kept clear, as she is one of the fastest out there on the circuit. And this is the fastest woman through the 8-kilometre mark. Majunke of Germany is the woman to beat.
Yep, 31 years of age. She, in 2016, a plaque with the name was added to the Path of Fame in Cottbus in Germany in recognition of her performance at the 2016 Paralympic Games in Rio. And she's got a degree in health studies. She took up the sport in 2008 at the age of 18 after graduating from high school. As we look at an icon in Australian sport. So Carol Cook.
And she's been such an inspiration to so many athletes in many years of elite competition. Can she do it again here in Tokyo? 60 years of age. Just applying pressure through the pedals, through the halfway mark. She was in 3rd position with 2 German riders, 1 and 2 on the leaderboard with half a lap to go now.
And this really tough, slow part of the course, which is really going to hurt on the second time they do come through this part. It is arduous, requires a lot of mental concentration, and you've got to have that ability to suffer. Lactic acid build-up.
Majunke of Germany is setting the pace out there on the circuit. We just had a close look at her bike, which was actually a standard bike that was adapted into a tricycle, which is quite often what we see. Carol Cook, of course, has a purely custom tricycle made.
Yeah, a lot of innovation too. And the great thing about this sport, not dissimilar to what you see in Formula One driving and motorsport, they'll often, the big companies will use the sport at the highest level to push innovation, and then that innovation then is carried through to everyday type equipment, and it's in terms of making things more comfortable, more functional. And so sport is a really good leader in terms of, you know, progressing everyday type equipment for people. In the case here for these athletes that might need to get around town on tricycles.
And low gearing for these riders as well for this steep part of the circuit. You can just hear the gear change there. So electronic gears also being adapted to these bicycles. Carol Cook is out on the course, giving everything she's got for another medal at the Paralympics.
And you'll see there just the little computers on it, and that'll be not so much about the speed they're travelling at, and more be about what we call wattage or power output, how much power they're putting through the pedals, and they'll be training a lot these days on power. So they'll sort of know the range they need to be in terms of being able to pace this, trying to stay even without maybe going out too hard and dropping off too much towards the end.
Well, she's on a different tricycle than she rode in Rio due to the new sponsorship for the Australian cycling team. She's had to have one of their bikes adapted to a tricycle.
Number, here it is, 374, Angelika Droak-Kaiser, T2.
And this is the woman that set the fastest pace through the 8-kilometre mark, Majunki, and she is 2 times world champion in the T2 road race. She is the world champion from 2010 in the individual time trial, T2, and a silver in 2021. So she's come in to 2021 with some great form. Jana Majunki of Germany, 31 years of age.
You can just see behind her, Carol Cook of Australia now starting to make her way into the straight as well. So they're inside of each other. But they've got this little technical part of the course they need to negotiate here. And so got to be really, really careful. We talk about the impairment with balance, but it's also about weight distribution when you do perhaps don't quite get that coordination through your impairment. Just about counterbalancing, and that'll then affect the speed through the corners.
Droak-Kaiser of Germany. She was the second fastest through the first time check halfway through the race at 8 kilometres, now approaching the finish.
Now this downhill part, now this is where they do have to be careful.
Yeah, really technical corner at the bottom of this descent. So they will be using the brakes down towards the bottom, setting themselves up for this sweeping corner into the tunnel.
Yeah, just cautious at this point too.
And avoiding those little manholes. Every little bump can affect the tipping of the tricycle. Carol Cook now knowing she has to really produce a very, very fast second lap if she wants to win another gold medal.
Oh, she looks good, doesn't she? She looks really good.
She looks powerful.
Yeah, nicely set up. It'll be interesting to see how she negotiates this particular sort of corner and this descent here, just in terms of what we've just seen from the previous athlete, different styles, whether she comes in maybe a little bit faster, perhaps a little bit tighter, cuts that apex there, certainly coming in with more speed and moving across the right-hand side of the road, so cutting that corner, and so certainly a little bit more confident perhaps on the downhills.
Yeah, it looks like she's riding a slightly bigger gear on the hills as well, Carol Cook, compared to the German riders. As you can see, every little bump takes out a little bit of speed.
Now, another little technical bit really hits the brakes there. And it'd be interesting to see too, if we did have some rain, just how that would affect these riders. They'd probably be tapping on the brakes a bit more. But that's where the disc brakes are better too these days. We see the disc brakes there. If it is raining, they do just tend to work a little bit more effectively. The rubber rim brakes on carbon fibre, where they can slip and slide a lot more.
Well, this is your current world champion in the T2 time trial.
There's not much in it, is it? Because Carol Cook is very much on a mission. Remember, after 8 kilometres, the gap was 13.54 seconds. Now, we're not sure in terms of the order in which they started, so the distance between here could be more in favour of our race leader out of Germany. It could be less. We'll only really know once they do all cross the line in terms of the times that are allocated.
Well, here's a beautifully adapted bike. You can just see there how they a normal standard bike into a tricycle.
Yeah, just deciding here to go with full spoked wheels, and probably doesn't feel that going to get enough speed out of the bike necessarily for the carbon rim wheels to kick in and really offer much more. And I think sometimes with the spoke wheels it just means that you've got a little bit more, they don't feel quite as stiff in and out of the corners. feel like you can throw your bike around a little bit more.
Well, you can see her support rider there carrying a spare wheel. If the wind picks up, that's quite a challenging thing to do as well.
Well, now we get into the tough part of this course, the second time up this climb. Will the race be won and lost on this final little stretch?
Well, Dorotkäser, 54 of Germany, your current world champion in this event in 2021. In 2009, she had a stroke, which has resulted in her impairments. Before her stroke, she did compete in distance running at club level in Germany, but she began paracycling in 2012. So a little bit of congestion out on the road at the moment.
Yeah, look there too at the New Zealand athlete, our Tia Melsbender, 59 years of age, who resides at Cambridge. And she's 59 years of age as well.
Yeah,
she currently sits in, well, she was 7th place, the New Zealander, through 8 kilometres.
Well, we're watching the fastest woman from the halfway time check now. Jana Majunke, 31 years old. She is applying a lot of pressure. She looks comfortable on this final lap.
Yeah, looking very, very good indeed. Interesting too, 31 years of age. And then you look at Carol Cook, who's 60. You look at the New Zealander, who sits there at 59 years of age. And you've got this whole battle, isn't it? This battle between experience and youthful exuberance. And which one is ultimately going to pay dividends? You'd expect the younger rider to have clearly the performance on their side.
Well, she certainly does look like she's still got a lot of energy and power left in those legs. It is Jana Majunke, 31 years of age from Germany, T2 cyclist, so she will not have any factoring in her time as she crosses the line, but she's just changed gears there into a bigger gear, applying pressure through those pedals.
Just yet, not quite happy, tweaks it a little bit just to make sure the gears do slot in. Last thing you want to be doing is dropping a chain at the moment, and the biggest way you can drop a chain is just going into dropping down too big a gear. Too much of a drop off. You just want to work through your gears slowly. Just be smart. You see it a lot too sometimes.
Well, smart she is. She has a degree in health management. She took up cycling in 2008 at the age of 18. So she was born with cerebral palsy, and she is powering now to the finish. Could this be a gold medal for Jana Majunke of Germany?
Well, she'll have to sit back and wait, but she's going to put a very good number on the board, and we will wait for that number. That'll be the benchmark then for all the other athletes, with her fellow countrywoman, but possibly Carol Cook of Australia might just be offering the biggest threat, looking at what we've seen on form. But we're about to come down and put this first big number on the board. Is it a gold medal winning performance from Jana Majunke of Germany? And that time, 36:06.17. So
it's now a waiting game. She's given everything she possibly could in that race, the time trial.
Another one of the American athletes coming over. So Walsh, she'll be a minute 18 back. Currently sits in second though until the other athletes do cross the line, and now we're about to see these athletes come across in pretty small margins, but again based on the fact they all started a minute apart and they've all got different times out there on the road. And so let's just have a look at Sarita of the United States, and she crosses the line 4 minutes 41 back, but it's currently in third place. And this is the New Zealander, a very good performance coming from Altea Melsbender of New Zealand, and that at the moment puts her in third place.
Yeah, with Jill Welsh from USA in second, and Jana Majunke of Germany in first position. But we could see that change now with your current world champion coming in very powerful to the finish.
She's not going to win the gold medal because that time she needs to beat is 36:06. And she was outside of that before she came onto the finishing straight. So it's a case of what colour it might be for the second German on the road, Angelika Kaiser. As we see another one of our athletes come down and cross the line. And that is one of two Canadians, Marie-Eve Crochu. And now the second of the German athletes, and it will be, at the moment, silver medal for her. So 47 seconds back on her fellow countrywoman. So at the moment, it's Germany 1 and 2.
Yeah, she lost a little bit of time to her countrywoman on that second lap, but good enough for silver medal position. But here comes Carol Cook. What has she got?
Well, it's not going to be a gold medal.
Yeah.
But the time she needs to beat for the silver is 36.53. 36.53 for the Australian, looking good. She was third through 8 kilometres.
It's going to be close, but it looks like she will take the silver medal position.
That's a great ride, isn't it? So Australia silver medal, 32 seconds back on Majunke of Germany. But the legend, the icon, that is Carol Cook. It's going to be a silver medal for her. And Angelika Kaiser of Germany will win the bronze medal. Jill Walsh of the United States currently sitting in 4th place. The New Zealander Althea Molesbender currently sits in 5th, but there are still 4 riders out on the road whose times need to be factored, equated into the overall results and performance. As we look at the very courageous Shelley Gautier of Canada. In fact, it might be Marie-Eve Grochu. I'll just try and pick up a number there for you. But boy, you can just see how much effort is required from these athletes, the suffering that does go on. It's a tough sport.
Yeah, it's Shelley Gautier from Canada. And she is out there and she is doing it. She is racing at the Paralympics, Tokyo. Look ahead, keep the head up. First thing you do when you're tired is drop the head. She's got that aero helmet, it's more aero when she's looking up. Look up, look up. Push, push, push. She's getting the instructions from the coach behind. She's absolutely exhausted.
Well, she lives in Toronto. I hope she might be a Toronto Maple Leafs hockey fan, maybe Toronto Raptors NBA fan. Toronto Maple Leafs, not having won a Stanley Cup since 1967, I think. And there you go, great instruction, right turn.
Right turn, Chelly. Stay focused, to the line, let's go, let's go, let's go.
Oh, great encouragement from the coach there.
Well, the coach is Sebastian Travers.
Oh, we've still got 4 riders out on the circuit. Charlie Gautier, T1 rider, will have a factored time as she comes in.
Yeah, good gutsy performance too, all the way through to the line. That is the encouragement coming. Of course, T1, so her actual time will be factored.
Yeah, that's that hurt box you were talking about before. She is in a world of pain coming into the finish line.
Yeah, it's a horrible place, but you've just got to hang there. But that's why these athletes find themselves at the Paralympics, because they know how to go to that place mentally and physically.
It's not for everyone.
No, it's not.
Being able to pedal through that pain on your limits is a very difficult thing to be able to do.
Let's have a look at that time of 41 minutes. And so there we go, 5 minutes back on our race winner. But boy, certainly a great achievement from Shelley Gauthier, who is 52 years of age, originally from Niagara Falls, these days living in Toronto, Ontario.
The coach has just told her that she can stop now.
Our South African competitor, number 378, Tony Mould, 37 years of age. Doesn't have long to go either, but the toughest part of the course here. And she's a motivational speaker, education from Stellenbosch University. Coach is Elric Colson, and her hobbies include writing. She speaks 2 languages, Afrikaans and English. And her biggest claim to fame, her most memorable moment, was winning silver in the T1 road race at the 2017 World Championships, which was staged in South Africa in Pietermaritzburg.
Oh, she says cycling's brought us so much more than the joy of competing, as many cyclists will be familiar with. Such a fantastic sport for physical and mental health as well.
Yeah, last little climb here. When you're fatigued though, even sometimes rides that when you first go out don't feel like much. I tell you what, when you're fatigued and you often come home and ride the same incline, they can feel like you're sort of trying to conquer Everest.
Yeah, well, she is conquering a big life dream here at the Tokyo Paralympics. She was born with cerebral palsy, and she says that she has to keep her body active as possible within her abilities, and that cycling is giving her so much opportunity. She says mentally and emotionally, cycling's helped her overcome depressive episodes and isolation, and she's created so many new friendships through the sport, and she feels a sense of a community. She's fulfilled a lifelong dream by competing here at the Paralympics.
Yeah, that's just a great statement, isn't it? Just 2 kilometres to go now, so you just got to try and break this down in your head and go, right, okay, let's just try and get to the next little landmark. And then you sort of get to a point on the course where, well, really the last part of it takes care of itself. But
well, it's great to see her here. She says that one of the biggest challenges of getting here to the start line was having to do the crowdfunding and find the funds to compete in the qualifying events for Tokyo. There's limited government funding and corporate sponsorships available for these athletes in South Africa, and she now gets a bit of cooling down from the rain that has just started to drop in the last event here at the time trial events on the Fuji Speedway.
yeah, we should just say that too. It's about 600 metres of altitude, just under, so it's reasonably high up, 1,800 feet there or thereabouts. 2,000 feet is when sort of generally altitude generally tends to have a bit of an effect on the aerobic system, but we thought the rain might have come in earlier today, and I think the riders have been very fortunate that we haven't had a lot of rain or any rain, because that would have changed the whole dynamic in terms of your setup on your bike to the way you've got to brake. Already saw enough sort of chaos and carnage with mechanical issues in some of the earlier races today.
Yeah, we would have seen a lot of riders deflating their tyre pressures if the rain had come down earlier. And that is El Latif of Greece just passing there, taking speed from the downhill into the uphill.
Yeah. Aikaterini El Latif of Greece. I wonder whether she's had just a little bit of maybe a mechanical issue earlier. She's in the T2, so her level of impairment not quite as high as Tony Mould of South Africa. As we come back now and have a look at Zibgatova of the Russian Paralympic Committee. So 38 years of age, Zibgatova. And she's got the physical education degree, and she rides for the Spartanettes Adaptive Sports Centre as her club.
The rain is absolutely teeming down now for these final riders. 3 riders still out on the circuit.
Her hero is Brazilian footballer Pelé. Her hobbies outside of here are psychology. Now, she studied for a degree in economics at the Moscow State University of Humanities and Economics in the Russian Federation. And she suffers from cerebral palsy. And she resides in Balashikha. She'll still have this little descent that she just needs, this ascent I should say, the slightly little climb that she'll need to get up. And then she'll see the signs for, I think, 2 kilometres to go. A really, really nice job being done by her coach. Well, the coach is Ekaterina Morkatova. So I've got a feeling that might just be a member of this RPC cycling team.
Well, she only took up cycling at the age of 28 in 2012. And she has 5 silver medals in the T1 time trial, 2015, 17, 18, 19 and 2021. Silver in the T1.
It's interesting though, isn't it? Because this is not a flat bike course by any means, and you just wonder whether the undulation, the impact that might have had, because we've had a lot of athletes with some really good past results who have struggled a little bit on this course today, and that might just simply be the fact by international standards this is quite a hilly course.
Yeah, I feel like it is. We've seen some of the riders really struggle on the steeper parts of this course,
and we should also not underestimate the descending too on this course for some of these athletes as well, something they wouldn't be used to a lot of.
Yeah, a lot of these athletes will be much more confident on a climb than a descent. Not far to go now for Sabagatova.
No, and we will bring you the medal ceremonies following this. So, we've still got 3 athletes out on the course. Yulia Sabagatova about to come down and cross the line. Really, really good performance from her. And let's just have a look at that time. So 49 minutes and 14 seconds is that factored time. And so that currently puts her in 9th place.
And we still have Tony Mould from South Africa, and El Latif from Greece to come in for the women's T1 and 2. Here they are, riding close together. So El Latif looking strong on that climb.
Yeah, she's nicely balanced. Good form, no real sort of break in form there. Pulling up on those pedals. Yeah. Relatively hard gear, and you'll see a lot of riders tend to lean on the bigger gears. They just feel more comfortable.
And she's competed both in the para-athletics and paracycling at elite level. Born with cerebral palsy. As we now look back to Tony Mould of South Africa.
So they would have seen that 1 kilometre to go sign. That rain just has eased just a little bit. But probably at this point they won't be feeling it. It's not, certainly not cold, but certainly not as warm as what it is in downtown Tokyo. This is a good hour on the train south of the centre of Tokyo.
Or you could see Latif there just trying to clean the spots off her lenses. And then she thought, I'll tilt my helmet up so I can have better vision, but she's decided to tilt it down again. So she's only been competing in elite level cycling from 2018. She took it up in 2016 and entered her first competition in 2018.
Tell you what, a number of the athletes that we've seen today racing the time trial in the days coming have got the road races. If it does rain, there'll be some serious thought going into wheels and how they're going to approach things, because it's certainly going to change the dynamics of what we've seen throughout the time trials. And a lot of the athletes that we've seen in the time trials will be doubling up doing the road races, and they're to come in the days following.
Yeah, we've got some exciting bunch races coming up, the road races for the paracycling at the Paralympics. Great circuit using the Fuji Speedway. They do venture off in the road races to do an extra little loop. Majority of the race done on the Fuji Speedway.
And of course they will have the dynamic of being able to draft in those races, i.e. sit behind another rider, save some energy, get sucked along a little bit.
Yeah, very tactical racing, the road racing. In comparison to the time trial, this time trial has been very tactical. Quite a few little turns there, tricky turns.
It's really nice to have these two athletes on the finishing straight together. Tony Mould of South Africa and Katerini Latif of Greece. Mould 37, Latif 39.
Well, Tony Mould has left a little bit of energy in the tank. She's pushing hard towards the finish line. And Latif trying to challenge her as well. So just motivating each other.
And she will come down. Both these riders, they're the last two riders out on the course in this women's T1, T2 time trial.
That's such a long finishing straight. Approaching the finish line.
And it is Mould who finishes in a time of 53 minutes 46.89, and Latif finishes in a time of 58 minutes 13.66. Of course, time adjustment for those athletes in the T1 whose level of impairment is greater than those in the T2.
And wonderful to see a lifelong ambition achieved by these riders competing at the Paralympics in Tokyo.
Well, I think they just did well to get out of the rain, didn't they? As we just confirmed those results for you. So Jana Majunke of Germany, the gold medal. Carol Cook, the veteran, the silver. Angelika Droeck-Kaiser of Germany, the bronze medalist. So Germany will have representation twice on the podium. Monica Sarita there of the United States finishing in 7th. And really gutsy performance too from Shelley Gaultier there in 8th, as was the case with all of our riders in this particular women's class, the T1 and T2 time trial. We will bring you the medal presentations from the Fuji International Speedway, Day 7 of Tokyo 2020, the Paralympic Games. So just confirming the results of those men with a visual impairment. It was Luveras who ended up winning the gold medal, and then it was Teshua of the Netherlands, Spain picking up a bronze. Stephen Bate, Adam Duggleby, one of the real pre-race favourites. Well, they took a heavy crash and unfortunately didn't finish, as was the case with the team from Singapore. A lot of mechanicals early on. The men's C5 time trial. So Abraham Gebru of the Netherlands, Demetiev of the Ukraine, and Donahoe of Australia. Good performance from him. You got a feel for Sharman of Brazil, who took a bit of a crash when he was in a position to win a medal. Really great to have representation too from Guyana. Great to have the African nations really starting to dip their toes into the sport of cycling. And the men's C4 time trial, well, that was a 1-2 for Slovakia, and George Peasgood, who won a silver medal in the triathlon on Sunday, well, he picks up another medal, finishing third. Just 21 seconds separating those first three medalists. Great day for Great Britain in the men's C3 time trial. Benjamin Watson having that breakthrough performance. Stefan Warius and Matthias Schindler sees Germany have double representation on the podium. The women's visually impaired time trial, the women's B, and it was Dunleavy, the defending champion, who backed it up 5 years later to go back-to-back in Rio and now Tokyo. Laura Facci of Great Britain picking up a silver medal to go with the gold she won on the track last week. And the men's T1, T2 time trial, well, what can you say about Jian Chen? He just basically did a demolition on the rest of this field, but it will be silvers to Italy and a bronze to Belgium. And then the race that has just finished, Jana Lojinke of Germany winning the gold, Carol Cook the silver, Angelika Droh-Kaiser of Germany picking up the bronze medal.
Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for cycling road men's B time trial.
皆様、ただいまより自転車競技ロード男子 B タイムトライアルの表彰式を行います。
And now the time trial for the men's B, the medal ceremony.
Please welcome the medalists.
メダリストをお迎えください。
This is for athletes with a visual impairment. Both their pilot will also receive a medal. Very special moment for France, the Netherlands and Spain.
The medals will be presented by
メダルの贈呈は
Mrs. Lita Vandiri, Governing Board Member of the International Paralympic Committee.
国際パラリンピック委員会理事
Accompanied by
続きまして
Mr. Asano Homihisa, Executive Director of Japan Keirin Auto Race Foundation.
公益財団法人 JKA 執行理事
Bronze medalists representing Spain.
銅メダリストスペイン
Christian Bengue Balboa. Pilot Noel Martin Infante.
So the bronze medal goes to Christian Bengue Balboa, his pilot Noel Martin Infante. Bengue Balboa, 48 years of age. Won gold in London back in 2012 and gold in Beijing. Now a bronze medal, Tokyo 2020.
Silver medalists representing Netherlands.
銀メダリストオランダ
Vincent Chouvre. Pilot Timo Franzen.
Silver medal goes to the 41-year-old Vincent Teixeira and Timo Franzen as pilot. Teixeira, well, he won the road race gold medal in 2016 and also won silver 5 years ago. So he defends that medal in a very good performance.
Gold medalist and Paralympic champion, representing France.
金メ
金メ
ダリスト
ダリスト
および
および
パラリン
パラリンピッ
ピックチャン
クチャンピオン、
ピオンフ
フラン
ランス
ス。
Alexandre Lionegas. Pilot Corentin Emmanuel.
So Alexandre Louveris, Corentin Emmanuel are your gold medalists. Just 21 years of age, Louveris. Silver at this year's World Championships. Well, he goes one better. Add to the gold medal he won on the track last week. Remarkable athlete, remarkable performance. And the national anthem of France will ring out around the Fuji International Speedway.
Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of France.
皆様フランス国歌の演奏です。
Ladies and gentlemen, the Paralympic medalists. 皆様、パラリンピックメダリストです。
Wonderful moment for France, the Netherlands and Spain. Alexandre Louveris, Vincent Deschure and Christian Benge Balaboa. Their names etched into the history books. Tokyo 2020, the Paralympic Games.
Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony, cycling road, men's C5 time trial.
And now the time trial for the men's C5, the medal ceremony. Australia, the Ukraine and the Netherlands.
メダリストをお迎えください。
The medals will be presented by
メダルの贈呈は
Mrs. Rita van Driel, Governing Board Member of the International Paralympic Committee,
国際パラリンピック委員会理事。
accompanied by
続きまして
Mr. Asano Fumihisa, Executive Director of Japan Keirin Auto Race Foundation,
公益財団法人 JKA 執行理事。
bronze medalist, representing Australia,
銅メダリストオーストラリア。
Alistair Donohoe.
So Alistair Donohoe winning the bronze medal for Australia, a silver in Rio 5 years ago, 2019 world champion. And now a bronze medal to add to a glowing resume.
Silver medalist, representing Ukraine,
銀メダリストウクライナ。
Yehor Dementiev.
Yehor Dementiev is your silver medalist. He won gold in this event 5 years ago in Rio. He also won gold in London back in 2012. Today it is a silver medal for him. A class act.
Gold medalist and Paralympic champion, representing Netherlands.
金メダリストおよびパラリンピックチャンピオンオランダ
Daniel Abraham Chebru.
So Daniel Abraham Chebru is your gold medalist. He won the road race in Rio 5 years ago. He's a 3-time world champion. And now Paralympic champion in the time trial. What a moment it'll be for him, the playing of the national anthem of the Netherlands. The CV is now complete.
Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of Netherlands.
皆様オランダ国歌の演奏です。
Wonderful moment for Daniel Abraham Chebru of the Netherlands.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Your Paralympic champion in the men's C5 time trial.
皆様パラリンピックメダリストです。
Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for Cycling Road Men's C4 Time Trial.
皆様、ただいまより自転車競技ロード男子 C4 タイムトライアルの表彰式を行います。
It's now time for the men's C4 time trial victory ceremony. What a moment it will be for the nation of Slovakia.
Please welcome the medalists.
メダリストをお迎えください。
The medals will be presented by
メダルの贈呈は
Ms. Muffy Davis, Governing Board Member of the International Paralympic Committee,
国際パラリンピック委員会理事。
accompanied by
続きまして
Mr. Asano Fumihisa, Executive Director of Japan Keirin Auto Race Foundation,
公益財団法人 JKA 執行理事。
bronze medalist, representing Great Britain,
銅メダリスト英国
George Peasgood.
Well, he is the current world time trial champion. He won a silver in the triathlon some few days back, but the 25-year-old bronze medal today in the men's C4 time trial.
Silver medalist, representing Slovakia,
銀メダリストスロバキア
Josef Metelka.
So Josef Metelka, the silver medal. He won gold in Rio. He's a three-time world champion, having won it world title in 2017, 2018, 2019, 34 years of age.
Gold medalist and Paralympic champion, representing Slovakia,
金メダリストおよびパラリンピックチャンピオンスロバキア
Patrick Kuril.
Patrick Kuril of Slovakia, a bronze in Rio 5 years ago. He's the current C4 road race champion, and now he adds Paralympic gold to that resume. Lovely sight here to have his fellow countryman, compatriot, present the medal. So Patrick Kuril. Your Paralympic champion.
Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of Slovakia.
皆様スロバキア国歌の演奏です。
Really special moment for Slovakia. Tears of joy.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Paralympic medalists.
皆様、パラリンピックメダリストです。
Patrick Corral, 41 years of age, reigning road race champion, and now Tokyo 2020 Paralympic champion. What an athlete, what a year for him.
Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for cycling road men's C3 time trial.
皆様、ただいまより自転車競技ロード男子 C3 タイムトライアルの表彰式を行います。
As the rain slowly comes down, it is now the victory ceremony for the men's C3 time trial.
Please welcome the medalists.
メダリストをお迎えください。
Great moment for Germany, a really special moment for Great Britain.
The medals will be presented by
メダルの贈呈は
Miss Muffy Davis, Governing Board Member of the International Paralympic Committee.
国際パラリンピック委員会理事
Accompanied by
続きまして
Mr. Haraguchi Eijiro, President of Fuji International Speedway Company Limited.
富士スピードウェイ株式会社代表取締役社長
Bronze medalist, representing Germany,
銅メダリストドイツ
Matthias Schindler.
Matthias Schindler, he's been a silver medalist at the 2018 World Championships, a silver medalist at the 2019 World Championships. This year in Portugal, he picked up another silver. And today, at the highest level in the sport, it is a bronze medal, Tokyo 2020 Paralympic Games. Wonderful athlete. 39 years of age.
Silver medalist, representing Germany,
銀メダリストドイツ
Stefan Varias.
Stefan Varias, 36 years of age. He won the road race in Rio. He was 5th in this event 5 years ago in Rio as well. Five years later, it's a silver medal at the Paralympic Games. Germany bronze and silver. What a moment for one of the great sporting powers.
Gold medalist and Paralympic champion, representing Great Britain,
金メダリストおよびパラリンピックチャンピオン英国
Benjamin Watson.
What a performance from him. He won a silver at the World Championships in 2017. He was 3rd in 2018, 3rd in 2019. This year, missed out on the medals at the World Championships. He's gone away, made some adjustments, and from this moment on will forever be Benjamin Watson, Paralympic champion. What a moment.
Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of Great Britain.
皆様英国国歌の演奏です
And now, God save the Queen. Wonderful moment for Great Britain.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Paralympic medalists.
皆様パラリンピックメダリストです
Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for Cycling Road Women's B Time Trial.
皆様、ただいまより自転車競技ロード女子 B タイムトライアルの表彰式を行います。
The Women's B Time Trial victory ceremony is upon us. Special moment for Sweden, Great Britain and
メ
Ireland.
ダリストをお迎えください。
The medals will be presented by
メダルの贈呈は
Ms. Muffy Davis, Governing Board Member of the International Paralympic Committee,
国際パラリンピック委員会理事。
accompanied by
続きまして
Mr. Haraguchi Eijiro, President of Fuji International Speedway Company Limited.
富士スピードウェイ株式会社代表取締役社長。
Bronze medalists representing Sweden,
銅メダリストスウェーデン
Louise Janmering, pilot Anna Swartström,
Louise Janmering, the bronze medal. Anna Swartström, her pilot. Very good performance from the 24-year-old. Fourth at the World Championships in the road race this year, fifth in the time trial. Breakthrough performance today.
silver medalists representing Great Britain,
銀メダリスト英国
Laura Facci, pilot Corrine Hall,
Silver medal to Corrine Hall and athlete Laura Facci. Facci, well, she won a gold medal last week on the track, 32 years of age. Silver today in the time trial. Wonderful athlete.
gold medalists and Paralympic champions representing Ireland,
金メダリストおよびパラリンピックチャンピオンアイルランド
Katie George Dunleavy, pilot Eve McChrystal,
Katie George Dunleavy, her pilot Eve McChrystal, your gold medalists. Won this race 5 years ago in Rio. Defends the title. What a moment for Ireland. A dominant display, winning by just under a minute.
Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of Ireland.
皆様アイルランド国歌の演奏です。
Wonderful to see the tears of emotion.
The Paralympic medalists.
皆様パラリンピックメダリストです。
Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for Cycling Road Men's T1 to 2 Time Trial.
皆様ただいまより自転車競技ロード男子 T1 から2タイムトライアルの表彰式を行います。
Now the victory ceremony for the men's T1 to T2 time trial.
Please welcome the medalists.
メダリストをお迎えください。
Belgium, Italy and China.
The medals will be presented by
メダルの贈呈は
Miss Muffy Davis, Governing Board Member of the International Paralympic Committee,
国際パラリンピック委員会理事。
accompanied by
続きまして
Mr. Haraguchi Eijiro, President of Fuji International Speedway Company Limited.
富士スピードウェイ株式会社代表取締役社長。
Bronze medalist, representing Belgium,
銅メダリストベルギー。
Tim Sellen.
So Tim Sellen of Belgium, the current road racing world champion in this class. He was 6th here on this event 5 years ago in Rio, and now a bronze medal. Wonderful year for him.
Silver medalist, representing Italy,
銀メダリストイタリア
Giorgio Faroni.
So Giorgio Faroni of Italy, the silver medalist, 44 years of age. He was 5th in this event in London way back in 2012. Seems to only get better with age. Great performance from the Italian.
Gold medalist and Paralympic champion, representing People's Republic of China,
金メダリストおよびパラリンピックチャンピオン中華人民共和国
Chen Jianshin.
Chen Jianshin of China, a dominant display. He simply took a world-class field and destroyed them. World champion in 2019. Now Paralympic champion, Tokyo 2020. National anthem of China about to ring out around the Fuji International Speedway.
Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of People's Republic of China.
皆様中華人民共和国国歌の演奏です
Ladies and gentlemen, the Paralympic medalists.
皆様パラリンピックメダリストです
Wonderful camaraderie now. It's what it's all about ultimately. Great moment for China.
Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for Cycling Road Women's T122 Time Trial.
皆様ただいまより自転車競技ロード女子 T1-2 タイムトライアルの表彰式を行います。
The medal ceremony now for the women's T1 to T2 time trial. Famous Fuji International Speedway, shadowed by the iconic
Please
Mount Fuji.
welcome the medalists.
メダリストをお迎えください。
Not for the first time today, we're going to see Germany being represented twice on the podium, such as the strength of their cycling program.
The medals will be presented by
メダルの贈呈は
Ms. Muffy Davis, Governing Board Member of the International Paralympic Committee,
国際パラリンピック委員会理事、
accompanied by
続きまして
Mr. Matsumura Masayuki, President of Japan Cycling Federation,
日本自転車競技連合会長、
bronze medalist representing Germany,
銅メダリストドイツ、
Angelika Dreokiza,
Angelika Droit-Kaiser of Germany, your bronze medalist. She won the Time Trial World Championships this year in the T2.
silver medalist representing Australia,
銀メダリストオーストラリア、
Carol Cook,
And one of the great athletes in the history of Australian sport, Carol Cook, 60 years of age. She won gold in Rio, gold in London in both the time trial and the road race. 5-time world champion, and another medal to add to her long, illustrious resume and career. What an inspiration.
gold medalist and Paralympic champion representing Germany,
金メダリストおよびパラリンピックチャンピオンドイツ、
Jana Mayunka,
Jana Mayunka of Germany is your Paralympic champion. Third in the road race in Rio 5 years ago, fourth in the time trial 5 years ago. And 5 times, 5 years later, Paralympic champion. Wonderful display, wonderful performance from the 31-year-old.
Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of Germany.
皆様ドイツ国歌の演奏です。
Jana Majunka of Germany, your Paralympic champion in the women's T1, T2 time trial.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Paralympic medalists.
皆様パラリンピックメダリストです。
Well, it's been a wonderful day of racing on day one of the road racing program, Tokyo 2020.
That concludes today's session here at the Fuji International
More racing to come in the days following with the road races, which bring a completely different dynamic.
以上をもちまして本日の富士スピードウェイ東京2020パラリンピック自転車競技タイムトライアルは終了です。
Great emotion, wonderful scenes. I'll tell you what, the depth Tokyo 2020 in paracycling is just getting deeper and deeper, and you can just start to throw a blanket over your top three, such as the closeness of the racing. It's been a really special day for so many countries and so many athletes, and hopefully everyone watching around the world has been inspired by what they have seen today, because these athletes are truly remarkable. And the scary thing is we've still got some really, really good road racing to come. It's such an historic venue, the Fuji International Speedway, made famous by motorsport.